the path to meet again on great horizons. The wind is calling your name. A whisper of the souls who never leave you. Collect your silver tears and pray they disappear tomorrow. Half and ether to combine. The light it shows, the dark it knows. Our tethers, spirits haunt the restless mind, but seek to find. We'll meet again. Can't you hear them? The wind is calling your name. A whisper of the souls who never leave us.
화이팅! 이기자국!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. It's time for the final day of the week, but we have saved some of the games till last. This is going to potentially be...
Really? We're not even a minute in, Atlas.
I'm sorry.
We gotta keep it together.
Honesty has to reign supreme here today, okay? Because otherwise, when the upsets happen, they won't seem like upsets. Right? We have to accurately represent the power levels of our teams so that when David gets out that little slingshot and Goliath goes, ow, my knee, and falls over, we will know that it's happened, okay?
I'm with you.
That's what happened in the story, by the way. I read it recently.
But it's very cool. You know, a lot of people make references and no idea what they're talking about, and me included. But Atlas, I think one look at the scoreboard when it comes to DNF sets up the story. I don't even feel like we really
Speaking of which, let's have a look at the standings right now.
No!
Yeah. It's not looking super hot for the DN Freaks, and this is something that Orcs wouldn't stop talking about in their last match, and that is the fact that last time they went onto the Rift, it was an easier matchup than this, and they failed to take a game off KT. Nongshim going to be a more difficult task unless like Pyoshik has something that he knows about Kingin that he can exploit in this particular game. Is he even going to be playing? That's the question. I know that he's here, saw him backstage, but you can see they are definitely in crisis.
That happened. DNF were by no means the worst team in LCK Cup. That was by a very clear margin BNK. But whereas BNK has flourished into now a genuinely pretty solid middle of the pack team, we saw them do a pretty good job at trying to punch up the Genji yesterday.
Yep.
DNF are indeed in crisis. Nongshim also are way better with the introduction of Calyx, who has been a breakout performer for this roster. Together with Gideon, I think Gio is still kind of searching for his form. He's been fine, but he used to be way better than he is right now. Lian's King need no introduction. We know what these players do. We know what they bring to the table. But Calyx, even catching the most diehard Challenger fans kind of off guard with how good he's been against some of our best players. And that jump from being a good Challenger's mid laner to being a good mid laner is one that Calyx is looking to make, and unfortunately Bulldog has not been able to.
I was going to say, we've got the dichotomy here, walking out onto the Low Park stage here. Fist bumps coming on through there as Life and Lahens, of course, both of them former Gen G supports. We have like more than, like about half the league is former Gen G supports. They've really tried everyone out. But of course, Lahens certainly been playing very, very well this season. And Life has had some ups and downs, mainly downs, unfortunately, but he's been going for plays. And that has certainly been good, trying to make sure that Berserker can get into a position to carry, but it feels like they are just not coming together. When you've lost this many times, it really is hard to remember what winning feels like. It's once again some player comparisons here. A little bit of a disclaimer, word of warning. As Jiu versus Berserker. Jiu had a very rough start to the season. Berserker was playing much better on a team that wasn't able to win. But Jiu himself has actually gotten a whole lot better, I feel, over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, he's still not to the peaks we saw him rise to in 2023, but he has not been a detriment to his team. And let's be real, that's kind of where we were at a little bit earlier in the season during LCK Cup as well. And I say this is a big Jiu fan. Berserker, we're starting to run out of ways to say, Berserker, we are sorry. And I think Berserker is also starting to run out of back muscle that's available for carrying. And obviously they haven't won a lot, but he's been the one shining light. And we're slowly starting to see him slip as well, which makes sense given the circumstances. You know, you can only maintain your form for so long. But it is something that is worrying, and with how rough the Freaks have been doing, it always starts as soon as we got a laning phase. As soon as the first skirmish comes through, that's when we go, oh. Because the laning phase has been fine. There's been examples of teams that just had players that couldn't really stand up. I love you, Dundun, but it's a good example in recent times. Gio himself played with a player that was just not able to go toe-to-toe in lane and would obviously fall behind very early on. That's not the issue for DN Freaks. That as soon as we have our first fight, we have Life doing one thing, Pioshik doing another, Bulldog is off farming a side lane, Dudu is doing who knows what, and Berserker is just kind of there watching it happen.
Yep. I think, yeah, there's a lot of things to be critical of on the side of the DN Freaks, and unfortunately they're up against a Nongshim that really has kind of come together. This team, I think, with T1 finding a little bit of an uprising, they're not looking as clearly in our top 4 conversation, depending on whether DK get themselves back together, but we'll just have to see whether Nongshim can rise to new heights, because they could be one of our teams that we're looking towards maybe getting an upset, maybe finding their way to MSI. They're in that conversation, which I think a lot of people did not assume would be the case at the beginning of the season. And so that only makes things even more difficult. I think that if you showed me the schedule at the beginning of the season, I'd be like, oh, this one's winnable for DNF. But as the season went on, it's looking less and less the case. Nongshim Red Force just look scary, and they look like they're performing really well. Thankfully, we can see there that Pioshik has a big grin on his face as Moham's in here. Okay, willing to support the rest of his teammates or former teammates.
Supporting his old team. That's cute. Moham is also done for the year. In LPL, two of the teams have been eliminated already.
Yeah,
so that's the end of their 22. I think I'm definitely sure it's OMG. I think the other one was RNG.
Yeah. So Moham's like holding up a sign that says, "At least you guys have still got a shot." Like,
you're still playing for the rest of the year.
Yeah, man, that's it's kind of brutal. But
well,
you know, it's sometimes we have a cutthroat format, and other times we give you roads to redemption. DN Freaks, I mean, if they win everything from here, they won't be able to get to a positive scoreline, but at least it'll be better than not winning at all. Okay, let's get into this draft and see whether the DN Freaks can dig themselves out of this hole, or at least start digging up. That's the big thing. As Rumble going to be banned away from Dudu. Kind of interesting that the Rumble is the first ban. Kingan's Rumble has been so incredibly good. It is certainly first pickable, but obviously they have something else in mind, as Gideon's Poppy getting all of the respect here, and understandably so.
Obviously, Nongshim are currently on a 2-loss streak, but that was against Hanwha Life and Gen G. Neither of which we really will hold against them.
No.
I feel like those are pretty reasonable losses for really any team in the world, not just in the LCK. So I'm not going to be too bothered by that.
We're still looking forward to the Hanwha Life Esports Gen G rematch.
Oh, they're not winning that. No. I saw some stats. Out of the, I think it was 13 losses that Chovy has had, literally half of them were KT. That's still the only, since he joined Gen G, that's still the only angle, Atlas.
Right, okay, so it just has to be BDD's revenge.
It's never Hanwha Life, because Gen G will be locked in.
All right.
Hopefully DN Freaks can lock in today as well. The Talia has been a steadily rising pick coming up in the meta together with Pantheon, not necessarily picked together, but they were picks that initially were only used as counter picks, and now we're really starting to see them rise rapidly.
And one thing that I really love is that Neferi's left up and available, and you know what Nongshim do? They don't pick it. And that is absolutely fantastic. Pioshik going to go towards something a little bit more stable here with the Yone Sejuani lock-in. Bulldog Yone doesn't really make you feel all that intimidated, especially when it's up against this Talia that Calyx is going to be wielding here. But let's see what the pair... Oh god, the Talia Pantheon's up. Okay, never mind.
Yeah. I personally do like the Neferi, but I think when you can play with the Talia, playing the Pantheon is a complete no-brainer.
I think Neferi's a trap. I think Pantheon's really good, and I think that this is looking really hard to play for the DN Freaks.
Yeah. Now, this matchup previously was a complete disaster. I do think it should be more playable since the nerfs to Gwen, right? We keep going further and further down. Her laning phase is not quite as impressive. We've also seen a shift in build, where previously was the Grass build, which felt like it had no weaknesses. We're now going to the build that I think was popularized by the Shy specifically, and then Zeus picked it up, and now everyone is playing it, which is the Rod of Ages, Conqueror Gwen, so you're going much more for good old Battle Gwen.
Yeah.
And this is a strong topside for the DN Freaks. I wonder if Nongshim are going to be willing to ban like a Ziggs. Kind of feels like that is a no-brainer setup that we have here thus far. Kai'Sa also can obviously play that hybrid style. I'm not expecting Berserker to play like, which also Varus is banned, but like things like the AP Varus, like really out there builds. Ziggs makes sense to me when you consider the amount of dive and lockdown that's on the team already. So I wouldn't mind that as a ban.
The standard AP bans for the bottom side of the map, though, are Kai'Sa Ziggs almost every single time. I would imagine that Nongshim could go that way unless they're just not afraid of Berserker playing it. Whether Berserker wants to go even further, right, and like run some of the forbidden tech like Mel in the bottom lane and stuff like that we haven't seen in Korea, but we have seen elsewhere, as the Braum going to be taken away instead. Of course, Red Force are looking for a little bit of dive action, so see what this is going to mean. Is Misfortune going to be the consideration? And it looks like the DN Freaks not too worried about too much physical damage, as of course Yone does do a fair bit of mixed damage. Something can be said for what Sejuani does, but still going to be a lot of physical. If there is just a tank picked up in any way, shape, or form, it's something that Nongshim will have to be worried about, but it's only Lehens really that has any option of doing that, and he's going to be playing the Leona this time around, who's just kind of obscenely tanky anyway. But we did see her chain die every single time she was played yesterday, over and over again. So maybe a way for the DN Freaks to find an avenue.
One of those was a barrel game though, right?
It was.
Yeah, that might not be a champion issue there.
Well, it's a world champion issue.
Very true.
Yeah.
As we do see that Leona locked in, works out with the rest of the comp. Mercs are pretty good against the Nongshim Red Force team, which is a bit of a bummer, but outside of that, I think this composition makes a ton of sense. Life going to the Nico. We've seen him go towards a decent amount. There's enough engage on the comp, even outside of having a primary engage source, which I think the Nico doesn't really excel at. Teamfight Wombo combo is there. I think the composition from the DN Freaks makes sense. I do always worry when you're playing what is effectively a very short-range composition into Talia, into Gwen, and into Ezreal, who has a lot of safety. But if any of the CC hits, at any point, most of the members on Nongshim will just straight up die. So yeah, that's kind of going to be your angle. But what really scares me is that the composition for the Freaks, to me, stands and falls by execution and how on point are you as a team. Because there are, if this is, you know, T1 playing it, even though Faker's Yone is not necessarily, if this is Humble Life, if this is a Genji, you see this comp, you have the utmost faith. Now,
I would actually be saying things like, oh, it's over, and stuff like that if it was Humble Life, but it is a little bit of a different story when it's Zeus Ambessa and Zeka Yone.
That does help.
Yeah. Bulldog certainly hasn't had too many good performances on the Yone, but it's about time for redemption for this man, and we'll see whether he can actually find some. And Nongshim Red Force, I think, have put themselves together a beautiful composition, especially the mid-jungle that we've been talking about all the time. Incredibly important to have good synergy there. Gideon and Calyx have been playing really well together, and they have incredible tools. Let's dive onto the Rift and see how it goes.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for the first game of the day. See whether the DN Freaks, their search for redemption, whether David has found his slingshot, and whether the weak point of Goliath, which is obviously just above the kneecap, is going to be exploited.
Yeah. I thought you were going to say more stuff.
No elaborating. That's it.
Well, I mean, that's a good signal for me to just read it myself, which I do appreciate.
Yeah,
reading's good. I've been reading a lot, but I won't bore everyone with the 15th pitch for the same game.
Reading?
Yeah, well, it's a
game.
It's a visual novel, Atlas. Come on now.
That's not reading. That's playing.
Well, it's kind of both, really. You know what?
You call video games reading? So that means that, like, me playing Genshin Impact is like, that's so much reading.
Well, it's not if it's not the point.
I mean, it is the point. Like, if you've ever seen that game, my goodness, it's so much text. Well, it's actually kind of absurd.
Well, you know, you're welcome to make that distinction for yourself if you feel like it qualifies. As I love this invade from Gideon.
Yeah, it's sort of like some tandem jungling going on here.
He also is quite strong. I don't think he gets the Oh!
Oh, God, he steals it away!
Him.
It's so doomed. It's so, and Pyosik had Smite, he just elected not to go for it. Because I assume maybe he thought that Gideon had already used his on the Raptors.
The Raptors, that's the only read I can make, but I don't know what.
But like, does Gideon now just like walk over and steal his blue side as well? And Pyosik is just done? Like, maybe just get up and go backstage and think about game 2?
So he does have bot lane prio, it looks like. So I think that he will just get, I think he can take his own blue side. So that's something.
No,
we'll see though.
Gideon is just going to look to take away this blue buff.
So Calyx does a mid lane prio. I does need to be a little bit, Gideon needs to be a little bit careful because there's a, oh, never mind. Lance is just dropping the wave. Yeah, no, it's cooked.
Yep.
He's a level up.
There's a ward here. Pyosik will have his smite back up, but he has to walk all the way over. He'll walk over a ward! And so then the blue buff gets stolen away. Gideon is going to immediately head back over to his blue side. Oh man, this is like, we haven't seen anything this bad since Humbug.
Oh, this is one of those team things. So Pyosik makes the mistake. That smite was entirely on him. Oh my god, no.
Oh no, Lahen's just gonna come and say hi.
Still going?
They ignore Pyosik completely as they're diving. Flash out from Calyx, Bulldog's burning. Ultimately, the DN Freaks do at least hold on to their lives. That may have been a slight overextension, but still, the fear of God is in the DN Freaks right now.
I don't love that play, though.
Yeah.
That was definitely not necessary. I'm now wondering, like, based on the... Maybe Pyosik didn't...
He just basically said the jungle is over.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Yeah.
I'm kind of wondering if he didn't see him as early as we thought he did, because he did kind of come around the corner there.
Yeah.
But I still feel like Pyosik definitely should have been able at the timing. Yeah, I didn't like that mid lane play as much. I know they were able to force Bulldog back, but I would rather just use the tempo that you got to just further choke out the jungle. I would love Gideon to also play for the Raptors, but I guess Pyosik is going to hit level 3 4 minutes in.
Yep, he's at least going to get that. Gideon is level 4 off this. We'll be able to get there.
But yeah, so the mistake from Pyosik, that one's evident. But the fact that your bot lane is prio and still somehow the enemy Leona roams earlier.
Yeah.
That's not a thing. Or well, it was.
It was, yeah.
But it shouldn't be.
And Lahen's is now just protecting any sort of vision and information that DN Freaks have over the jungle. Bulldog walking over rocks. You will be tripping over a little bit in this lane. You can see the Yone is doing just fine. Both mid laners without flash, as Calyx did need to flash out of turret range in the ill-advised dive that they went for. But you see, the problem is, you might be looking at it and you're like, oh, but Pyosik, he's like level 4, and so is Gideon. Gideon's banked so many camps as well, so he can go down and grab his red buff as well, and will be well on his way. Pyosik is now doing his best to try and come back, but as you can see with the numbers, it's not looking great. Zenith Blade going to connect there as Bulldog's in trouble. Remember, no flash for life. We'll be able to come on over. Blooming Burst enough to stop Calyx from following up, and so Bulldog will survive for the moment.
And with the roam on from Lahen's in mid, the second reason outside of the jungle tempo is also that Geo did pay the price for that. In a 1v1, obviously not going to be able to stand up to the MF. As King and going crazy. I think they want to play for Dragon.
He's just ignoring Pyosik completely. Pyosik came in and it looked like King didn't even react. As now Lahen's, Gideon, I mean, it's almost like they think Pyosik isn't even a champion, which is a bit odd because he is level 4. He's got some ability to do some stuff as Dudu's in a bit of trouble. Lahen's tanking up for quite some time, and actually King doesn't pick up the turret aggro. Snip, snip. Permafrost not going to be enough to take him down, but good defense there from the DN Freak.
There we have confirmation. Pyosik is in fact real, even though Nongshim seems to continue to pretend he's not, because he interrupted Gideon's stun.
Yeah.
He got him mid-dash, which is what allowed Dudu to live. That's, yeah, so I do think that it currently should be better than it was before because of the changes. The continued nerfs to Gwen, and the fact that she is now playing a different build. She's not nearly as impressive as she was early game, say, a patch or two ago, when people kept opting into this matchup, and it made us want to not be very cautious towards whoever did that. Yeah, Pyosik is still Sejuani. You know, you could play Sejuani support. And
you're not exactly a high high investment champion.
If it wasn't a fairy,
yeah,
then he could.
Very useless. When nothing goes untargetable, are you really worried? As that's a great buffer of the Q. Bulldog able to get out of the way of the seismic shove quite nicely. We'll be able to pick up this wave now. Fair bit of priority there for Nongshim, but they haven't really been able to put the screws in. And as you can see, DN Freaks, based on Berserker's lead, have a gold advantage in this game.
And I want to be convinced. I want DN Freaks to win a game. You know, because right now things are looking fine.
I mean, money is exactly where it's supposed to be. Pyosik has made it to level 6.
Yep. Yeah, level it like when all is said and done. Because of, I think, a lot of decisions made by Nongshim, Gideon is barely ahead anymore, right?
Yeah.
So 2 of the plays don't end up working out, so it's a lot of time wasted. Didn't end up really amounting to too much. There's still a solid lead for the Pantheon, which is nice, but as mentioned, Pyosik is always going to get value. I just need to see one good team fight, DNF. It's all right, one good team fight. I know you got it in you. That's all we need to believe. Just one.
Well, let's see whether they can actually do it, because that has been their biggest weakness, as you were alluding to, as Pyosik does have control of the top side of the map with his bottom lane that are up there. Lahan's looking to wrap around, as one of the grubs will fall to the DN Freaks. Can they get another one? That's going to be the question here, as Shape Splitter comes on through.
Gideon got one.
Yeah, managed to get one of them, and now Pyosik is in trouble yet again. Seismic Shove is good. The bullet time is going to rain on through. Actually gets a fair bit of damage down, but Gio actually standing his ground here as Lahan's not actually going to go down. Finally, Bulldog finds him as the Pop Blossom. The flash to follow Gio as Bulldog gets over some rocks, but still will be able to finish off the Ezreal. And the DN Freaks, they win the fight and they take most of the grubs.
Oh, a little spooky there, but they'll be fine. And we see again, Nongshim live by the hands, die by Lians. Goes in aggressively onto Pyosik, who gets to kind of shrug that off. Not too perturbed. So this is a very early on, relatively even, but he gets his aftershock off. So Pyosik actually stays alive. A lot of burst goes in, but doesn't quite hit the mark. And even though Gideon eventually takes down Pyosik, on the other end we see Gio is getting chased down by Berserker and Life. Life with a really nice flash to ensure he finds Gio. And then Bulldog with the follow-up as well. That's gold going over to Dione. That is Berserker pulling further out because Gio did die in that fight.
Yep.
And that is DN Freaks solidifying a lead.
Exactly. So it's not quite to the tune of like 1,000 or anything like that. I imagine Nongshim is still feeling relatively strong, especially with this Gwen being in a good spot. But this is by no means a game that is falling away from the DN Freaks, and they won a skirmish. This was the biggest test, right? Having some level of coordination in skirmishes. Pyosik going to come on over and smite this away as well, as he doesn't, because he didn't have smite. But still, he was at least there to participate in something. That was cool.
If you haven't watched any match, like, why are these guys talking about DN Freaks like they're... I want you to look at the scoreline.
Yeah, it's the 0-11 problem. All right, Bulldog does get snapped back. That is a dash, and so he does stun himself. But looks like the DN Freaks will be able to grab themselves a dragon. And Nongshim not actually interested in fighting for this one. Wanted to give Gio a little bit of time towards his top side of the map to try and get this Trinity Force put together. And Lahan's waiting to see whether they can possibly punish this Ambessa. Dudu does have to be careful because Calyx is coming up. Gideon's walking over a ward. He knows exactly what's in store right now. But let's see whether he can still keep himself alive. Bulldog looking to try and defend.
Pyosik is real, don't forget.
Yeah, he does have half health, but it looks like Dudu, acknowledging the fact that it is a 4 versus 3, will just back away. Gwen could be in a little bit of trouble as well as Gideon with a nice little stun, but the snapback from the Yone going to be powerful enough. And Gio given some plates here towards his top side. Nongshim realizing they need to try and help their Ezreal get a little bit of money. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, it is still a man advantage for Berserker. And so he's already taken 3 of these plates. He might be able to get another one as Kingen looking to try and at least take down this minion wave. We'll be able to do so. Snip, snip, coming on through there. And so not quite able to get the next plate, but that is only a matter of time. And now Calyx avoids the ultimate really nicely. Pyosik throws his to Narnia as well. And Calyx just looking for a wall. He will be able to start skating and just pops on over.
Oh.
A cute way to get back, isn't it?
That was kind of styling on them, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, that was way too dangerous. He did not need to do that. There was no minion wave that he really needed to pick up right then. He could have just gone straight down, but instead, that's called salt in the wound, Chronicler.
That's a good amount of extra mental damage. Sidestep onto the... I think he sidestepped the Bulldog ult. I think Pioshik just missed.
Yes. I would say that would be my assessment.
We'll probably see the replays. Oh!
Grand Starfall coming on in here as Gideon looking for some damage onto Bulldog, who does have Flash again, doesn't have to use it, as now Dudu in trouble once more. Public Execution is actually going to be next week, not today, as Kingin looking to chase him down. Needlework not going to connect there. He's been a little bit off, but it's been some good sidesteps from Dudu. Ultimately, it's still like a 14 CS gap, and Kingin having a fine old time there towards the top side. Not actually electing to go for the Rod of Ages build. It looks like it's still just going to be Riftmaker coming in first, as Berserker is scary.
BT done. Crazy power spike for him as Pioshik is in the area.
Yeah, Kingin just getting pushed in underneath his turret. I don't know whether they're going to elect for a dive, especially without Dudu's ult and without half of his health. Could be a little bit of a difficult one.
Yeah, we also saw question mark pings. They don't know where Gideon is. He doesn't have his ultimate, but obviously is still a big threat if he can show up for the dive. Yeah, the big thing with that gank on Bulldog in mid where Gideon ult was that Calyx didn't have his W. Because that's the whole point of the combo, right? But that was still on cooldown. So even though Gideon gets the stun, they don't actually have the damage to take down Bulldog. Who does also, as you mentioned, had his flash, so was never really at a risk for dying.
Yep.
Or shouldn't be. But this early on, still even. Not going to get too excited just yet.
No,
but
not for either side.
But this is looking like I just want the DNF to turn a new leaf.
Yeah.
That's all we're asking for.
Well, at least Pioshik's really good at holding up his pants. He's got 2 belts, and that's certainly handy. Going to be getting towards item number 1 relatively soon. And then he'll become even more of a champion. We'll see whether he can actually put some Heartsteel stacks together. The saddest Sejuanis have been the ones with like 1.5 stacks at the end of the game.
There it is. Do you think if you have 2 belts, he wears them like belt number 1 and then belt number 2 on top? Or does he do one cross body for functionality and the other one around?
Or it's like Han Solo where you wear one and the other one's tilted downwards.
Oh, yeah. So one is really just for fashion?
Yeah, well, like it also, you do the double belt to have the blaster holder.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
That would be how you'd wear
so
it. Like if you're going to be the coolest possible.
Pioshik will put his flail there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's also how they wore belts in westerns as well, like with the like if they only had one of the pistols.
Yeah. That's
what I would assume. Not that I've thought a lot about it.
It doesn't sound very believable, Atlas.
All right. Well,
I could see you have definitely have some similarities with Han Solo.
Well, I mean, I have worn a belt before. In fact, I may be wearing one now.
It's not the... I was talking more personality than anything.
Oh, well, I'm down for that. I'm a huge Harrison Ford fan. Okay, Bulldog shoving in this wave. We'll be able to drift off into the fog of war for a few moments. That was the Drake picked up by the DN Freaks. They get first turret blood, and they've got the most kills. They are one anything away from feats of strength. Some upgraded shoes could certainly go a long way for this composition, as it's not going to be this particular objective that they'll be able to pick up. That's Gideon collecting that one.
I'm not allowing myself to feel excited for the DN Freaks until I see another team.
I still, even though they have a gold lead, I don't even think they're ahead.
That's because of everything.
And it's nothing to do with game state. Yeah, exactly right. As Lahen's going to move on over and finds a Bulldog, who unbinds the soul, but is going to back away. This is going to be feats of strength if the DN Freaks can actually pick up this Drake. The Rift Herald is available. They can throw it down in this mid lane if Gideon would like to. You can see that those purple hands are at the ready. But Calyx on that top side, looking to try and get a little bit of cross-map pressure happening. Weaver's Wall in hand, teleport also. So has infinite ways to get around this map. But it looks like Pioshik just going to start this one up, and with 0 vision control, Nongshim are just going to have to concede feats of strength to the DN Freaks. They're doing it, Chronicler. They're at least going to pick up the feats of strength.
Infernal Rift on the map as well.
Yeah, that's a fun one.
Also, looking at what the DN Freaks have, you're feeling fine going into late game. Both Ambessa and Yone, I think, are extremely versatile. I think the matchup for Yone also becomes better as you get deeper into the game and you become more and more able to get on top of the Talia without it really being able to trade back any meaningful damage. And Bessa, the reason why we assume why people kept picking it Gwen is because eventually she does get enough sustain to be a really sizable threat inside without just folding to the damage that the Gwen can do. I also am not the biggest fan of just going straight Riftmaker for Kingen. We'll see how he's able to path in terms of items from here on out. And Pioshik does need to get some of those stacks. We need some some clanks.
Yeah, right now it kind of looks like he doesn't even have a stacking item. So just hit someone, please. That would be nice.
Yeah, it's just an item now.
Yeah. Yeah. It's,
like, what's the point?
Yeah, no, you need to get items that have numbers on them. They are just inherently more valuable. That's how it works. More refillable potions, in my opinion. It's kinging up here towards the top side.
Cookies?
Still no idea what's happening next.
Cookies have a number.
Yep, mega valuable.
Ward items?
Yep, ward items, so good. It's out of control. Seraph's Embrace, unfortunately, loses its number when it evolves, so it's actually way better as an Archangel's, yeah. And Muramana is exactly the same thing. Look at that tier, 282, such a good item. Okay, Rift Herald, not going to quite be able to take the turret, but it looks like Kingen is going to just brute force it. Pop Blossom lands onto 2 as Public Execution gets Dudu into the backline, but Calyx is there to save his 80 carry! And Kingen on this side is going to mean that Berserker cannot walk up to try and get that extra damage down, and now without too many ultimates left, the DN Freaks lose a lot of their power, and that's Nongshim finding just a really good skirmish, putting them in the lead now as far as that gold.
The idea...
Okay, we're looking for even more here, as in goes Lahens. They take down the Yone. Can they get anything back? Berserker does a lot of damage. Lahens finally falls, and it's Life that actually picks up the kill. A 1-for-1 trade, though, trading a support for a mid laner. Probably still going to feel okay if you are Nongshim.
Low exit kill there. As I want you to take a look, because this engage is an attempt to lock down Jiu, but he actually gets the E off beforehand, has the cleanse and flash. So even though the initial engage from Life looks okay, and Dudu catches him with the public execution, it's not enough.
Yeah.
The rest of the follow-up just isn't quite there, with Jiu still being alive. Unfortunately, the play just loses its edge. And then here, Bulldog, with, you know, if you've played Yone, you've made that mistake of thinking you can just snap back. He could not snap back. And that trade, as you say, definitely trade down. This is what we're worried about. But now comes the real test, because that fight doesn't mean that much. You know, you lose your mid lane turret, that's unfortunate. There's a little bit more gold on the enemy team. But that's not a backbreaker, Atlas.
It's the Otacon fight that's coming up in 20 seconds. That's going to be the problem. As Gideon is looking for Dudu and won't find him.
I just need DN Freaks to also know that. That wasn't that big a deal. You know, it was a lost fight. It's fine. This might be a bigger problem, though.
Yeah, Gideon has decided to bring his friends as the Solar Flare is going to connect. It looks like Dudu is very, very dead. The minion wave is gone, but look at that. No one even lost health.
Lahens took like
4 turret shots or something?
Yeah.
Just fine.
Yeah, he's Leona.
Yeah, that's certainly working. As Pioshik, it's his turn to park himself underneath this turret, realizing that that is going to be a lost cause and does exit the area. That is only going to extend this gold lead here for Nongshim to the tune of about 1.5k. The DN Freaks going to have to find some coordination, and one of the big worries for me was when Dudu went in, right? Found the public execution, it was great, gets it right on top of Jiu. Why are Nongshim allowed to turn 4 people to kill the Ambessa without any sort of punishment? And that's the problem for me, is that slight disconnect in DNF not walking up immediately, or Dudu waiting just a little bit longer after that Pop Blossom, maybe. I don't know. Well, he had to go in then, but it's just the follow-up from Life just wasn't quite there with everyone else outside of Dudu.
Well, it's again the issue. With Life, at least I get it, because he used his cooldowns. But the fact that they are able to still catch the Azrael is nice. But even though Dudu saw that opportunity, realistically, your teammates also can't, like what's Berserker going to do, try and just walk past multiple members of Nongshim? Also can't really do that. And it's that disjointedness that is the core issue of DN Freaks, right?
Yeah.
And then we want to see them fix. They are still very much in this game.
Jiu just going to be taking care of these minions where he can. Fantastic minion Mystic Shot accuracy. As Nongshim going to take their first dragon, that's going to be an Infernal, possible Quad Infernal. is a very scary prospect. As DN Freaks do see it go down, but won't be able to do anything about it, as Life, pretending to be Berserker, is going to get some vision around this Otacon. Looks like they're not going to be going for it. Understandably so. Man, this game is super close and has been for the entirety, as DN Freaks never made it to more than like a 1.2k gold lead, and now it has switched in favor of Nongshim. But this sort of lead at 22 minutes, not really putting anyone too far ahead. And it's Gideon that has the largest lead on Nongshim's side, and Pyoshik is still going to be a champion whether he is 2,000 or 4,000 gold behind. It doesn't matter. He just needs to hit a Glacial Prison.
We have a lot of evidence of that as well. Even though Nongshim tried to pretend that he wasn't a champion,
we
know that he is.
Yes, he is.
I do really like Gideon. Obviously, 2 rough series, again, against Canyon and Peanut, which will not hold against him. But it's nice to see him just bounce back. I do think he's been really good in this game again, and also has been, together with Calyx, kind of one of the big surprises of the season. I think our expectations for Gideon were very muted when that was announced to be the jungler for Nongshim, but things are looking up as DN Freaks.
All right.
Otacon start. If they turn, it's fine. Just don't stack the buff and become paper and die.
Yeah, also don't turn immediately, because as you can see, they've lost a bunch of resistances.
Oh,
Shot Barrage is going to cut Bulldog in half, almost literally. As Dudu looking for a flank angle, but he finds King in. Now it might just be a bit of a top laners battle, as this 4v4 is going to erupt. In goes Lahens. Pyoshik taking a lot of damage, as we can see. Pop Blossom not going to connect onto the main carry in the bullet time. It will get rid of the Pantheon, and Pyoshik takes down the Otacon. But can they get themselves out of there? That's the question. As they get all of that experience, all of that adaptive damage. And they do make it out with only the sacrifice of Bulldog.
That's a win.
That's a big shutdown as well under Gideon.
Yep. Not sure who it went to.
I think it went to either, well, I mean, it was either Life or Bulldog.
No, Life already had 2 kills. So it must be Bulldog then. As we take a look, this time the engage from Life hits the mark. It is Bulldog picking up the shutdown. He just barely goes down. I think Gio was an auto, actually, that followed him all the way, despite the deep snapback. But he had the objective. So you're going to take that if you are the DN Freaks. And that was a pretty good Otacon play. I'm kind of... Otacon, like Baron, right? It's just, it can also be a tool to start fights when you feel like you've hit your spikes, when you feel like you're strong. We've also seen teams just straight up lose to it a whole lot.
Yeah, and not even necessarily teams that are that far down in the standings as well. You really don't need to be. Otacon does not care about your power level or perceived tier list placement. He will just kill you oftentimes. As Gideon looking to clear out this control ward, and the Crab will be able to do so. As King, it feels like, is having less and less fun in this side lane, going to be building towards Nashor's Tooth now. But Dudu, I think, is becoming more and more of a threat. Has actually gone for some of this new tech with the Ghost Blade. Yeah. Which is kind of cute. A lot of extra mobility.
Would love a Hex Drinker as well. Can even build it out to Maul.
Yeah, I'd like that.
Particularly given both your laning matchups you're playing into AP. Already has the Mercs as well for the extra tenacity, which is really good into Pantheon, really good into the Leona as well.
It's actually, it's kind of cute what DNF have done as well, because they've picked a full AD composition, right? There's no true tank on the side of Nongshim outside of Lahens, so I don't think it's actually too much of a big deal. And on top of that, you convince a lot of people to build steel caps. So where is the tenacity? Yeah, Glacial Prison actually is like a pretty long sentence if it does land.
And it's not often. Very often it's just a little tap on the wrist, like, hey, don't do that again.
Yeah.
Okay? Gotta be careful.
Yeah, no, this time around, though, it's like they did something real bad. As Lahen's going to find Pyoshik. Does have that frost armor and stuff like that. He's going to be pretty tanky. Solarflare going to hold him in place, though, as Life gets to line up the Pop Blossom. Berserker will cancel that ulti pretty early as Calyx trying to get on top of him. King getting in amongst it as Bulldog going bananas, and it's Dudu that grabs a double off the back end. He's now trying to dance his way out of it, and Nongshim just fall apart in the team fight, trying to focus down this Pyoshik, who is a champion now and doesn't really need to try too hard to be one.
Attempted turn from Nongshim gets promptly punished. Let's trade up here for the DN Freaks as we take a look. So we go all in on Pyoshiku, as you mentioned. Has Heartsteel.
Heartsteel, Frost Armor, Aftershock.
There's a lot. Doesn't actually get the Aftershock until later, which is why it was relatively squishy. But then Gio is just amongst multiple people here when both Bulldog and Dudu show up. And yeah, that's not where you want to be as Ezreal. Just ends up going down very quickly. Berserker wasn't threatened.
Yep. DN Freaks fans starting to feel happiness for the first time this season. No, that's not true. They have won a couple of games here and there.
Yeah, but
this is looking a whole lot better.
I actually looked, because imagine, right, that DN Freaks break the Nongshim streak. Nongshim get into a losing streak as well.
Oh no.
When would they face DK? Because that's immediately where our mind goes, right? But it's not. That's the final match of the season,
man.
Atlas.
Oh, that's going to be a banger.
I know, I can't wait.
Nongshim just started Baron.
Yeah, they're looking for the turn, right?
There's a ward, there's a ward in the back of the pit here. Seismic Shove going to throw Pyoshiku away. He's looking to try and just get himself in there to try and take a steal, as it's not going to happen. Dudu trying to get on top of Gideon, Pop Blossom into the backline. Pyoshiku still going to go down though, as Kingen looking to dash away. Nongshim just needing to keep these Barons alive, as Gwen runs with scissors, but will be safe in the end.
That was 7 health, Atlas.
Oh dear.
7 health on Baron.
I just saw that the jungler got it, so it was probably fine.
it was fine, but we'll see in the replay. But I'm 99% sure that it was in fact down to 7 health. So Lions use the clips, use the Aftershock, tanks a lot of damage here, and Kingen actually is able to keep Pyoshiku away with his damage.
7, yeah.
Yep. That could have if that goes to Dudu, that might be the end of the game.
Ooh, a 6 points.
Kind of wanted to hit that one, Dudu. Would have been really big because the rest of the team is not in position to follow up. Gideon and Alex are still dead.
Yep.
Could have been even if he had Lahans, either of them is fine.
And actually now, like, Calyx can teleport in, Grand Starfall going to be there for Gideon as well, and so they can be there in a moment's notice, but not if they're dead, like you were saying. So it certainly would have been a good opportunity to start a fight. And despite the fact that DN Freaks managed to win a fight, they managed to get themselves Soul Point, they got Otacon, they just lost the Baron, and Nongshim kept quite a few of them alive as well. So you can see pushing up here towards this bottom side. Bulldog taking so much damage here. His shield bow now going to be on cooldown as well. Glacial Prison just going to sail by majestically, but isn't going to do anything. Yeah. It's really not working out. I'd probably give that one as Jiu just going to be able to get out of the way of everything that Bulldog throws at him. Really nice Ezreal play here, but of course, that's why you pick the champion. He's got that mobility. Don't know where that Mystic Shot was going, but that's just to throw us off.
He did have to invest his flash, though. So I think he E'd the Q3, and then Bulldog got them with the ult, so Gio had to flash.
Yep.
DN Freaks, they still get another shot. There is an Ezreal without flash on the enemy team. Calyx will have his available, but I think Kingen and Gideon shouldn't. And if you win the fight and you get Soul Point, that Baron really doesn't matter, right? Like, yes, you're a little bit behind in gold, but the inhibitor turrets all stand. They're all still there, Atlas. They haven't
gone down. I mean, the Nexus is up on both sides. Right now,
that's
both teams have a Nexus at 100% health. That means it's a 50-50. Who's going to be losing theirs first?
I'm not coping, though.
No, neither am I.
Well, I feel like you're making...
I'm all about the facts. That's what I'm about.
Atlas, I know you're
no bias here.
I know you're making fun of me. That's okay.
I'm not making fun of you at all.
I want you to be upfront about it.
I'm just it's statistics, you know?
Statistics.
And probability.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I remember
fight. No flash for Gio, Gideon, or Kingen. Bulldog has his available. He has a big role to play in this fight. Him and Dudu need to get under the enemy backline. If Nongshim just get the kite back, play from range, I think it's going to be really hard. Kingen also would really want to be on a third item. Instead, he's just collecting components. He does have a ton of armor, which we do appreciate for obvious reasons.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Kingen is like, well, I guess I'll just be a tank because I only need to build half the stats, so it'll be fine, right?
Well, he also has a Shroud. Yeah, he has a lot of extra resistances.
Yeah.
He's beefy. He has Riftmaker.
Yoshik. Face checking is still hard. as Giu's starting to do a lot of damage, as you can see. His health bar as well is really juiced
He just
up.
eat forward.
Yeah, solar flare going to be avoided nicely there by Bulldog. Really good play. Still not really going to be helping out here as Gideon puts up the shield. They're clearing out a lot of vision.
Well, we can
Nongshim
see
desperately not wanting to give away Infernal Soul, which I could understand is a pretty good thing to do. The Blast Cone still up and available. Bulldog going to cut through that one as now Calyx looking for the angle. The double shove going to connect Life. Going to have to go golden as Calyx does the same thing. Pop Blossom still going to be channeled though, and Life helps take down the Talia. He's happy to trade his life for it as well as now Bulldog is just dead. Kingen going golden as well as he looks to dash away. But Berserker is a monster in this game. And with only Gideon and Gio alive, I don't know whether they're going to be able to defend this dragon.
oh, the range. Gio's trying to play to it.
Yeah, Pioshik moving on in as
Yes,
well, and he is
plans.
a true tank right now. Gio gets flashed on here by this Sejuani, and he is not going to get away. Yeah, he still has cleanse, by the way.
That's
Chronicler.
Soul!
Yeah, that is just going to be Soul picked up.
They're getting Soul Atlas!
What?
Is it happening?
Why does Gio still have cleanse, Chronicler? Okay,
Well,
let's have a look at this fight one more time.
I do think at that point he would have died cleanse or not. They did get on top of it.
Yeah, true.
So Gideon just missing the mark with the ultimate, misreading where they were going to go, and then Life actually hits the ultimate over the wall onto Calyx. And without the Talia, you can see the lack of damage.
Yeah, and Calyx used everything onto this Nico that's still Pop Blossom.
Yep.
So basically that double shove that looked so cool and things like that really equated to absolutely nothing because Life, the value that he gets from this Nico is so high. And in fact, his play this game has been outstanding.
Gideon was basically a non-factor in that fight, and he's the richest member. So that was a big deal. And then Pioshik there, very confident on the flash. He's the one that locks down Giu, that guarantees them the Infernal. And DN Freaks?
DN Freaks are in a good position to win this game.
With Infernal Soul and a triple carry, even arguably quadruple carry composition, with that Nico also being kind of beefed up, I need you to win this game. We need it to happen. Everyone needs this. Even if you're an Ocean fan, your team's doing great. Give him this one.
Yep.
They need it so badly, Atlas.
Well, do you know what? Here's the silver lining. They're guaranteed top 2. As okay, Kingen clearing out vision where he can. This Baron is just going down. Gideon wanting to get some vision in there. Down to 6k. They get a control ward across. Calyx holding his own as they have spotted Dudu on the flank. Glacial Prison will connect Pop Blossom on a 3 again as Life has been so good. Bulldog diving into the backline, but Gio, he gets himself out of the way. And they do go 1-for-1 here, but the mid laner traded for the support once again isn't great. They take down Calyx though, and that gives DN Freaks a huge advantage.
I don't know about the Baron though. Gio is still alive, Kingen's alive, Gideon's there, they're going to try.
True shot barrage.
I don't think they need to go for this Hail Mary.
Yep, that's a legit amount of damage as Pioshik continuing to get softened up as Kingen moving in, snip, going to connect there as Dudu just goes down. Pioshik looking for that turn angle, but now it's Nongshim finding it. Berserker cannot kite, and the DN Freaks have thrown it all away once again as Life, he will remain alive, but he is the only one that will, as once again the ultimates from Gideon have been laughable at best, but it does not matter!
No! They had it! They could have just leave! You have Infernal Soul! You don't need to flip the game! You're not actually that perfect! Well, now you are! Now the game is done! Oh my god.
Did you hear Gwen's little giggle as he dashed over the wall there?
As we take another look at this fight, Dudu in a great position here, threatening the back line.
Life's ult again.
Life's ult is great. The fact that Gio stays alive is a big deal because that is what ends up killing Bulldog, and Pioshik overextends. But because of the work done by Dudu and Berserker in the back line, look at this state right now. You can just, it's okay. You got a bunch of cooldowns. You have an Infernal Soul, just reset and go for another fight. They can't do Nash as long as you keep a decent look at it, but instead,
look at all of this
game.
money, man. So now, yes, like they lose this fight, but it's even worse than that because there's shutdowns going onto a Gwen, onto an Ezreal. Like,
well, they lost Nash. Now they don't.
Yeah.
Now the game is again very firmly in Nongshim's hands.
I have to go back to it. I have to go back to it, Chronicler. We need to hold on to hope that this is indeed a 50-50. Both Nexuses are still up, right? Both
I know
bases
that's-
are unscathed.
I know that's technically true, but oh yeah.
And this has been swings and roundabouts in this game, right? Like when we think someone has a lead that's going to be difficult to come back from, the other team finds an angle.
In the same way, you do see it's the depth of that gold graph. Up until that point, it was always very close. The swings were on you, but now the swing is massive. Yes, the Freaks, they still have a great team fight. They still have the combo. Bulldog can sync up with Berserker and Life, go for these big AoE combos. They still have the Infernal Soul.
Yeah, it exists, but it's very powerful.
Nongshim will be able to use this Nash to set up full prio for the Elder. And that's what I'm worried about, because if they get Elder, that's the one edge that DN Freaks have, is the fact that they are the ones with, I think, still a insanely strong team fight.
Oh dear. The Weaver's Wall does make sieging just feel so much more comfortable as well as they take down the turret. And Lehens, yeah, they pseudo-engage onto the Leona, and then they remember it's a Leona. And so Lehens, like later on in the game as well, when you've maxed out the Eclipse, like the Leona is like very, very difficult to take down. And so focusing on Lehens, taking him out at the beginning of a lot of these fights like they have been doing, is going to be less and less of a good idea. As I want to bring up the items again, because we need to have a look at this. Randuin's Omen King in
270 armor.
Yeah, because he's got a Zonya's as well. What is he going to be building next?
I love the
question.
build.
Yeah, it's actually, like, now that it's come together, it looks fantastic. A little bit janky and old-fashioned at the beginning, but now looking good. As Life is going to pop Blossom Calyx and then go Golden. Okay, Teleport is still coming through. There is the dash cannon. Finally throws some rocks at him. Goes Golden himself as Gideon's come back down, but it looks like Calyx is going to be dead. Dudu dashing around like a madman as in goes Lehens. And Bulldog's looking for it. Gee, not going to be able to kite this one out. And like I said, swings and roundabouts, Chronicler. The DN Freaks are looking for it, and your tanky B ain't tanky enough, Kingin. And Lehens is on the wrong side of this. I don't know what he's doing here, trying to pull a wave or something like that, but he's dead. That's going to be an ace. That should be Elder. And the DN Freaks, it is now their turn to have the game in their hands.
As it turns out, they did only need a Nexus.
This is the weirdest game of hot potato I have ever commentated, Chronicler.
Just please do Elder. Don't try. No. Just do it.
No, we end these. We end these, Chronicler. For better or worse.
Like maybe no. Talia's gonna be up. You don't have Nash.
Oh,
okay. Well, maybe it works, but oh, this is stressful.
Well, they lose the minions, so it doesn't matter. Okay, so
no, I think they've done it.
All right, 2 seconds on the Talia. Giu's up in 5. The Weaver's Wall is going to come down. Does it get rid of the minions? That's the question. Seismic Shove is decent, and they cannot do it. They cannot do it. Dudu is going to be taken down so low. It was a Hail Mary.
You could have just gotten the free Elder!
Well, I mean, if you're going to go with the theme of the game, Chronicle, if you remember when they went for the Baron and threw the game away, it was also a little bit of a, you could have done X, but they did Y. Pop Blossom looking for the backline. Life finds yet another great angle. Kyoshik going down low, but he doesn't die. It's the Snips that are able to take him out, and Nongshim are standing their ground. Life running the wrong direction. There are pings onto the Nexus. And it's now Nongshim's turn to see if they can end this game.
Okay, but wait, they don't have TP.
All right, so maybe instead they're just going to do the Elder?
So they will do Elder.
Aha. And then win the game? Oh, wait, no.
At this point, we don't.
No, they're going to use the Elder in order to get some sieges happening, get some positioning. Let's have a look at the replay here. My brain's gone. It's gone. It's over.
It's game 1, Atlas.
It's game 1. It's going to be a potentially long day.
I know KT is playing right now, but I sure feel like I'm in a roller coaster.
Oh, yeah.
So, DN Freaks win the game here. Except they have also listened to Atlas and realized the only thing that really matters when you think about is killing the enemy Nexus. Which...
Why would you pin it on me? It's not my fault.
Hey, you're the one speaking facts.
Look, he holds the minions out of the way of the second Nexus turret. It's actually incredibly peak.
Yeah, because that's what...
From Calyx, that was game-winning.
Because otherwise, without it, it might just turn onto him, take him down, and then this fight... Yeah, it's a bit messy, but they get on top of Berserker immediately, so even though Gio goes down, Kingen...
Look at Kingen just dancing around.
Yeah, Kingen does not take... Well, he took damage when it was 4 versus 1, but in a team fight, unless you focus on me, will not be taking damage. So that's Elder now there, and I don't think they're actually gonna really care about the Elder. They're just gonna use it to get Nash, and then they do have Exodia, and that should be the game.
They don't have Exodia. Exodia has to have Soul as well.
Oh, sorry, my
And
bad.
the DN Freaks have Soul.
Do they?
I don't know. I haven't really noticed. There's been a lot of things in this game that have not necessarily gone the way that was written on the tin. You know how we say a lot of that stuff about the tin?
Are we the problem? I feel like this has happened a disproportionate amount to us.
This is like going to the supermarket buying baked beans and inside it there's a cat. Like, it just doesn't make sense.
I'm so confused.
I signed up for this thing and it's not the thing.
You just signed up for beans?
Yeah, it's like you're like, I thought I paid for
signed
a
up
Netflix.
for beans?
I signed up for a Netflix subscription and I've got like a gym membership instead. It's like, that's the opposite of what I'm paying for. My brain it's gone, but now we've got a siege on the Nexus. One Nexus turret left remaining as in goes King in. He's going to take a lot of damage. The Pop Blossom is decent, but there is a big, angry Dragon. Geo able to use his Arcane Shift to get out of the way. It's a triple for the Pantheon. It's a quadra for the Pantheon. It could be a pentakill for the jungler of Nongshim, and there it is!
Oh!
And now they're going to end the game, I guess, after they've taken down the troll inhibitor. This game could not be any more weird, but congratulations to Gideon.
Their own base is getting minions.
Yeah, it is.
They could just hold on for a little longer. They won. They lost.
They did.
They won. They
did.
lost. They won. They lost. They won. They lost. They won.
They did.
Nongshim's up 1-0.
Yeah, I don't think that there's been any time more effective to say the old, it's a 50-50.
It's just a 50-50. I think
It really was.
lose.
It really just was. This game was definitely not what we expected. That's what I was trying to say with my a million different analogies that barely made any sense. We came into this thinking that Nongshim were going to be a far cleaner team. They were not. But DN Freaks, you can see that they've had not a lot of practice on stage closing out games.
No, and this is for me where you feel the weight of their score. If DN Freaks are just a normal East Side team, you know, they won a couple of series, I don't think they ever go for the end there. I think they just say, guys, we take Elder, use that to end the game. I don't think they go for that Baron flip it. That is desperation.
Yep.
And the game state didn't warrant it, but it's understandable because you can feel in every move how much these players need to win.
Absolutely. And I want to say,
oh my God, Atlas.
Like, Pioshik has had a really rough time this season, but he recovered extremely well from that abysmal early game. And so Nongshim, certainly a lot of tape for them to review, and in fact, the amount of tape reviewed after that game is going to be extensive. And I'm very much looking forward to the space breaking down this game number one, explaining why all of the twists and turns occurred, using analysis and all of that sort of stuff. We're going to take a little bit of a break, and then we're going to come back for game number two. We'll see you there.
나 미포 볼게 이거. 미포. 오케이 미포. 나 앞라인부터 볼게. 나 일단 죽었고. 앞라인 봐. 은혜. 빼면서 안면서 야 펜타 한 번만 해도 펜타 보고 나 펜타인데 이거? 펜타 보고 줘야 돼? 보고 펜타 일단 억대기 민성이 첫 펜타냐? 첫 펜타지 범빈아 좋았다 범빈아 내 잘못이야 이거? 너 잘못이지
Hello and welcome to the space. We are here after game number 1 of Notion versus DNF, which made us all feel some really weird feels. It was over, and then it wasn't, and then it was, and then it wasn't, and then it was, and then it wasn't, and it just kept on repeating. It just felt like DNF didn't know how to win or didn't want to win, or they just couldn't figure it out, and Notion also were throwing left and right. It was a really weird one. Notion did end up winning in the end. I'm Valdez, with me is Ox and Wadid. What do you guys think about that one?
I genuinely, after the first couple of minutes of that game, was ready to call it. After the jungle invade, I was like, yeah, this game is probably done. Unfortunately for DNF, another loss on the cards. And it kept going for long after that. A lot of things happened in this game. Some of them, you know, I have a pretty good read on. Some of them, I'm just left wondering.
You know what? This happens every single time when I come LCK after LEC co-stream.
So it's your fault.
It spreads.
I think it spreads. LEC is not the location or region. It's just the feeling, you know?
State of mind.
Everyone is feeling LEC. That's how I feel too.
Well, yeah, it was definitely kind of an LEC vibe over here for sure. We do have highlight number 1, which was 34 minutes into the game on the Baron. DNF actually thought, oh, okay, we're going to do the Baron. We're going to set this one up. And we were actually considering maybe they could do it. But the way they handled it, Wadid, was not the best.
So yeah, everyone is focusing on the Nexus situation afterwards. But I think this is the moment where they can actually win the game. This is the moment where they already got the 4th Drake. So here's the point. So you can actually play the clip here. And you can see how they position themselves really well in this situation. Dudu is in the back position, like flanking, and they're looking for the ultimate. Even though like Jiu escapes this situation, I think they ended up really well around the team fight. I think especially Dudu, his positioning and his skill shots in this situation was so perfect. So afterwards, you try the Nasher, but you're not actually trying Nasher here. You start the Nash to bait them out. Right? So can you pause here? You can actually fight here because they're just running into Nico's skill shot, and also you can just go on them easily. When the Nasher HP is 7k, can you just zoom in here? Like 7k HP, and Misfortune and Sejuani is hitting the Nasher. Are they gonna finish the Nash in 1 second? 7k damage? No, obviously not. So instead of that, you should look for the fight. But yeah, you can play the clip here.
The hands on the ground, I think that says it all, because this was a fight that DNF should have won. They could have turned 4v3. Instead, they got swept by a very low health Gwen.
I think this is a recurring issue for DNF where, I mean, normally we see the laning phase go quite well and then things go really awry later. But this is an example where they were in a winning position and they managed to fall off that winning position as a result of it's just lack of coordination. And I think they've talked a bit about how there's some shot calling issues within the team. This was a shot calling issue.
It's very clear that that is their main issue. And speaking of which, we're going to take a look at highlight number 2, which was the failed end of the game. And this was at 39 minutes. They win a fight. Calyx gets totally caught out here in a very rough spot, trying to go all in onto a Nico, flashing for this even. And he just dies.
I don't know why Calyx is in that position at first, right? Like Nongshim had such a great lead after that Nash situation.
Don't think too hard about it. You'll just bother you.
So yeah, I mean, we were thinking about this situation, and I think they could actually end. You know, like if you have more than 20 seconds from the secondary turret, I think you have enough time to end the game. But you can speed up here.
I think one factor is Lahen's slowing the wave down.
Yeah, I think that helped a lot too.
Which made a difference. And the fact that, you know, the only viable wave is in the bot lane, it's still quite far away, they have to push through. They're making decent progress, but the spawn timers are starting to come back. But I think the real thing is, like, look how quickly this tower kind of just gets destroyed.
Oh, man. Maybe they should have tanked it? No. It doesn't matter. I think the big difference is that they're gonna actually try to end here, and you can see the damage on the Nexus turret is actually huge when the minion comes in. But Calyx puts the wall, so the upper turret is not.
Look at the damage it's
dying.
It's just not taking any because the minions are out of range, and you can see Gideon goes to finish off the minions just to completely eliminate any chance of the game being ended. The backdoor bonus, the defenses on that tower so strong, they couldn't brute force through it. And now they're in a situation where they didn't go for the Elder buff. Instead of going for the Elder buff, they went to try and end. It backfired, and then they end up losing the fight and losing the Elder, which led to the game end. So I think it was Lahens and Calix having some clutch moments, and really just an ambitious call that didn't work out.
Yeah, I don't know. Even if they go for Elder, I don't see them have a great chance because of the map control and also the team comp-wise. I don't see them actually reaching to Azure, Gwen, and Talia at the same time. So I feel like it was a great chance to end, but it was outplay, as you mentioned, from the Hands and Calix once again.
Kind of felt like Calix, you know, he made a big mistake. He made up for it, right? The wall saves their base. He's able to push the enemy jungler away, and he is able to hold on to the base after that call from DNF. So still some smiles on the side of DNF. Hopefully they keep their hopes up after that game number 1, but let's throw it back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you so much, Valdez and the gang. I do want to say I really appreciate we did breaking down that team fight and then just kind of quitting halfway through. It was peak content, and we appreciate you for it. I don't know whether I can do that again. I'm going to be honest. I just if another game happens that's that silly, I just may not be capable of you know, functioning effectively with it.
Oh!
So, oh man, so many people are flying so far, and he came to see us as well, Cronny,
Okay,
is this?
well, now we have to.
Oh, this is so
That's
cute.
adorable.
Oh, thanks. And hi to his mom as well.
Hi, Mom.
He's got my watch. I have that watch. I'm not wearing it today because I'm wearing the smartwatch instead. He has literally the same watch that my mom bought me.
Guess what? Today's Dutch Mother's Day as well.
It's our Mother's Day as well.
it? Oh, yeah,
Australian
but
Mother's
not
Day.
always.
I called my mom this morning.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I'm calling her tonight.
I want that guy to come up and like.
We need to take that picture.
We've got, yeah, and we've
This is
also
important.
we've got another headset here as well, so he could come and join us, perhaps, if we could find him. Hopefully he's watching with.
It would fit with the vibes today.
Well, honestly, I think he'd do a better job than me at this point in time. My brain is lacking functionality after that first game.
We might have 5 more hours of video games, Atlas.
That's what I'm talking about.
And a POC state recording. So I need you to.
Well, I think the content gets better in the POG state if my brain's not
I
functioning.
know,
but
we
for the
believe
video
that.
game commentary, it's
Really?
not as good.
We should be doing some research into that. Whether that is just something that we believe or whether that's true. There's research to be done here.
I
I'm just
refuse
saying.
to believe anything else. So, does that count?
Well, after the last game, I'm willing to believe anything. So that works well together.
All right. Well, the Azir and Jace are going to be the follow-up bans after the Varus is taken away. The Vi, obviously, obligatory. As Nongshim will move over to the red side, the DN Freaks with first pick opportunity. A curious Xayah ban is going to come on in here. And now, Nongshim, what is your answer? What is the big prize that you're able to pick up as the Rumble does come in? Yeah, is it just Ahri Neferi?
I don't know about the blind Ahri. Maybe you pick Aurora for Kingen?
Oh, yeah, that could work. Oh, Xin Zhao's up. Never mind. Okay.
Yeah, never mind.
Silly Billies.
We are silly billies.
Imagine not being able to like understand the obvious pick in a situation where this is a game 2 after what we had in game 1. Crazy. That is a very early Kai'Sa lock-in.
So we're hate drafting against Berserker, which makes sense to me. Like, that tracks. I don't like the early Kai'Sa priority. I don't think this champion should be picked this early.
But they banned the Xayah, so what are they supposed to do?
Yeah, if only Kai'Sa... We literally saw... I think the most painful Kai'Sa matchup I've seen was... I forgot who it was, but someone picked Jinx to Kai'Sa.
Yeah, that's awful.
And it was a complete disaster, because as it turns out, Kai'Sa is very short range.
Yep. Caitlyn also does pretty well into Kai'Sa, as it turns out. Wukong. That's an old favorite of Pyoshix, as we know. This is going to be a lot of damage. Not a lot of range, definitely a lot of damage, but when you very early pick a Kai'Sa, you are definitely representing not a whole lot of range yourself. Is Calix hovering a LeBlanc? That's kind of fun.
Kind of love that. I don't think that's...
Oh, that's way more fun! No, come on, Calix.
No,
come on,
Calix! We believe in you!
No. Oh, yes!
That's
a
so
snake.
good.
That's
So good into right. No!
No, then he realized, but if we get feats of strength, then I don't actually get something in my items that looks cool. Even though you do still get the extra cool stats. But it's still fine. But Ahri's going to be locked in, and it's boring! Whee!
It's good with Kai'Sa.
Yep.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
Just imagine being a DN Freaks comp and trying to play into Casio.
Yeah.
I just...
But what about, like, he could have also picked a Nivea. As you've said before, is unplayable for the Rise.
Yep.
But he decided not to and went for the Fox Lady once again.
So it does make his 2v2 way better. It does enable the Kaisa.
Yeah.
We get it, but we don't love it, and we don't have to.
We don't have to like it, exactly. It's a free world.
Nautilus is the complete no-brainer here. That should be a ban from DN Freaks. Yeah, okay, come on. They banned Braum and Renata. This is the most obvious R4 Nautilus
It's also Lehens.
ever seen.
Yeah. But now they get either Nautilus or Alistair, and I think they don't care about either of them. So they don't care which one they get. If the DN Freaks ban Alistair here, it would be a massive mistake. So we're hoping that they do not do that. That's my thing. Because then at least they can get the Alistair themselves. So they ban Array the Aurora instead. I like it.
Yeah, that's a solid ban. Kingen, I'm sure, has more trickery up his sleeve to play into...
Diana, baby.
I don't...
Diana's actually the anti-Rumble tech. It's not the anti-Gwen tech.
I don't even... Oh, okay, yeah, surely.
Yeah. There's that Nautilus you were talking about. Huge surprise.
Yeah.
Flipping out of our chairs over here.
Who could have known? I can't even physically do that, I'm pretty sure.
And if you did, we are very close to a sudden fall. So if you flip out of the chair, you're likely to flip onto the floor of Wallpark.
I'd flip sideways. So
Oh, that
I'd
would be
end
better.
up either
next to me
next to
on the
you
floor, or yeah,
it wouldn't be great.
That would,
we
that
don't
would be
want
better
that.
than directly flipping backwards, which would be, you know, just straight
Is
off
it
this
just-
little balcony.
Oh.
As that's life set. Okay, Lucian's set. That is a cool bottom lane.
They are effectively a melee comp.
Yeah.
So I'm willing to believe the level of gameplay, though, needs to be stepped up a little bit. What is going to be the pick here?
Oh, the Anivia! The forbidden tech used on the other... No, it's top lane Ahri. Much like when Ahri was first released and I was watching Chaos play her on day one, he was playing her top lane, okay? She started off as a top lane champion in my experience. Kingen
Atlas.
could do it.
Atlas, no one even knows who you're talking about.
What do you mean? The most famous AD carry for TSM.
Atlas, the people do not know this.
Yes, they
not,
do.
This is not...
Of course they do.
I guarantee you, chat right now is spamming who?
No, they're not.
Yeah, who's Atlas talking about this
They are
time around?
definitely not. No, there's someone that said Chaos
There will
W.
be a
That's
lot
different.
of question marks and a lot of who.
No, just Olge. It's just Olge. And understandably so, I think that's fine, but like, we do have to pay homage to our forebears, okay?
I like your deep cuts. You know,
Yeah.
I'm not personally bothered. I'm just letting you know.
And now they're all saying who.
Yeah.
Because you said it!
They would never, chat would never do that.
Oh, more Digimon and Wolf isn't here again? Oh, this is so unfair. It's incredibly unfair. We need a call in with Wolf for a bit of a Digimon talk.
We do. It does warm my heart to just keep seeing these DN Freaks fan come. Is that the same? That's the Eisen reference that Chovy keeps doing, right? But now it's just the Nongshim logo on top of the head.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
this is the melee composition versus the other melee composition is what it's kind of looking like to me. There could be a bunch of brawling in this game. The Anivia value is going to be absurd. Let's get onto the Rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, by the way, there's someone in chat that said Chaos brought back memories. So there, someone else knew who that was. Is Wild Turtle like the most well-known AD carry for TSM?
That would be my first thought, yeah.
It's so weird because like I still think of TSM as like I still think of the Dyrus roster, not necessarily the Rain Man roster. So like, and Bjergsen is probably still up there and not
Wouldn't it
Reginald.
also just be double lift for a lot of people?
And I imagine like later on it would of course be double lift, but double lift is CLG forever in my brain. You know?
That is Olch.
I mean, he did spend a lot of time there.
He did, yeah.
And that was like the classic rivalry, man. CLG
Yeah.
versus TSM. Oh, what a
Yeah.
time to be alive.
I know. Like, I'm trying to what that roster move, right? Double lift going from CLG to TSM.
Oh, yeah.
Is that like...
one of the biggest anime betrayals of all time?
So what would the comparison be in the LCK? Is that just like...
That would be like Faker going to Gen G.
Faker and Chovy swapping
Yeah,
places?
something like that. Yeah. As Life is flashing in. This is what he does level 1 every time he plays set. Oh, man, it's as if we're just going back 3 years and Life is still the same guy.
We are back in 2021. Where's my Renekton? Where's my Azir?
Exactly.
Bring him in!
I'm sure they're waiting somewhere. As Life has got Facebreaker up again, he is looking for Jiu, but he's not going to be able to quite get there. I love just the walk-up ignite. Oh, that's a lot of aura. That's okay. Lehens does have a bit of a shield here. Just trying to help clear out the wave, get to level 2, but they don't quite get there in time. Jiu going to be able to get this last minion. There it is, and level 2 is gained. Lehens' health bar is looking a little bit frightening here as the Void Seeker is also going to soften up Life just a little bit. Needs a bit more pit grit. As Delight was the last one to play this against Snowflower on Nongshim.
Oh god, not 2022 Nongshim.
Oh, yeah, that's what it is. It wasn't Life that played it, though, which is kind of funny. But yeah, here it is. This is what we were talking about. Life has a 63.6% win rate on this champion. His set has been really good. I believe he also played it when he moved over to the LPL for a little bit. He was still playing his crazy stuff. And this is like the best look for Life, is when he is on his more eclectic picks. Similar to Lehens, you know. Lehens obviously known for things like Singed and Elise. As Kingin. Oh, I really do like this this Anivia skin. There's a lot of really good Anivia skins. The Papercraft
That one's
comes to mind.
Yeah,
As, one of the
Origami
best.
Anivia.
Yeah, very, very cool. Oh dear, Life may be dead, but does have a Haymaker. And Berserker now looking for Jiu, just needs a double tap, and that's first blood! That's Life set, baby! As DN Freaks off to a great start in game number 2.
Jiu dying with flash up there. Big mistake. I'm not talking the fact that Berserker, like once Berserker had him, I don't think he should have flashed that. But earlier on, the damage from Life was a big deal.
Yeah.
Ends up setting up that kill. That's another kill going with the Berserker. The biggest and most consistent win condition for DN Freaks. Not to actually winning, but to, you know, getting to a good position in game.
Yep. To playing well.
To playing well.
He's certainly been doing a fair bit of that. As Gideon now going to be taking down this crab. Nowhere near as bad a start in the jungle for Pyoshik. Just happily farming on the Wukong. And we'll be moving now towards the top side of the map by the looks of things. Let's have a look at this one more time.
Does he take the sweet spot?
No,
He doesn't, but still more than enough damage. Thinks the level up will be enough, plus the fact he doesn't get hit by the true damage, but still. Wow.
I think as soon as that Autumn Blaze hits, though, you're in range unless you flash. So you have to flash. And still going for more, as once again, the Haymaker is getting a whole lot of value. Berserker stacking things up. Press the attack working out super well for this Lucian. And he's still able to put on a lot of pressure. Pickaxe in hand, and that is going to work a whole lot better than the longsword. As Life, oh yeah, you activate Hex Flash, and you are just feeling so good. Look at him, runs towards the hands. There's the dash around, Piercing Light gonna come through, but they just kill him. Still, it's a 1-for-1 trade. As Jiu looking to proc that passive, will be able to get a fair bit of damage, but it looks like Berserker is gonna be okay for the moment.
Well, I'm pretty sure Life, I missed the runes. I'm pretty sure he also has Nimbus Cloak, which means that
he was running real fast.
Yeah, both with the Ignite, plus the, every time he uses a Summoner basically, so it can also be the Hex Flash, you get the burst of movement speed, when really combined with your Q passive, or Active Rider, where you get the movement speed when you run towards someone, really helps set actually get on top of your targets. It is also very sad to just keep brawling until you literally just get blown up.
Yeah, he does also not have a whole lot of help in his runes as far as defensive statistics are concerned, as Kingin does manage to find the stun here onto Dudu. Gets the Flash Frost, but not too much more than that. As Bulldog gets the walk around here, as Calyx will take a lot of damage. Phase rushes his way out as Life, obviously, Hex flashing around the Rift, having a great time. One death, never going to perturb him. He's never going to be too worried about that. Flash forward! And that is going to immediately get the ulti out of Calyx, but not a great trade there for Bulldog.
Calyx was ready for that one.
He really was.
If he's too slow, the test from Bulldog, if he roots him in place, then Life can flash on top of him, get the kill.
Yep.
As here, Life is a level down, so he feels very confident, but Lance, I like that re-engage hook. I think he's dead no matter what. Either they chase you down and you end up dying, or you can go back in.
Also killed him with Aftershock, which is so many style points.
That is literally the equivalent of, you like you walk away and the explosion happens.
Yep. Yeah.
It's cool.
Like getting a kill with Airy. Something like that.
That's more frustrating than anything, I think.
Yeah.
It's just like tickle, tickle, and then they fall over.
Yeah. And it's kind of cute as well, the thing that's doing the damage.
Yeah, it's like the Ares is like...
It's not very nice. Speaking of not very nice, laning against an Anivia as a champion that doesn't have a whole lot of range is always a little bit frustrating.
You're fine for now. So this is one of those matchups, we've said this a lot with Anivia. Pre-1 item, you're chilling, because Kingen has neither the damage nor the mana to really be annoying.
Yeah, and actually right now we can see that after the lane swaps happened, Dudu was able to get himself in a very nice position.
And he will, we've seen this before when Kingen picks the Anivia, he will keep farming grasp stacks.
Wow. That was a weird situation there. It wasn't quite paying enough attention, but then the the blue buff lost interest.
Yep. Yeah. Not sure. Obviously, you have to be careful because Bulldog can realm warp on top of you.
Yeah.
But yeah, all Kingen wants to do is hit 2 items, and then from that point on, Dudu doesn't exist in side lane.
Nope.
We've seen that happen.
And also, you get to just play forever. This is like, thanks Froggen for all of the experience that we have.
Who? Oh, I'm joking. I know. I'm joking.
Stop
I know
it.
about Froggen.
Everyone does, right? Right, guys? But he taught us that Anivia can certainly stall our games, as that is another engage onto life. The Haymaker comes in, but Gideon is going to turn up as well. That means the flash has to be employed. Berserker's still trying to offer something back. Not too much more. Obviously, with a lot of, like, Elder being added to the game, after the 94-minute fiasco that we had, Jin'er versus T1, we did have to make some adjustments to how long a game can be stalled. So Anivia's power isn't quite as high, but it's still good.
Might have a fight.
Yep, Yoshik going to get the flash out, and the flash immediately to follow there as ulti from Gideon to try and keep his AD carry safe. The barrier comes in, but it's not going to be enough, and that's a kill going over to Berserker. Bulldog now in trouble as almost Lahan's picking the gap. Facebreaker is decent, but Calyx getting on top of the enemy mid laner. Gideon might have to sacrifice himself, though, and that's a double kill for this Lucian, who's off to a phenomenal start. 4-0. Every kill for the DN Freaks is on their main carry as Dudu trying to win out on this one, but that is just going to be Kingen down to egg form. Dudu might be able to do a fair bit of damage to this one, as Kingen, not a lot of mana, so not going to offer anything back. Just walks off the red carpet.
Doesn't even have to flash. So Kingen not too impressed. That's a big topside win, though, and I wanted to talk about, thanks Umpty for forever changing the game in League of Legends.
Yeah.
He was a part of that as well. Oh, no.
Killer Instinct. Life is going to break some faces and then get a big old shield, and the hook is going to land. So he's dead. Yoshik going to be taking all of these.
Cute little laid out to make sure that the passive damage actually kills him through the shield that was going down.
Yep.
But not the best early skirmish there from Nongshim. That kill, I do think, really makes up for a lot, though. The fact that Gio picks it up means that the gold lead for Berserker, while still there, doesn't quite get to the point where you never ever get to go for any win, though, right?
Yeah, they don't like auto-win everything.
Yeah, well, again, Berserker is still going to be way stronger. He's going to be able to very aggressively contest from mid-prio. All those things still hold true, but does mean that Gio picks up some much-needed gold. But yeah, I don't trust this gold lead. That's really what it all boils down to. Especially after last game, I trusted even less.
Yeah. I would say that I'm just not going to make any assumptions. Assume the game is a 50-50 no matter what state it's in, and I'm going to call it a day from there. That is going to be me trying to preserve my mental health, and I hope everyone is okay with that.
You gotta choose yourself, Atlas.
Yeah. That's sometimes how it has to go. Other times you can choose others, and that's okay. This time I'm going to need this. I think for the sake of others.
You're choosing you.
I'm choosing you for them.
No, you're choosing.
Choosing
you have to
me
say
for you. Yeah.
Wait, for me?
Yeah, for you.
Oh, that's so nice.
Well, I mean, and everyone else. You,
you and
you is all-encompassing.
Yeah, okay, that makes way more sense.
I'm choosing me for everyone, not me. So, okay, Kingen is going to save us from this conversation. And Life, looking for an angle. The wall is just wandered through here by the set. And the bird is definitely dead. Down it goes. Cooked.
Kind of thought Kingen was just going to straight up try and ult the wave there, but I think he wasn't in range, not able to pick that up. That is a big deal.
Yeah.
Previously, we saw Dudu get a lead by that aggressive play. He was able to shove a lot of this into the turret. Kingen will be able to TP back, so I don't think that he will lose everything, but he still lose a good amount. Is Berserker not too scared. And this early game is telling me that the DN Freaks mental is still intact.
Yeah, and I actually, like, we saw it, right? Like, Pioshik had a big smile on his face. I think the DN Freaks didn't take the last game to heart, and they also probably felt like this was looking pretty winnable. I think I had the same conversation yesterday about BNK when they were up against Gen G. They did certainly, in the first game, make it look like it was possible, at least. It didn't quite work out here as Life is coming in. And gets through the wall. He was probably still dead, wasn't he?
Yeah, it's really hard because you have to both block the set and then somehow be able to flash over him before he gets on top of you. So I think realistically that just wasn't ever going to happen. Kingen will still, and we keep going back to this because eventually it'll hold true. We don't know when, but he beats both champions inside. The Rumble is going to take a lot longer now, though, as we can see. He's getting... That's a toasty bird.
That is definitely turning him into a roast chicken. As does finally find a few, but he's not allowed to do too much.
You do not have your egg. I would be a little careful there.
Yeah. Pioshik has started up this dragon. It's under full vision of Nongshim, thanks to the Rift Scholar that they have, but vision elsewhere is just not even a thing. So Nongshim not going to have any right to walk up. And so therefore, this dragon going to be going down. The DN Freak's going to start that one stacking. 2,000 gold is their lead. It's a real gold advantage, much larger than they had in game number 1 by double. Absurd.
Do you believe, Atlas?
No.
Okay, no, I'm just
not even
sure.
a little bit.
No, same. I want
to... We're stating facts. That's where we're living here, okay? We're stating facts. That's it. Nothing about the outcome that's going to happen afterwards. No opinion, no nothing. We're just coming out with the facts. The facts are... DN Freaks have an advantage. They are one objective away from getting feats of strength as well. They had those in the last game, and they lost. They had Soul in the last game, and they lost. It doesn't matter. However, they are going to provide you with benefits and advantages, in theory, in the game.
Items are being finished as we speak.
Indeed. They will have more statistics.
A fight is happening.
Calyx is taking more damage than Bulldog at this instance.
It means things.
It does.
We are not...
Yeah,
any way, shape, or form.
We don't want to deny meaning. We can't deny meaning. It's just outcome.
We can't quantify the meaning either.
Yeah, exactly. So there is meaning. What that meaning is, you'll have to find out.
It's in the eye of the beholder.
Indeed.
We are not in a position to judge.
Yeah. We just can't be too hasty with our...
I would never want to be hasty.
In the wise words of Orcs, we need to focus on outcome-focused assessment.
Just wait until the outcome is there.
Yeah.
Okay.
You need an outcome first before you can tell anyone what the outcome is, because otherwise we don't know what the outcome is.
So then you can't judge if it's good or bad.
Exactly. We're starting to catch on. We're starting to figure it out. And thanks to DN Freaks and Nongshim,
a mid lane
have
turret
a better understanding of life.
Is getting damaged.
Indeed.
Getting the mid lane turret could be seen as beneficial.
It could.
Does fall.
They would therefore have access to more of the map.
They would.
And their vision would be better than Nongshim's vision.
They would be able to set up more aggressive plays.
They would.
Whether they will or not is not up to us to know.
A thing on the map that would otherwise damage them is no longer there.
And a safe haven for the enemy team.
Indeed.
Does deny.
Okay, we're going to need another fight to break us out of this.
Please. Come on, guys.
All right, Calyx is going to find a charm, but yeah, the walking barbecue is still doing it, and Calyx is going to have to ult to get himself out of the way. Life was moving in, Calyx understanding that is going to be dangerous. Does get himself out of the way. Jiu going to have to be a bit careful here, but does, of course, have his Big Daddy available. And Pioshik going to get to work on getting some feats of strength.
How many people do you think have actually played BioShock?
Oh no, is that an old man thing as well?
Came out in 2007.
Oh god, did it? Crazy. The game is quite old.
I'm pretty sure it's 2000, the first one, yeah.
But it was remastered relatively recently.
Yeah, there's a ton. You know, the newer ones are not that old.
Yep. Oh man. So like there's a lot of the like BioShock references that like, would you kindly? People don't get that anymore. Oh man. Okay, would you kindly tell me who is going to win this game, Chronicler?
Of course not. I've been paying attention to our conversation. I would never
Damn it!
I would never dare.
But you're supposed to be compelled to do exactly what I tell you whenever I use that phrase. Okay, Lehens for a bit of an option here. Kind of, was that an attempted ult and then it got popped because he got invisible?
He lost a vision.
A little bit sad. And Pioshik back over towards his Gromp. Will be discovered, but Bulldog's going to be here as well. So not a lot of extra ground being picked up here by the DN Freaks. You can see that 2,000 gold lead we were talking about before is going to fall down to about a 2.5. And by down, I mean up. I'm kind of not sure where gravity's going anymore.
I'm getting worried that the inactivity might be worse than the hyperactivity of last game.
Yeah, I think that might...
Even though we did also complain about that a lot, so maybe the issue is us.
Yeah.
That's too real.
It is. So we just need Nongshim or DNF to make a play. So we've got 30 seconds on the Dragon.
No, because then we're going to complain because they're going to like throw it Otacon.
Yeah, but they're not going to throw it Otacon for another 2.5 minutes.
They can throw a Dragon.
Oh, that's true. Wow, that would be earlier. We need to keep predicting things, because then not that will happen. As here's another knock-up onto Pioshik. Wind becomes lightning from Gideon as Lahan's just standing in amongst it. Pioshik actually going to swap positions here with Gideon. The Cyclone not really doing too much, though, as Lahan's will finally go down. Calyx on a decent angle, though, as Kingen trying to make his presence known. Gets down the ulti, but it's kind of out of the way of anything that's doing much of anything at all, as the Ahri's going to fall down, and Kingen, Dudu just ignores the wall entirely, and he's now looking to break some eggs. As Berserker in the back of this pit is looking pretty comfortable.
They're low.
And they're flashing towards Berserker, who just gets himself out of there. There's the Superplex, and Chiu's going to be able to take down the set. That's Kingen getting some work done, though. Somehow didn't die in the last fight. Flashing for something. I guess they're not going to roast that egg, as Pioshik going forward one more time. They'll find the kill on to the bird, and then look for Gideon. Lahens comes on over. That's going to be enough to protect the Xin Zhao, but it does not protect Nongshim from DNF getting yet another Dragon and moving themselves closer and closer to a potential victory via getting more stats and money than the enemy team.
We are currently unclear what Gio meant by that. As we take
he meant he wanted to kill Berserker.
Yeah, so, Pioshik goes back in, looks risky initially, but the damage that actually goes down onto the monkey isn't too bad. Calyx then tries to go in, but it's a very disjointed fight for Nongshim. So if Calyx on one side, Kingen trying to threaten, but Dudu is zoning him, and then Calyx goes way too deep, trying to kill Berserker. And you need to keep that phrase in your mind, because Chiu then, as a follow-up, goes way too deep, trying to kill Berserker.
Berserker has like that big money bag above his head, though.
A lot of money. He also is just a very juicy target. You want to take him down, but he plays it very cleanly. And then Kingen, who was an egg, gets back, promptly dies. And now DN Freaks have a, I think, close to 5k gold lead.
Yeah, they do.
And
it's a Cloud Soul, baby.
2 Dragon lead. And we don't know what these things mean, but generally they would be considered good.
I would put them in the pros column, 100%.
That is a 4k gold lead right now, Atlas.
Oh, yeah. All right, so DN Freaks have more stats and money than their opposition. Let's see what happens as a result of that. I don't have an outcome to focus on. This is the problematic part. As the clone tanking up even more. Lahan's just looking to make a play. He finds it even after the relentless pursuit, but Life there with the Superplex is going to be able to keep his AD carry alive. The rest of Nongshim now in a little bit of trouble as Gideon cannot ult them away enough, and he knows that he's dead. Equalizer goes down right on top of Jiu, but I think that was slightly optimistic there for Dudu. Still, they get exactly what they wanted, as Kingen in the top lane is taking down an outer turret. There we go. You go, little birdie.
Atlas, have you seen
Picks up some money.
Shrek 2?
Yeah?
Life right there, that is the best reenactment of the I Need a Hero scene I have ever seen.
Oh, I can see it.
Right? He, like, Berserker gets flash hooked, and you can just hear in the distance, you can hear the Fairy Godmother singing. Life runs in, they're not throwing it out of con, things are fine. They're not throwing it out of con, they just get it and leave.
They're just doing an out of con, and they are going to get it. Pioshik does just use his Warrior Trickster, but there's a nice little stun. Pioshik's going to be dead. They still have Otacon.
Just
They
leave.
can just walk away.
Just leave.
Bulldog cannot just walk away. The hook is going to be there. There was a glacial storm on the ground, and so he's dead. But 2 kills for an Otacon. I'm not going to focus too much on the outcome. The
Here.
assessment of that is that they get some stats. And stuff.
Freeze frame right there. Life slams him away. Gets 3 man with his face breaker and just walks it off. Very nicely done. Gideon, you can't deny damage when they're all on top of you.
Yeah.
Just gets blown up.
And he knew.
And then
so
here-
he just goes in to try and do some damage.
Let Pioshik die. It's fine. You know, you give up one player.
Bulldog really thought that they were fighting there.
Yeah, and
really
he
did.
really shouldn't have, because that is a lot of gold that didn't need to be given over. Just Pioshik again, I think
and
is
it's
excusable.
you that gets the kill as
Yeah,
well.
and I'm pretty sure that, I don't think Bulldog was, because he's died a bunch of times already, but I'm pretty sure Pioshik was sitting on a big shutdown, which went to either, I don't know if it was Kingen or Giu. I know Giu got the second one, but either of them is not good.
Nope. They're the ones that definitely want some extra money. And
Now-
Kingen, I think, only had the Rod of Ages as he was taking down that turret, and now does have that core itemization so that he can now be the bird that he wants to be.
And now the gold lead is only 2.5K.
All right. And so the assessment of the outcome that we just saw was that Nongshim have pulled themselves a little bit closer to parity. And
That
so
they have,
they will
Atlas.
have a few extra stats in the next fight that they will partake in against the DN Freaks. And so the DN Freaks may be forced to play a little bit better if they want to do more winning in said fight. As Pioshik, a little bit of a dangerous spot. They do still have control vision in the area. As Piercing Light coming on through there. Bit of a slowdown as we got the zoom in, man. Gideon moving forward. There's the knock-up onto Pioshik. They want to kill him before the Warrior Trickster goes out as Calix misses every button. Kingan's coming on over, though, to make it all stormy. And Gideon has to throw down the ulti to keep himself alive, and it does not do that at all. Realm Warp comes in as Dudu flashes on top of Kingen. He flashes away, though. It's a decent wall, but Pioshik's got a flash of his own. He's going to be able to get over there. Decent little stun, but it's not going to be enough to save the birdie. And even the set comes over with a Haymaker, and that's going to take down the Anivia. Berserker gets to work on this mid lane as well. And the outcome of that is even more good things for the DN Freaks. They'll grab Soul Point as well, and the inner turret. Everything is looking DN Freaks here at this stage of the game.
Now back to a 5K gold lead. There is a sense of desperation, but it's on Nongshim. I don't think we need to 5-man engage onto the the waiting arms. As that-
3-man face breaker from Life?
with a equalizer on top. Straight up wins the fight. The only way that fight works is if you 100-0 Pioshik immediately, and if there is a set next to him, that will not happen. Not going to be a thing. Nongshim pay the price very, very heavily as they lose the passive. They lose a bunch of summoners. They lose a ton of gold. They lose Soul Point. Now, based on the outcome of the previous game, we do know that Soul doesn't mean anything.
No.
But a 6K gold lead really should.
Well, Infernal Soul doesn't mean anything. I would say the most important soul in the game is Cloud.
Yeah, but Atlas, now you're getting into meaning.
Oh, no, that's objective.
Oh, okay, my
That's
bad.
just a fact.
Continue. Sorry.
Yeah.
I know I'm talking to an expert here.
Yeah, as we spoke of before, I'm all about facts. You know, like the 50-50 thing with the Nexuses and stuff like that.
That's why they
even
call
called
you
me, factless.
Yep.
That was in the teleprompter before, so that's canon.
Everything in the prompter is
Oh yeah, everything in the prompter is real.
undeniable. Ron Burgundy is a very wise man.
Exactly, he is. He is, in fact, my role model.
How many people do you think have seen Anchorman?
Oh, shut up! I've had enough. I'm not that old. Please.
I mean, I saw Anchorman and I loved it.
Yeah, no, me too. And I imagine that if anyone else did, they probably also like Brick. Oh, it's Steve Carell's character in that movie was just
My favorite
so
is
good.
Paul Rudd's.
Oh yeah. Works 60% of the time, every time. And this is working this time. The escape from Kingen. Walks his way out. Okay, Calix sidesteps the harpoon. Dudu is so scary, man. 2-0-4 on this Rumble. Very far ahead. Gideon now going to get engaged on one more time. There are a lot of Pyoshiks all around this map, as Gideon does have the ulti running. It keeps him alive for a little while longer, but Bulldog's able to finish him off. A fight on a couple of fronts, and it's all being won by the DN Freaks, as Dudu is so strong. Goes golden, and they just cook Giu. Calix just takes a little bit of a right side exit, and the DN Freaks are going to get some real damage onto the enemy base. This inhibitor turret is going to go down, the inhibitor to follow, and this time around they've got some Void Mites, they've got some minions, there's no pesky Talia to remove stuff. Calyx is still going to be here, but I don't know whether the heroism is going to last this long. As Bulldog are going to try and force him onto the fountain and force them to a Game 3, the DN Freaks keeping themselves in the series.
They were close in game number 1. And in game number 2, we dared not to dream. But when you think about it, they also kind of won game number 1. And is it possible that today is the day where the streak ends? Because there's still a game 3 to be played. I think that Nongshim also took a lot of risks in that game that didn't pan out. But to me, it's undeniable that the DN Freaks look so much better than the last couple of weeks that we've seen them.
By the way, the teleprompter has given me more words of wisdom. And that is, if you guys remember the stat, if Berserker doesn't die, they can win. Every single game that DN Freaks have won, Berserker has been deathless. And that remains true today. As the Lucian performance, absolutely outstanding. I think my POM is probably still life. The guy's set is so incredibly fun to watch, and it just shows that he has definitely still kept up the reps on this champion. Dudu certainly doing a whole host of damage. The Anivia not working out into the Rumble this time.
That was an everyone gap. Everyone at their moments in the game. Pioshi got some great re-engages. Bulldog was where he needed to be. Had a couple of deaths that I think were necessary. Dudu obviously stomped his lane to the point where King never got the skill into the matchup. Berserker, no notes. And Life with, I think, the best support performance we've seen of him all year thus far.
I would 100% agree, but let's see whether the DN Freaks can use the momentum from a victory here to be able to pick up their very first win in the LCK for 2025. We'll have to wait, though, after the break, and then the space breaking down that DN Freaks victory.
이번에 미드 볼게. 마무리 좀 봐줄게. 싸워볼래? 봐줄게. 방금 빼고 천천히 봐줘. 볼게. 럼블 봐줘 천천히. 오케이. 야 싸웠어. 봐줄게. 야 저거 여기 봐도 되는데. 오케이. 갈게. 카이사 노공 얘들 카이사 노공. 카이사 노공 너플. 나왔어. 상규 캐릭터 노공. 얘 4점에서 그래. 카이사 노플에 노공 노플. 끝내자. 이거 끝내 안 되겠다. 아니야 그냥 해도 될 것 같아. 라플 안 돼. 내가 아리 노공이고 풀체크는 얘 노플이니까 노플이야. 그냥 내가 속박 바로 걸게 여기야. 아리 궁 없고 풀 있나 얘? 풀은 있을 듯. 풀 없어. 노플 노공이라 그냥 내가 감아줄게 이거. 그냥 감아치면 W 가. 그냥 바로 이거 속박 걸게. 예를 들면. 나 끝내자. 끝내 타워해. 타워하자. 굿잡. 나이스요.
영민이 형 세트가 맛있긴 하네.
오랜만에 해서.
DNK 같은 경우는 6위로 좋은 성적 거두고 있고, 그리고 DRX는 드디어 연패 끌어내면서 새로 시작할 수 있는 상황이 왔습니다. 2라운드 첫 경기를 맡게 될 두 팀 가겠습니다. 경기 보시죠.
와줄 수 있나? 이거 비에고 나 프리각 나오긴 하는데.
3단 맞아도 되고.
근데 나볼 수 있어가지고 나도 풀이랑.
야 제이트 볼래? 제이트 볼게. 할수 있어? 야 박았어. 야 비에고 봐줘. 아리 와줄 수 있어?
가질 수 있어.
아리 노플, 다 노플. 똑같은데? 루시안 밀려 갔다. 아래 빼면서. 야 빨면서 하면 이길 것 같은데?
빨면서 하면 야 싸워봐. 노플.
맞게. 어디 맞게? 맞게.
이제 노플.
달려봐봐 달려봐봐.
나 힐 있어 힐공 다 있어 맞아 해봐 형 안 죽어
나이스. 좋은데 밀리오.
아무것도 안 했어 사실은
이번에 시야 좀 깊게 들어올 듯?
야 바텀 막자
보고 있어. 해봐.
달려 쪽 갈게 그러면. 달려 이 없으면 나 볼게.
탈리아 이 없어 가능한가 이거 막아도 돼?
야 이거 와볼래?
아리 야 쟤 내려갔다 아리
가까이 천천히 봐봐.
스카라 헤베스 아니야 야 이거 나 붙기로 했는데
안 좋다.
아탕하자
야, 우영이 형 뭐야? 그때 이거는 또.
이거잖아
이 없는 줄 알고 한 턴 빠르게 볼 수 있을 줄.
괜찮아 다음 거 잘하다 야 이거 그 스카는 절대 시간 안 되거든 이거 먼저 치고 있자 이거 버스 하자
이번 턴에 근데 기획이네 이거.
탈리아 쪽 바로 봐야 돼 이거 아리 궁쓰면서 야 여차면 삼각 봐도 될 듯 이거
마우저 볼게. 루시안, 야, 아래 볼게, 아래.
야 밀려 높을
루시안, 너
밀려 높을
전에.
나 갇혔다 괜찮아 빨면서 해
빨면서 해봐
탈리아
이거.
노플이 나 비에고 봐줄게 이러고 야 비에고 야 난 이기긴 했다 이거
야 이제 볼게 이제 나.
살아야 돼, 빌.
다시 가자 아우 레이드 피로
나이스.
바로 먼저 칠 수 있겠다 일단 보면서 하자 이거 얘네 용 따라할 수도 있어 얘네 아래로 나오려 한다 야 피 잘 갈아가자 우리
야, 내가 타서 어그로 끌게.
야 이거 하나 넘어갔다. 레일 넘어갔다. 포킹하면 내가 레일 막을게.
피 많이 없어.
나 이쪽 뒷각 따볼게 야 스카너 오른쪽 야 봐줘
쌍거 빠져. 나 싸움으로 올게.
야, 아리. 아리 터뜨렸어.
나 스카너 봐줄게
위에 봐.
야 스카너 아무것도 없어
야, 루시안.
아 살아볼래? 나 아예 뒤로 왔거든.
살아야 될 것 같아 천천히 용해봐
아. 이제 피 잘 가는데 까비.
불템전 가면 할만해 맞아 괜찮아 야 미드 이번에 살짝 질러볼게
사이언 그냥 끌고 올 수 있나? 우리 공간 안 나올 것 같은데. 사이언 쪽 내가 끌고 와줄 생각도 할게 어차피.
사이언 매운 맞추고 야 지금은 사이언
야,
맞춰
사이언 볼게 사이언. 사이언 야 빼 이거 잡고 빼.
나 좋았거든 괜찮아 아야 이거 빼야 돼
이거 천천히 나갈 생각하자 집 갔다가.
용이 먼저 나온다
야 이번에 싸움 봐야 돼.
야 얘 적당히 하다가 욕 먹을 생각 하자 알았지?
야 나 뒤로 돌게 그러면 아예.
나 그냥 풀칠 생각으로 갈게 살리야 더비큐 스카노플 야 욕 먹어봐 지금 가야 돼
야 와봐.
이제 맞췄어 천천히
이 상태 앉아.
야 나머지 막아줄게
가야 될 것.
걸어봐
아, 빼었어, 봐봐. 천천히 빼었어.
용자 욕 먹어봐
아래 빼. 우측 빼.
야 이거 쫓아가 볼래?
아 쫓아가긴 해야 될 것 같은데. 이지 개피.
바론 가자 바론 간다 괜찮아 안 끝나면 돼 용요충 바론이라 우리 세게 나가자 이번에 탑하자 일단 탑하자
레드하면서 탑하자.
야 루시안 우리 레드 가는데?
이거 싸울까? 천천히 봐보자.
이거는 야 이거 이쁜데? 야 가볼까? 스카나 노플 스카나 야 루시안 노플 야 다섯 개 했어 탈려 형 살아봐 야 루시안 노플이야 루시안 볼게 루시안 잤어 이거 나이스 미드 가면 끝나나?
끝나면 하지 않아? 시간 너무 길지 않아?
뒤로 라크라면 될 듯? 우리 스카너 3초라 막을만 하거든.
나 가인이라 그냥 라카라 할 수 있어. 가인 있어.
제발.
바람 바로 죽여 한 번 더 죽여야 돼 죽여 나이스 야 그래
아 진짜 쳐버리겠다. 아비 누구였다.
DRX 지난 배후의 연승 전환. 그 이무기가 용이 되기에 필요한 여유주가 레이지필이었나요? 귀인이 베트남 쪽에서 그리고 CL 쪽에서 있었군요. 결과적으로 마치는 DRX.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We're here after game number 2 that DNF was actually able to take down this time and relatively cleanly as well. They got a lead, they held on to it, and their team fighting was pretty good. All it took was life to play set once again, I guess, and everybody kind of rallied around them, and they looked great in game 2.
Look, I don't want to jump back to game 1, but we were so close to this being a 2-0 to DNF if that game would have panned out a little bit differently, which is kind of crazy considering they haven't been able to get a win on the board so far. But this one felt pretty convincing from them. Was again a bit messy. All these games have been, but definitely felt like, as was said in the cast, a pretty consistent gap across the board.
Yeah, we gotta talk about the draft here because it feels like you just put the players where they're just on a comfort pick. So it's not about like you pick for the meta picks, but more like just pick whatever you feel comfortable. So it was mainly about their bot lane, Lucian set. It was great matchup against Kai'Sa Nautilus. I don't see why you pick Kai'Sa in that earlier phase because I don't see Kai'Sa as a good champion in this meta especially. Because you have to fight for all the priors, right?
Yeah, the Kai'Sa made no sense to me, and there's still a lot of picks available that really would have bullied her out of the lane. You know, Lucian was an example they used here, but we really haven't seen Kai'Sa prioritized that much. Even by our specialist Kai'Sa players, like aiming, it's been lowered in the totem pole. It just seems very weird they priored this early, and if I'm going to be honest, Jiwoo did not look good on it.
No.
Yeah, he's definitely having a bit of a struggle streak right now. And we can take a look at how Life has done over his career on the set. He has always been the guy that went towards the set, and he's 18 and 9, 66.7, repeating, of course. Well, actually, it's 6 repeating, of course. For Life, he just keeps winning on this pick over and over.
Yeah, I really like the way how he played in the laning phase, especially. I don't feel like they had enough of expectations, the Nongshim side on the bot lane. They literally got like solo killed every single time. I think it was really impactful where Life brings the kill for the Lucian every single time, and I think that made a hard snowball in the early game for DNF here.
I mean, also, we've talked about this so many times. If you're going to get gold on someone on this DNF lineup, you definitely want it to be Berserker.
Yeah, he was like 5-0 and 6 at some point in this game, so he was quite fed. He had a lot of gold and a big bounty that they could not collect. Let's take a look at the highlight number 1, which was the fight over the Drake at 17 minutes. And again, just good setup from DNF, and they actually look like they're playing together as a team this time.
You know, to an extent, this engagement doesn't go like super cleanly for either side. I do think a lot of things are wasted from the side of Nongshim. Like Gideon pops his ult, you know, to survive, but doesn't really get any value during that time.
Yeah.
And then we see this great charm actually that lands on Berserker, so things aren't super swimmingly for the side.
But why?
DNF, but
Calyx, why?
Yeah, that play was such a mistake, and you may think, okay, mistakes happen, someone went over, commit for a Lucian. They won't do it again.
Yeah.
They won't do it again. And
it's
then
fine.
It's a full health Kai'Sa, just slow play the fight. There's 3 low HP people. The Lucian just dashes away, and honestly, I think this fight was so winnable for Nongshim from there. Calyx obviously made the mistake, but the follow-up mistake I feel like was even more dire. There were 3 low health members. If you slow played it, and actually Gideon was setting up his knockup on a ward there. So he was ready to go in with you, and you just went too fast.
I agree. Like, I was so lost when I saw Calyx just jumps in with his flash and ultimate. You can easily just play slow with your charm cooldown, and you have Kai'Sa with it. So just play slow with your cooldown.
I think something I feel like these teams often forget is that in a fight, if someone is chunked to 10% HP, they're not really that relevant in the fight.
That's a small victory already.
Exactly. And like, if Lucian, who's a short-range character, is that low, he can't fight in the same way. If you dive and you trade a full HP, full cooldowns member for this 10% HP Lucian, it's a bad trade for the outcome of the fight. And I think they get too tunnel visioned on that sometimes. I can understand if it's something like a Xerath who can sit miles away and fire up, but Lucian can't do that. So they just need to think what is more important for the fight right now.
They absolutely need to do, and something that's not very important is engaging on the Wukong that has his ult and Warrior Trickster available. Didn't even need to use it right away, and the fight just goes awry after that engage.
There are so many places where Life saved his team with his ultimate and Facemaker. It was so clean.
The peel there, the CC he was managed to get off, and the equalizer on top. I mean, they were ahead at this point, but it was such a well-played fight, and part of me is obviously really happy for DNF get this win, but it's also like, come on, like, we've seen so many struggles throughout the season, and we've said this time and time again, these players, this is the level of play we know they're capable of, but we just haven't seen it, and we just get like little moments of it. So I'm really hoping they can continue this in the Game 3.
Yeah, and we gotta remember that as well. Nongshim in Game 1 didn't look that clean as well. They almost lost that game. They lost Atakan, they lost the Soul Point as well. They almost lost the Nexus too, but luckily they could finish the game in Game 1. But in the second game, it didn't work out that well. In the laning phase, it was shaky, and also the team fight was not clean enough, so I can definitely see DNF winning this series.
They might just do it. They have a great chance here up against a struggling Nongshim, and that guy right there, Jiu, has to step it up as well. But guys, we are done on the space. Let's go back to the casters for Game 3.
Stop.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And I can understand some of the frustrations here after that game number 2, but let's just see whether they can carry that momentum forward. Some of the good news for Noodles fans is the fact that they get to move back towards the blue side, maybe giving themselves a little bit of draft priority or something like that. And a lot of those comfort picks that we were talking about are no longer going to be available. But the DN Freaks, oh man, they are this close to getting that first win, to breaking that streak. Because it doesn't get easier from here. I think their next match is like a HLE or a Gen G, which is, you know, the level of doable there is low, to say the least. We saw as well the DN Freaks having a little bit of a conversation to Berserker. I think what they were saying was, by the way, you're not allowed to die. If you die, we lose. You didn't die in the last game, good.
Yeah, they're
no
ready
dying
to
in
win.
this game and we'll be fine.
Atlas, because if they win this, they can just pretend next week isn't real when you face Gen G and Hanwha Life.
Oh,
and
in
then
1 week?
1 week. But then the next week, you face off against DRX.
Uh-huh.
And T1. So DRX is
Okay.
doable, right? And really, when you think about it, are you not at this point just playing to get the mental back on track, which this win would help a lot with?
Oh, yeah.
And you're playing for that top of the Rise group, baby. That's the goal.
Yep. You need to be top of the bottom. That's what they're going for. And then, of course, because, you know, it's round 2, they haven't started winning yet. They're not going to be able to make it back to a above 50% win rate as far as series are concerned. It's just trying to get as many under your belt as you can. The Alistair going to be taken away last year as the Hui is the intriguing ban, of course, one of Bulldog's old favorites.
Here's the interesting part, because DK, if like DK and or Nongshim, for example, just don't win anything, I think mathematically they could still make it into the Legend group.
Oh, they could, but they just couldn't get back to a positive win rate is all.
Oh,
I'm saying.
no. That obviously is never happening. No, I think the idea that they still can is very funny. If just need a lot of other teams to not win any.
Yep.
Which, you know, for DK might be possible. So, Nongshim. Jace picked up. We saw the ban towards this Xayah come through. Last time around, the Xayah Rakan just slammed. Poppy seems like a no-brainer. I'm double-checking.
It's
like,
Gideon as well.
Yeah, that's a Gideon Poppy. That has to be. Or Lahen's Poppy. Oh, Lahen's Lulu and Gideon Poppy.
Man, that would be a lot of
danger.
danger.
So they probably know in this team they will go Zeri. But I just want you to imagine what happens if you pick Lulu, Jinx, and Jace into Xayah.
Oh my god, that sounds unplayable. I also think that,
go
like,
Zeri,
we knew that this Zeri was coming in, but also, like, just don't pick it. Let them ban it. Play Kog'Maw if you have to, and just pick the Poppy. I think Poppy is so important, but the Jinx is going to be the priority instead. This we feel a little bit better about, but I still think, like, risking the fact that this Poppy is going to be banned away does take away a little bit of power.
So I'm with you on that. Poppy's, I think, certainly going to be gone. But winning bot lane is the most surefire way to take down DN Freaks because they revolve around Berserker. So making sure that you have a really, and now you have, I think, a really hard winning bot lane because you have both the Lulu and Rakan, which we know, even after all the nerfs, Lulu will have a good time there. And then Jinx, who in many matchups will just be desperately trying to skill, but you outrange the Xayah by such a degree that Xayah has a really hard time in the lane. And then add to that the fact you have a Jace as well. Now all Nongshim need to do is draft counter engage. So Poppy, I think, is going to get banned away.
Yes.
But we're getting to the type of drafts where even a Maokai, for example, which I don't think is that strong of a jungler, could be good for Gideon. Just have something that can press R. They try to go in with the Nocturne. You just throw down your giant wall of roots. It'll be hard to deal with because DN Freaks are now already, with the Rakan and Nocturne, committed to diving deep and trying to kill GU.
Let's see what they're going to pick alongside it. Is the Galio going to be taken away here?
Good one. Yeah.
I actually kind of like that.
It's a good ban.
And one last ban to come through from Nongshim. What are they worried about? Looks like mid lane picks are being focused here. The Victor sounds like it could be something to remove. Xayah Victor has been very popular here in the LCK. Would mix a lot of Kite back with a Nocturne, which feels completely off theme, but could be an option here. Is the Aurora going to be taken away instead? Now, is it Dudu that's just going to be picking into the Jace? Instead, the Annie going to be the lock-in for likely Bulldog. I remember a time where Annie was experimented with on the top side of the map, but has since not really been a thing. Don't know whether that'd be a great matchup into the Jace as well. As Alex is thinking about Zoe.
I'm not going to get excited before anything is locked in. Nocturne, combined with Annie, incredible amount of backline threat. This is, to me, a lot more Calyx expectations.
Stealing Tibbers as well is kind of fun.
Stealing Tibbers, stealing Nocturnal.
Quickness is so powerful as well.
Oh yeah, there is a ton of playmaking potential here. So now maybe they're gonna go for like, I don't know, like Viego or something that pairs well for the 2v2. It does make your comp.
I'm feeling like it's gonna be just Skana. Or Maokai, okay, they listened. I don't know whether it's good, but it's like they're listening.
No, I'm okay with it. Again, given this is a very short-range composition for the Freaks, we're getting deep into the champion pools. I don't think Maokai is in the best of spots when it comes to jungle, but in this type of setup, I do think he has a ton of value. So I'm often, you know, the guy that's like, imagine slamming Malphite here, but there's Sylas on the enemy team, so that is unfortunately not an option.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna go Cyan, which I don't love the Cyan. I think it's fine.
We do get to maybe see some Fast and the Furious on the Rift, though.
With Dudu and Calyx both drifting.
Yeah, that would be so sick. Imagine, like, you just have an interlude in the middle of the game or just Tokyo Drift out of nowhere.
I could see it.
That'd be so
And then afterwards, they pause the game and give a deep, inspired speech about friendship.
Absolutely!
Family.
Oh. And they have a Corona, which is in every single one of those movies.
Really?
Yeah, all the time.
Oh, never noticed.
I don't know whether it was a sponsorship or whether Vin Diesel just really liked it. It's pretty ridiculous. We drink Cass around here, though. We prefer that. As coaches get their fist bumps out of the way, let's see whether the DN Freaks can do it. I'm a little worried. I don't know whether this draft is the way to get it done, but they showed absolute promise in the last game. And our assessments have not necessarily been accurate today. Today's been a weird day. It's been a strange one. And that is something that they could capitalize on. Try and catch Nongshim unawares, because Nongshim not looking nearly as good as they have in previous weeks. This is a great draft, though, and something they can certainly leverage for a victory. See how the Annie's going to go. See whether Dudu can win the drift off on the top side of the map up against the Sylas. Get on the Rift for Game 3.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. DN Freaks extraordinarily loud as their fans desperate for a victory. And I'm just desperate for some good League of Legends. That's what I want here in this one. I think Nongshim, their composition is fun, you know? Like, you look at this draft and you're like, damn, I see exactly what you're trying to do. And I reckon it could work out really, really well. I think a lot of it does hinge on Gio and Lehens having a good laning phase, right? Like, not falling too far behind. If the Jinx isn't that scary, then it's not really going to be as much of an issue. But I'm looking at the Xayah situation, and oftentimes we felt a little uneasy about the Xayah just because she just doesn't have a lot of range. You know, you want to get a lot of auto attacks off, you want to play around your feathers and all that sort of stuff. If you've got a champion that just stands out of the way of said feathers and kills you, you're not going to be feeling so good. And there are a couple of those champions on the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, Nongshim's comp is a poke and disengage comp that also has Sylas. But I think Sylas is pretty versatile. That's a great start to your laning phase.
Yep.
It's the chain through the minion wave. So we do see, I don't think anything too surprising when it comes to the runes here at first glance.
Nope. Nothing that's going to give us too much pause. As Lehens and Gio, as we expected, can have a little bit of control of this lane. Lehens has already won on his Lulu. He's been a great Lulu player his whole career. Oftentimes we think of Lehens as, you know, the guy that plays all the weird stuff, and that's what we talk about the majority of the time because it's interesting. But his Lulu and his Nautilus and his Leona have been outstanding in sort of the peaks of his career, largely on Gen G, but also here on Nongshim as well, as we've seen already with a win under his belt.
Can't believe you're just disrespecting Lee Hen's Yumi like that. The most skillful of his champions.
That's a really good point. I'm really sorry about that.
Remember that entire year where he just played Yumi and then Nami sometimes and then Singed? And that was just those kind of things.
Yeah, that was when he was robbed of first All-Pro, right? That might have been a similar year.
Was that 2022? I think you're thinking about 2023 because that's when Pace came in.
Ah, okay.
I'm thinking of 2022 as Gideon is trying to invade, and his bot lane obviously as Prio.
Yeah, Pyoshik is just going to blast cone his way in and then wander his way out, as Gideon will be able to take this one away very comfortably.
A Nocturne just feels so bad.
Yeah, you kind of want as many camps as you possibly can take, as this minion wave is just being tanked by Nongshim. The entire backline going to be secured there by Jiu with one of those bazooka shots, but it's not really working out. Flame Chomper's down. Pyoshik not going to be able to affect anything. He's a Nocturne before level 6. And so at least Nongshim are able to walk back towards this bottom lane. Doesn't exactly fill us with a whole lot of
that's
excitement for how Nongshim are going to play this one out.
That's pretty costly. Geo and Lance going for the help for Gideon is nice. Also, Gideon does know that this is happening, and I don't think Pyoshik then can.
Yep.
Ward also comes through, but it is still... Like, Pyoshik gonna double scuttle, and he'll be fine. I don't think he's too bothered by his blue buff getting stolen, considering he gets a good amount of camps. Still, he will also be able to just start his own clear.
Yep.
Towards the Raptors if he wants to do like a second topside rotation. I think he can fit that in pretty easily, then base and get started on your bot side. Maybe look for a early Drake, because with that roam, Lians and Geo are going to be behind on tempo here in the bot lane.
Yeah, already moving towards that top side of the map. Calyx also getting pushed out here by Bulldog in mid lane. And Calyx, of course, I mean, it's understandable that you're going to be falling a little bit behind. But the Annie, not necessarily known for massive amounts of lane control. Yes, you do have a decent trading pattern, but clearing minions is always a little bit difficult in the early stages. So definitely good looks here from Bulldog.
It's early Silas, right? But I do also think Bulldog has looked a lot better since he's come back from Challengers. Which makes sense, you know, Challengers obviously is the harder league, so...
Yeah, true.
You do some
Hyperbolic time chamber.
Yeah, Pyoshik as well. You do some time in Challengers, get some practice, and then you come back to the LCK, and it's kind of smooth sailing from there.
Yep, charges you up. As Dudu here towards the bottom side, just taking down some minions. And teleport back from the Jace. But it's a turtle port, so we'll miss out on one of the melee minions as Dudu. Oh, he tanks a turret shot, but that is a fully charged Q. That feels fantastic. As the Zap not going to connect there by Jiu. And having a look at the money, it is once again DNF off to a little bit of an advantage as far as the gold is concerned. Purely from just laning results and tempo advantages that they've been able to pick up. But I don't think you're too worried about what's happening in this early game if you are Nongshim. You're happy to play this one late. As the DN Freaks, the ones that want to utilize this tempo to get themselves some real advantages moving later and later. So that is going to be, you know, a peek towards picking up some grubs and some dragons and things like this as the game goes on. Teleport back from Bulldog.
So such an early swap. Guys, the grubs aren't there until 8 minutes.
Yeah. So that's in 2 minutes time, as you can see at the top left of your screen.
Lance just kind of winning a trade 1v2 is pretty funny.
Yeah.
Not the end of the world, obviously. And not really winning it, but going even. As I think Gio was, I want to say, clearing a ward.
Yeah, Gio also, he's got a, like, the range of this Jinx is really working into the Xayah. Who would have thought?
I'm so happy they did, because I know that this area is comfort for Gio, but I feel like he just hasn't been performing that well. And having a good matchup in the laning phase can make the transition to mid and late game feel so much smoother.
Yeah.
This is still a hard game to play for Gio. He also did not go for cleanse, which is good for laning phase, but into Annie does worry me, Atlas. There's a lot of CC that you can't cleanse, right? Like there's the Dudu knock-up, there's Live's W, but there's also the root from Berserker. Now Lance will go McKills, which I do think will help, but it is something to keep note of, as I do think it makes Gio's life a little harder. He does have 2 champions that will just play to keep him safe, though. Because not only Lance, but also Gideon should be playing towards that.
Ooh, King is going to get slowed down here as the train comes on forward. King knocked up. That's down to 100 health. Is this Jace? Does get the hammer boop, and Dudu gonna have to find a flash forward. Doesn't have a whole lot of mana, and doesn't have the way to finish him off. Didn't trust the tap Q to kill him.
Kingen. Can't believe he didn't flash there.
Yeah, I really expected Dudu to also flash to look to try and finish off that kill, but knew that the answering flash was going to be available.
Show confidence there. Kingen very confident in the matchup, but that does mean that Dudu is still doing very well.
Oh yeah.
Not going to be too bothered. Do think that with the return of just, you know, straight lethality Jace, which is what we've been seeing more recently, Kingen is going to have a ton of utility just playing into, again, the Xayah mostly, but even the Annie can struggle when she's not able to approach without being poked to have health. And we'll also see Calyx, who now with his Merc Threats done, is in a much better position and can just kind of shrug off.
Oh, Paranoia comes on through. There are the Brambles down from this Maokai, who does get a little scared. Berserker's moving in, but this Maokai is extremely tanky. DNF gonna look for the opportunity just to take down the Grubs. It's one apiece so far, as Pioshik actually has to flash out. That gives Gideon a guaranteed Grub here, even though his Smite is on cooldown.
That's why I picked Maokai. I really can't give enough credit for for the draft that Nongshim have set up for themselves, because we're seeing it in play here, right?
Yep.
We thought they were going to go towards the Zeri, because that's Jiu's comfort, that's what he's played toward. Not going to do that. Gideon has been very successful, more aggressive picks. Played, especially with Silas, I was kind of worried that it was going to be like a Viego or something. None of that.
Yeah. That just shows that the more champions that you pick that are in Arcane, the better you're going to look as far as your draft is concerned. Did you know that? Did you know that Jinx and Jace were both in Arcane Chronicler? I know you don't like the show and you think that it's really bad.
I've watched season 1, thank you very much, Atlas.
I know you've watched season 1, but like if you really liked the show and thought it was good, you would have also watched season 2. As Kingen gonna boop away Dudu.
The more I hear you talk about season 2, though, the more I'm like,
I know your hipster brain just cannot do it. You're just like, I really never want to watch this.
kind of, yeah.
At least you're self-aware. At least you're self-aware.
Oh yeah. So I got Atlas.
Yeah. All right. Dudu still just doing great here in this lane. It's only spelled about a 200 gold lead, but against a Jace, who is sort of known for his laning phase, certainly good news. Kingen going to move ahead as far as CS is concerned, but Dudu's still very, very happy to exist as Scion.
The cool thing about the DNF composition is that if at any point anyone on Nongshim missteps, you can 100 to 0 them in a very short amount of time. Gideon just comes in, takes down Tibbers.
Yeah, 50 gold, high value. Remember, there are Tibbers on both sides, so the extra money for killing Tibbers is going to be available for everyone, assuming Calyx is going to be hijacking it. That's pretty cool. First rate at 10.5 minutes is relatively late. Pioshik looking to start it up.
Are we doing Tibbers and Tibbers 2? Or like, what is Calyx?
Tibbers and Bibbers?
So Bibbers, you know what that means in Dutch? It means to shiver.
Oh, really?
That's kind of cool, right?
Oh, I'm a bit chilly. I got the Bibbers.
Yeah, that's actually...
That's really cute.
Yeah, that's...
It's also kind of my cat's name.
Oh, there you go.
Which is very cute. It's okay.
It works.
Just getting pushed away.
Drake fight. Ooh.
Yeah, the dragon was just given up on as Bulldog finds a little bit of a combo there. Electrocute working out quite nicely for the Annie.
They're down a member in top lane right now, so Nongshim do need to actually start this, but instead they're going for bases. Does not look like they're actually committing, as Calyx should be okay or against Berserker.
Yeah, he does the walk away slowly strategy.
That's powerful, Atlas.
It is. Wasn't expecting that maneuver. Next, you're going to tell me that Blue Harvest came out in like 2003 and definitely no one's seen that.
I haven't.
Which is the Family Guy Star Wars movie.
Ah, okay, no, I did.
Which is extremely good.
No, Atlas, I'm going to give up. You know, I know we had...
Oh, man, that was close.
That was very dicey. Nicely done by Pioshik.
Yep.
No, I feel like I've run that joke kind of into the ground.
Yeah, fair.
And
as Lehens could just be dead here, as he finds the Wild Growth. I actually kind of thought that had already been used, because it took them a really long time to try and take down a Lulu, as he even just walks up to that rush as well. Like, how did he get away with this?
He didn't flash. What? I can't believe he lived. I'm shocked he didn't flash.
I mean,
it is the most Lehens thing.
Didn't Annie get buffed? Doesn't a Q do just like even more scaling damage now?
Yeah, okay, but like again, I want to just remind everyone that Linz did not have to walk through that top rush.
Yeah.
He could have just walked down to his Silas and Jinx that were there. And instead, he's just like, watch
And
me
also
go.
that might have just been like more efficient pathing as well. Like, he just really wanted to walk through that particular
It has
brush.
to send a message, Atlas.
Well, message received. It's harder to kill the Lulu than you would expect.
But as I was saying, I know we're at the LCK, we like to make jokes, but I don't want to run a joke into the ground. You know, we never do that. So I'm going to stop asking you if people have seen it because Olge.
I'm just like, I kind of like learning about the release dates of stuff, though. So, like, I feel like there's value for me as well, even though I am at the tail end of the joke.
You know, there's a board game that's that with music where you just have to like put things in release date order.
Oh,
yeah,
kind of cool. I'd play that. Yeah, sounds like a Trivial Pursuit, but a little bit easier. As Gideon and Pioshik are doing a fight, Kingan's going to move on over, and everyone is just going to vacate thanks to the disengage cone. Shout out to Valdez. And Duskbringer going to convince Gideon that he should not be here. Pioshik comes on over, tanks a little bit. Not going to be taking too much damage because it's Heartsteel that's on the Maokai instead of an early Leandru. So we have been seeing a fair bit of. Of course, in this game, there is a Silas doing a fair bit of magic damage, so you're not really the sole magic source. Isn't as much of an issue here as if at first you don't succeed, try again. This time on to Jiu, who gets a wild growth of his own and walks it off.
Not even having to use barrier. What is do you remember where we're at when it comes to the latest First Blood? Because I don't think we're definitely not there yet.
Hang on a second.
But we gotta be, yeah, I checked, but I didn't see it on the show. So we gotta
16, 15, no, never mind. That's,
we gotta be relatively close.
Yeah, I think
like we're not quite there.
17 minutes 26, I think.
All right, that makes sense.
And it was DK versus Gen G. I think so, but this is not going to be that because Jiu's dead now. As the Paranoia comes in to finish him off. Set play, nicely done as Calyx looking to try and answer that as Berserker going down pretty low as well. Gideon moves over, but life is there for the defense. And so it's 14 minutes that we have a First Blood in this game. Not going to be breaking any records, but they also take down the turret. So DN Freaks moving towards even more feats of strength. And look at that, Yuntal's completed as well as Mikhail's at the same time. Big power spikes for the DN Freaks.
It's a team response diffy. Like, there's nothing that Geo can do there, clearly. They should have abandoned the turret, make the misread there as a duo. Is DN Freaks going to 3-0 Nongshim?
Maybe.
We don't know. I don't want to attribute too much meaning.
Well, I mean, right now,
get ahead of ourselves, but
right now it's a 2,500 gold lead or 2,300 gold lead, something like that.
Because they won game one. I know they lost it. The Nexus died, but they won game one.
Well, yeah, Nongshim lost game one. DN Freaks won game two.
Yes.
And now we'll just have to see.
And I know Nongshim's Nexus was alive at the end of game one, but we can agree, right? Collectively.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's it will be a 3-0 if the DN Freaks are able to pick up this win.
And we don't want to get ahead of ourselves.
No.
They're 0-11 for a reason.
Outcome-focused assessment. Thank you, Ox.
But the Xayah is 1.5k gold ahead, which is a lot of money.
And it's Berserker. And he hasn't died. That's the main thing. Remember, guys, the DN Freaks do not win unless Berserker doesn't die. That's how it goes. Jiu still will have this range advantage that we were talking about. We haven't seen it on us 5v5 or anything like that. We haven't even seen setup around objectives, utilizing Kingan on this Jace to get poked down and things like that. The 4-1 that they can play with Calyx in a side lane as well is actually kind of devastating with the fact that he can steal away the unstoppable onslaught to enter fights without even having to necessarily use teleport. As Dudu and Calyx are doing battle here. The Scions that we've been seeing recently have just been, like, side laning really well.
There's just Kingan also going for Serpent's Fang first, which I don't love. I get that you get to deny a lot of the shield value, but I gotta imagine just going, you know, Eclipse.
Look at that, like Pioshik just sitting with only a Hexblade. It's just kind of crazy.
But if you go Eclipse, the max health damage actually is a really big deal. And if you don't want to play for the for the side lane, then I do think you just should go Ghostblade and just try and get as much lethality as possible. Just to ensure, you get the most amount of damage on Berserker and on Bulldog.
And you can use the speed up to get out of the queues from Scions as far as like his trade pattern is concerned. As the flash out of the way of the Tibbers. Bulldog
Good call.
didn't actually have his, so
Would've
wasn't
died.
able to flash after him. Well, yeah, Life and Pioshik moving on over, and yeah, Pioshik would have just pressed R if that stun had have come through, and that would have been a dead Jace.
Calyx also doesn't have the damage. Like, eventually you start winning, and obviously in really long trades, Dudu can't do that much, but it takes a very long time for him to die. It should just hold out.
Oh, it's time to drift! It's time to drift! Both of you, quickly, into the river! Let's go back to the 1v1. Okay, never mind. We've got a twisted advance. Bulldog could be in a little bit of trouble, but never mind. The re-engage comes through. Great knock-up comes through from Life as they look to try and single out Kingin. Not a massive amount of damage here, but Jiu is so far away from the fight that he could not contribute in any meaningful way. They lose the Jace.
I think they did it!
I think they did it as well. We need the replay. We need the Tokyo Drift replay.
Where's my double drift?
Oh, I cannot wait for it. That's exactly what this whole game is about.
Okay, I know this is a nostalgia-fueled opinion, but Double Dash is my favorite Mario Kart.
Yeah, I don't really share it.
No, it's a bad opinion.
Yeah.
But I do still, in my
That was
heart of
the only
hearts-
one that I didn't play because I just thought it was bad.
Yeah, no, I know I'm wrong, but it's still how I feel, Atlas.
The one that came out on Wii first was that was my favorite.
I am so excited for World.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Oh, can't wait.
It's a bit Xy though, isn't it?
Oh, it's a lot. Oh, Pioshik.
All right.
It's a steal.
The fight around Shelly. Gideon going down relatively low, but look at Dudu. He is a terrifying front line. As Life moving on in, getting some vision down. Nongshim are going to be okay. Oh, Calyx, he gets the good one. That is an R button, if ever I've seen one for this Silas. But yeah, looks like outer turret in the mid lane going to be picked up. The tempo plays, the macro moves from the DN Freaks looking crisper and crisper.
They're just clean.
They're just better today than what we've seen from this team almost all season long.
It's easy to forget, but they were fine during the LCK. They weren't great, but they beat Nongshim during LCK Cup. That happened.
Yeah.
And yes, that was with Fisher as opposed to Calyx. But right now, it's looking like somewhat of an everything diff as they go in on Bulldog here. But Bulldog is relatively tanky. The reinforcements are there. And as you point out, this is a 3 versus 4. If Jinx is here, that fight's playable.
Yeah.
Instead...
Oh, here we go, here we go. All right, we're drifting. Oh, it's a race. It's a race. And he crashes. Oh, no, Calyx. Oh, he loses the quarter mile. Vin Diesel way ahead of him. He's just a little young, you know?
I'm aging myself. It's a race. Red race. Rowan Atkinson.
Oh, man. John Cleese's teeth, man. That's all I think about with that movie. As, all right, Bulldog seeing whether he can survive as the kitty cat's chasing after him. They will get the snare, but the McHale's is in from Life. It's going to keep him alive. Turret does go down. Feats of strength as far as the first turret blood were already taken as Calyx. He's running really quickly, different to driving. Are we okay? You're looking quizzical at me.
I think it's happening.
I mean, it's looking pretty good. Another Cloud Soul. That bodes well. I believe the Jinx may be dead. Pioshik has that shield midair, gets the flash out. That's also incredibly important.
They cool down.
All right, we're just going for the cross map. That's the goal. That Incinerate was so powerful there from Bulldog. And Life, he has the quickness running. It is going to wear off as their health bars are looking lower and lower. Kingen still will be able to deal with this turret. He will be able to take that one down as Super Mega Death Rocket. The delivery of death towards Bulldog as he gets home. And that is not quite aimed at where he was, nor was it aimed at the fountain. As okay, there's another crash, this time from Dudu, as Calyx, he can drive away at a moment's notice. And that control ward was looking a little dicey. Inatara falls down on the bottom side of the map, and it is it's some craziness here in this game. 4,000 gold is going to be the lead here for the DN Freaks, though, and they have themselves the feats of strength. They have 2 of the Drakes. They are looking for the Otacon now. That is a lot of extra stats and money that the DN Freaks have, putting themselves in a good position to win this game number 3.
Was not expecting that. Am overjoyed that we are in the midst of it happening.
Yeah.
Maybe. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves. Now the big thing for DN Freaks is keep those decisions clean, unlike game number 1. Keep playing it safe, keep playing it steady. You still have an amazing team fight, even though the Jinx eventually becomes an issue. Look at the spikes right now. 2 item spikes for Bulldog and for Berserker.
Yeah,
for
this
Judo as well.
Infinity Edge is massive.
And Calyx no second item, Geo no second item, unless they massively overextend into the Jinx resets. This should be a favorable fight for the DN Freaks. Double Drift, ready again.
Oh yeah, that's what we're talking about. Calyx looking to try and trade, Dudu refusing to take damage. As there's the Paranoia. Bulldog gonna get slowed down though. Wild Growth is good as Pyosik thrown around like a ragdoll. And the engage doesn't really work. Gideon did use the ultimate, as now Calyx once again gonna crash into the wall, and the immediate follow through as Dudu makes it a little bit further, as once again he's gonna win the race. Calyx is gonna walk back up the mountain again.
That
Look to do it again.
Atlas.
They were tobogganing, man. That was fun. All right, Bulldog needs to be a little careful, but Tibbers is going to play defense quite nicely. This game's silly.
We do not beat Otacon, teams. Let's not.
No, Life taking a fair bit of damage here, as so is Gideon. Otacon getting amongst it, as we know, 50 gold over to Kingen, as the Shock Blast is going to hit Bulldog.
That play from Gideon there is the peak Maoka. Engage on me, come on. Yeah, you wouldn't do that, right?
So Mega Death Rock going to stop it back here from Life.
How is this only 2 kills in this game?
What is Otacon doing?
It's actually been action-packed. I'm not even memeing.
Yeah, what the heck? I didn't even realize that. Why is there only 2? All right, Kingen's teleporting back. Berserker's taking a damage.
We cannot leave Otacon alone. It cannot be trusted.
No, we need more kills than 2. If Ruinous Otacon was in the game again, it would not be Ruinous.
Oh,
it would be the other one.
Geo does not have a second item.
Yeah, and if he does, it's going to be Lord Doms anyway, because there's a Scion in the game, and it still doesn't feel like the same spike as the Infinity Edge coming in from Berserker.
For sure. Berserker's going to be still a lot stronger. The passive makes up so much, though. But Geo 2 levels down.
Oh, Lehens. That's a decent Captain Jack, but Pyosik not going to get knocked up, and the Flame Chompers will save the life of Lehens, but he has to use every summoner spell on his ult. That could spell the Otacon going over to DNF.
The kills as well. All gone now.
Okay, Dudu is a brick wall.
Bulldog has ult.
Yeah, flank angle here for Calyx as well, though. Let's see. Pyosik is running out of stats in the defensive department. This is still dangerous as Calyx walks in. Chain Lash coming down. They're looking for the turn. The Brambles flying forward. Paranoia comes on through, and that is going to be secure by Pyosik. The car moving past Nongshim here as the quickness from Life, looking to try and catch up as the Paranoia used in defense by Calyx. And the DNF, I mean, the DN Freaks, they just walk away with the Otacon, with everything. Everything's good. It's all quiet on Summoner's Rift.
Trying to discern what it means, Atlas, but for now,
do not bother yourself with meaning, Chronicler.
Another win for the DN Freaks. They get the Otacon. They don't use any major cooldowns. I want you to look at those flashes on the DN Freaks side, all available. None of them have been used in that last fight. Lehens will not have his available. Geo does now finish the second item, but is gonna have access to his flash, but that's really the only good news. The level up from Calyx is the one big spike that maybe Nongshim can play around. That's level 16 now, thanks to the Rod of Ages. And DN Freaks, they're gonna get Soul Point here on this Cloud Drake.
Yeah, it looks like Nongshim have no interest in trying to contest for that one.
They're not really in a position to be able to. They need Geo to get a third item. And he is not rich. This Jinx is not well fed. It's rough.
It's a little bit of the entire gold lead, or at least a bit over half, is on Berserker. Just doing a little bit of a death check. Nongshim have no kills, and so therefore, Berserker is on track. Still hasn't died yet. That is, of course, the win condition. If Berserker doesn't die, DNF wins.
So Berserker is the Nexus.
He is.
For DNF.
Yep, they've got 2 Nexuses, which means that they've got also 2 lose conditions, which is not very fair.
Well, especially because one is on the map.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're both on the map.
Well, but on the map moving around and not safeguarded by like 15 turrets.
Yeah, the Nexus really is lazy, isn't it? Never moves.
Well, I wouldn't call it lazy. I just think that they're just, you know, stuck in their ways.
Well, yeah. That is true. Certainly stuck does make a lot of sense. As Pyosik throwing out a Dust Bringer once again. And the DN Freaks, I think they're getting to a point where if Pyosik presses R and they go in, they're just likely to win regardless, especially if it's on top of Geo here.
That's why I think the hesitation is
Tibbers goes down once again. The flash out as Geo might survive. You can see the Lulu in a little bit of trouble. Still not quite enough damage as the zap is going to stop Dudu's approach. Lahen's really struggling to die this game.
He's been very unsuccessful in dying.
Yeah.
He's been trying his hardest.
It's been a long time since we've had some deaths.
But it's just not happening.
Yeah.
So I'm with you in that the DNF comp, if they can find a good engage, things are going to be great. But I do still think that because of the insane amount of kite back potential and peel back there is for Gio, they need to be really careful of how they play it out. Gio's flash being down though is absolutely huge. That means the Bulldog's flash now has a ton more value.
Yep.
Yoshi can also go for, you know, like flash extensions with the tether.
Calix is level 17.
Yeah. One level is obviously kind of cheating because he got a
Yeah, you got
a Roa.
Got it for his Roa, but remember they didn't get the Otacon.
No?
Because they haven't got anything other than a couple of grubs.
Kingen has the most damage. He has been firing a lot of damage into Science Shield though, so don't be fooled. If Gio gets his third item,
why does this feel even? Well, this game feels really even. The DN Freaks, don't get me wrong, they have a lot of advantages.
They need to start Nash, and they need to force it. Because Nongshim going into them, their comp sucks. Like, trying to start a fight with this comp, I don't think that does it that well. Because Engage Maokai, I'm not a fan of Atlas. It's not Engage Braum, but it's not great.
Yep. Dudu, able to engage himself because he just walks in front of people.
Look at it, taking damage. Oh, he's definitely taking damage.
Whoa, he almost took damage.
He's only has 3,500 health.
Oh dear.
Down to 3.
A few more people hitting him. As, okay, Flame Chompers are good. As Pyoshik not pressing the R button, decides to go in on Gideon here. But the DN Freaks not finding the same value this time around as life goes in. Quickness value is massive, but Gideon, the Sap Sipper, is working out. But the train is in! And Dudu's able to take down the tree. And now it's Bulldog going ballistic. Berserker there as well, pushing Calix out of the fight. Lahenz, he may die this time as he gets a big old shield, but it's another charge up. Down goes Gio, and the DN Freaks, it's only Calix left alive, and they want to get themselves a Baron.
Nope. I don't think they're playing for Baron Atlas. I think we're going for a
Calix. Okay.
Okay. No. I can.
Oh, he's catching the wave.
Well, so he thought that they would go Nash, and I think he TPs to try and catch the wave and delay, because they were pinging for the end.
Yeah.
So I actually think that was a good play. Like
I guess. I mean, it was a very confusing one.
Yeah. No, that was warranted, because you can see with the pings. But I wanna. This is so well done. This is what was lacking in game 1, which is the restraint. I want you to look at how well they play this very slow.
Yeah.
Right? Use the ult, wait out the Maokai ult, and just have Dudu tank a lot. And then eventually Pyoshi goes in, life extends the play. But the big deal is that Berserker on this side is threatening Gio when Gio tries to walk up. So here, Gio just wants a reset, right? It's all he needs. Bulldog makes sure that Calix is completely out of the fight. And if Gio gets a reset, this fight is playable at any point. But he doesn't. The front to back from DN Freaks.
They didn't even get Dudu's health bar past half. And now he's got a Jack Shows as well. I mean, it's 3 items completed. And look at that, the gold falling off a cliff here. As the DN Freaks moving to a 7,000 gold advantage. It could be happening, ladies and gentlemen. No one takes down the DN Freaks 12 times in a row.
I don't know what, you know, I don't know.
Or for the 12th time in a row, I guess, because it's not all Nongshim doing it.
I would argue that this is a good position to be in for DN Freaks. We don't know what this means for the outcome of the game, though.
If grubs weren't real, it's a perfect game for DN Freaks as well. Oh no, towers need to not be real as well.
Well,
and
really,
they're not real because they're dead.
Atlas, when you think about it...
Is top lane real?
League is a construct, okay? so is a perfect game.
All right, well, Cloud Soul, that is real. I refuse to believe otherwise. So that will go over to the DN Freaks. Incredibly high value soul for this team in particular as well. Like, it's Annie being able to like Tibbers and then run around really fast. Rakan, obviously. Dudu, press star.
Kingen is dead.
Kingen is dead. What he was doing there, I don't think anyone will ever know. I think scholars are going to be researching this for years to come without much information actually going on over their way. As Gideon getting a little bit of disengage value with the Bramble Smash.
Yeah, Gio is not getting his IE this game, I don't think. And even if he does,
No.
I'm fairly certain we've gone past the point where it really matters. Because the map is in absolute tatters. Soul, as you point out, taken out, which makes it also way harder to actually deal with both the engage from the Freaks, but even your turnaround and your attempt to make a play when they maybe go in a little bit too deep, it just doesn't seem likely.
Well, Dudu is just going to crash into Gideon. Brambles do come out though, the Nature's Grasp working out here as the polymorph onto Dudu. He's still just immune to damage, which seems unfair.
There's no IE. He's not taking damage, Atlas.
Nope. And so they just take down the inhibitor turret. DN Freaks, like you say, slow play. There's the IE. A little bit late.
They're down almost 11k gold.
Yes. The level of winnability is low for Nongshim, as Bulldog gonna have his back stopped.
I'm just so happy. Okay, I want to go in with the biggest of caveats. Even if DN Freaks lose this, even if somehow, by some miraculous hold from Gio or DN Freaks just face planting at the last second, which they've done already today, I still think that they look like an actual team.
They do.
The first time since LCK proper has started, and that's a win. And I'll take that. I'm happy about that. That is amazing.
It just
That
feels
fills
like
me
the
with
vibes are a little bit better. And it's interesting because this is also the first time that we've seen Rapid Star off stage as well. They had a little bit of a different drafting vibe. Maybe that helped out.
It's the change up, right? Like, it's just, it doesn't even need to be about Rapid Star in particular, but more so because something is new.
Yeah, some little adjustment, and it has certainly worked out. And it's not even that, like, I looked at this draft and I thought Nongshim were in a great position. Just not the case, as 2 inhibitors now down. The circling of the drain has begun here. It's Nongshim. This is looking really, really difficult. Bulldog preparing this wave. No more Baron, but with the fact that super minions are pouring in 2 lanes already, Nongshim are really going to struggle to defend this. They're going to have to start something, and it's actually Dudu that starts it instead. Crashes into the inhibitor. Will take... Not really. I almost said he took damage, but it's not actually going to be the case, as Gio's going to have to use everything to try and get himself out of the way. Dudu may actually die as the zap is going to come through, and finally, this Jinx gets excited, but then immediately gets taken down. It's Berserker with a double kill to almost finish this off before it's even started, as Kingin, the last one left standing with any sort of meaningful damage. And Berserker is just picking them off. Gideon goes in. Gideon goes down. Berserker wanting to find the pentakill, but it's denied by Bulldog. Bulldog going to set up the kill onto Lehens, who may not actually die here, but DNF! They're going to break the losing streak and start a 1-game winning streak here in the LCK instead.
I love me a smiling Pioshik, Atlas, and his antics is something we've had to miss for a very long time, and understandably, Nongshim look very displeased.
Yes!
But man, today was about DN Freaks earning it. I don't want this to be up. Did Nongshim look more rough today? Yes. But this is the DN Freaks that we thought we were going to get when this roster was announced.
Exactly. This is a whole bunch of players on paper that look like they should be able to play well together. You can see the coaching staff come out. Rapid Star leading the charge, congratulating these players. You can see it's a bit of a tired Berserker as he is packing his things up. A lot of work still to be done at allowing themselves some grins here as well.
But the streak is broken. Yep. That's what matters.
It's a Dudu POM, right?
I went with life.
Well, that's kind of based. It's kind of based.
Are you? Don't tell me you forgot about the set.
I mean,
perfect game on Rakan.
No, I mean I love that, but I just feel like Dudu was like a brick wall. Yeah, even on the Rumble.
If this is one of those votes where I'm happy to be wrong. If Dudu gets it, no problem for me.
Nope. Oh man.
But it's that's what I loved about this. Everyone had their moments. I think Pioshik's engages were great. I think Life finally
and
smiling
Pioshik's not engages as well, especially in that fight that you actually illustrated it. They played it slow. and it was perfect. He just turned the lights out, and that was his job. That's what he had to do, and he knew it.
The reason why I phrased, like, I kept waiting for him to just faceplant in the Maokai Lu, and it didn't happen.
Nope.
He didn't do it.
And that gets the Jinx excited, and then you see how it all sort of happens from there. The DN Freaks fans, they have been waiting forever for this moment. As, why are we talking about T1? Very, very cute. But the DN Freaks, what a historic moment for this team. And we thought this was going to be the more difficult match than up against KT earlier on. And maybe it's the power of Moham's support that is what brought them the victory. As you can see, big grin on his face. Let's check it out though, as this game for the longest time was just like 2 kills. Not a whole lot happened, but when it did, it all went the way of the DN Freaks.
Just putting in my comment about my boy Life. I don't know if he gets it, but Leo looking back, I think the Rakan also.
Was your comment ready, set, go?
No, that actually would have been amazing, but I think you will also enjoy this one. But it eventually flops off.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
As I'm going to keep repeating, this is the DN Freaks that we were expecting at the top of year. I don't expect this team to suddenly become a top-tier competitor, you know, to be a West Side menace. But we knew all these players were so much better than they were, and seeing Dudu finally get to return to form. As you point out, I think he's been climbing steadily. Bulldog, after his time in Challengers, looks like old Bulldog. We don't need him to be, all of a sudden, a top-tier player, but he needs to hold his own.
No, these players just need to let Berserker win the game for them. That's what they need to do. All they need to do is just not int, and it's fine.
But guess what?
That's what happened, and it was beautiful. Oh, absolutely gorgeous. Unbelievable. The entirety of Lolpark is just elated. I can see people on the Nongshim side that have mostly left, but the ones that are remaining are appreciating the fact that the DN Freaks have figured it out.
Those sighs of relief. They're like, oh god, finally!
Oh my goodness. Kingen did a lot of damage. It did not matter at all. And the Bulldog fans eating real well today. Almost doing double the damage of Calyx here. The Annie actually working out here at the same time. When we saw her debut at the start of the week, it didn't look too bad, but finally seeing it actually come up with a win, and it's the DN Freaks that managed to utilize it. What a fairy tale chronicler.
Just beautiful. I love a feel-good story.
Oh,
a
yeah.
3-0 for DNF after an 11-game long losing streak.
Oh, and do you know what the best part about it is Dudu gets it, and I'm kind of okay with it. 404 cares not found.
Absolutely.
And even his Ambessa, like, he played 100% the best out of his whole team in game number 1 as well, like finding some of these glorious angles.
Oh, game 1 was not an individual. Well, I guess the player that made the calls was the individual problem, but that was definitely a team shot calling.
Yeah, that was a little bit
more than anything.
Yeah, we prefer not to talk about it. We just want to say that DNF in a best of 3 won 3-0. And we can go from there.
Which is impressive.
Do you want to know like an added bonus that we get? We get to see the Nongshim Twitter reaction to this as well, which is going to be outstanding.
They have the best Twitter in the game, if you're not following them.
And their meme already,
in the game,
where they were talking about having a conversation with the DN Freaks, it was peak. So you guys got to go check it out. It's very, very good. I imagine that they've got a response that they've cooked up that's going to be a little bit sad and self-deprecating and hilarious.
You know they're going to nail it.
Oh yeah, they will. They do every time. They
will not relent.
They do not miss. Even if they've lost a series, it's just a chance for more content. So Noodle Boy is so good at it. I'm also glad that the POM goes over to Dudu as well. I think having a bit of a conversation with him for the POM interview is going to be really, really cool. The only one that we've had for the DN Freaks, and now it is time for that. So let's get into it now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Dudu on the side of DN Freaks. Congratulations. Thank you, thank you. Wow, the fans are going wild for you. How does your first win feel?
너무 오래 걸린 것 같아서 이제
No, it just took so long for us to even come here. And I felt so sorry all this time, but it still feels great. During the ceremony, we noticed that you were looking a bit emotional. So after breaking the nexus, how did you feel? I wasn't feeling too emotional or sad, but yeah, we did win. But when I think back to our atmosphere and just our attitude as a team while playing the game, we actually started out with a really good spirit. So during the losing streak, what did you discuss with your teammates to stay determined to win? There were so many topics, so I can't just pinpoint one, but yesterday, after our late night scrim, there's a story actually. We went to go take a bath and we were all talking. And I feel like that talk went really well. So it looks like you guys will have to take a bath together every time. We'll make sure to get to a point where we can win without doing that. And you almost ended game 1 with a win, but it ended up becoming a regretful defeat. And it must have been so disappointing to the players, so what went through your mind at the time? It was definitely a winnable game, but it ended up becoming a defeat, which was quite underwhelming. And all this time, every time we lost, I feel like today's loss just felt a little bit different. So I think we were just able to stay focused. And in game 2, you had an amazing Rumble performance after blind picking him. How do you rate Rumble? Rumble as a champion, regardless of what matchup you get, you actually get really easy prio. So in the mid-late game, just being able to output a lot of damage, it's a very balanced champion to be contributing to a lot of different team fights. And we also got to witness Life's beloved pick support set. So can you walk us through this decision? You know, we actually just played one game of support set yesterday during practice, and we just decided, hey, this is actually pretty playable. So we actually just had faith in Life in the end. And in the last game, game 3, you know, you guys had a great early momentum, so when did it feel like the win was coming? During the third game, during the Sion versus Jace matchup, I felt like the laning phase was just going so easy. And so we were constantly being successful at diving, and the enemy's dive was not very good. So I think that's when we realized, hey, this is actually a winning moment. And yeah, there is actually an incredible super play replay. So let's take a look. Can you walk us through this moment? Yeah, before the last team fight, so the team fight before this one, I noticed that I didn't die, so I just said, oh, I think I can just go in. I can probably run it down and still be able to win this. Yeah, this champion is just so OP. Wow, look at that Sion just tanking and blocking 5 people. Just please give it up for Dudu.
선수의 입꼬리가 이렇게 올라가 있었는데요. 정말 엄청난 활약을 보여주셨습니다. 오늘 이제 또 LPL에서 뛰고 계시는 모함
And
선수가
today,
오셨습니다.
Moham, who is playing for LPL, came to cheer for you. So perhaps Moham has become the victory angel for you today. So any word for him?
힘든데 응원와줘서 고맙고.
You know, Moham came
요정이니까 이거
in the moment of us going through a very rough time. And I'm just really thankful that he came here to support us. And you know, I hope you can come every time from now on.
유럽에서 오신 팬분도 오늘 있었고요.
And to witness your first win, there are a lot of fans who came from Europe and lots of fans who are crying today after your win. So any word for your fans? No, despite the long losing streak, I just feel so much gratitude towards all the fans who have been visiting us, sending us energy. And we also haven't been giving up, so we all have our mind in been winning together. So we will continue working really hard so that we can bring you more victories. And that's the end of the interview with Dudu, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, dear, as always, for that awesome translation. Great to hear from Dudu, who was the POM this time around. We do have Berserker with us for today. We will be interviewing him in just a moment. But first, we do have to go through the POM votes and the comments and see what people thought about Dudu. Yes, there's Berserker. Hello.
Hello, guys. It's kind of awkward speaking English in Korea, but I try to enjoy this moment.
Yeah, nice.
Thank you.
Nice, thank you. So again, we will be talking with him in just a moment. But you do see that the votes here very heavily towards Dudu, but a lot of life votes as well as one vote for the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, our English side voted for your support, and yeah, I mean, I think your partner played really well today, no?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if I can pick POM, I'll choose support.
Oh, yeah, he picked support as well.
Good choice.
Good choice.
So not agreeing with the fans or media here, which is generally a good idea. So let's take a look at this. We do have one in. Thanks for giving DNF a second life. Reborn. Yes, they are reborn.
DNF. I mistyped maybe. Yeah, but anyways, I think live with his set performance, it was crazy. I think it was one of the comfort zone I could feel from DNF. It was really rare moment, and I think that game 2 made a huge difference after that.
Yeah, and I also went for life. Mine was just because life in the top rope, on the set. Just seeing him do all the massive ults, the RKO. Yeah, I mean, it just great vibes, and I feel like life has been one of these players. When he was in the LPL as well, who'd bring these less meta, less traditional picks out a lot, and really have a lot of success on them.
Yeah, he has had a ton of success on the set. He was like 66% win rate. What are you going to do when life punches you in the face? You just got to get back up and keep trying, I guess. But
you know what's the sad
feels
thing?
very good.
This is actually a really good comment. And
yeah,
I normally pick on Chronicler and bully his comments, but this is actually a good comment, so I have nothing to say.
And I want to ask the Berserker, is life aggressive in real life as well? Is he actually a guy who punches you in the face if he's triggered?
No,
right?
Never.
He's really adorable, right?
But he's work out a lot, so it's if he punch my face, then I'm gonna get one shot. I'm kind of scared if we do it.
Yeah, that does sound scary. Let's hope that doesn't happen. Our mark is you, Nongshim. Again, Pyoshik is Mark. So Helios is the one person who voted for Pyoshik, which is pretty interesting. This one, very original from Prince. Do. Pretty self-explanatory there. Is it Easter? No, Easter was, I think, 2 weeks ago.
Shout out on this comment for spelling DNF right, because some of our other POM voters...
Did I? All right,
didn't manage to spell it. Had a little bit of a struggle with that one.
I like the reborn with Anivia's egg when, Kingen played Anivia. They initiated in at least 100 times for this very moment. Bonus points for never losing confidence. So that was the one person, or actually, I think there were a couple people on the Korean side. Maybe it was just Cloud Templar actually that did go for a life.
It was Cloud Templar, and then it was the VN cast.
Yeah, and Helios went for a jungle. That makes sense. So bonus points for never losing confidence. It did take quite a while, but we did get there by the end of the day. So I think that is it for our comments, and we can begin to get into our interview now with Berserker. So once again, great job today. You were able to get the win finally. How does it feel to officially be a LCK match-winning player and win here in 2025?
I mean, I didn't expect that one win is this hard before team join, but it's really happy that we finally get one win,
What would you say are the major differences you found between the North American League and the LCK League? For example, things like quality of game or team infrastructure, and how are you adapting to these changes?
I feel like it's just macro is more tight than LCS, Also lining phase is more tight than LCS. So I mean it's not really different to be honest, but it's just more tight, But it's really different.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I would say it's really hard. And also, I think your team struggled on the voice comms, especially on the shot call. Mainly, I think you had the different calls in the many objective calls. So I'm wondering, how do you figure that out in terms of the communication in the team?
I mean, like we have like huge problem of the like voice, so we just like trying to like practice like everyone just shut up. And then it's just like playing game like
You should
solo
practice
lane.
that, Brendan.
What?
Yeah, and then we just like play well, so we just like accept them like on stage. So maybe that's why we play better today.
Only one player talks, right?
I mean, like depends, but everyone just like not talking a lot. So yeah, we can just like focus on the game.
Yeah. Okay. I see. That's cool. I think complicated calls makes so many different ideas. So you gotta be clear about your plans. So.
You wanted to mention about the bot lane meta as well, Wadid. Do you want to ask him about that?
Oh yeah, that's true. I want to ask about the bot lane meta because it seems like mainly focused on early lane prior, like a Gene, Varus, those kind of pick. How do you see this meta? Is it able to play hyper carry still, or do you think early lane prior is so important?
I mean, I don't think like hyper carry ADCs like can like carry or something, cause like since last year, always like Kalista or Varus since like 2 years. So I hope that Riot change like this meta.
So you can play hyper carry.
Yeah. Also like now like first group is like spawning at 8 minutes, right?
Yeah.
So bottom early page lining is like more important than like last patch. So I don't think it's like hyper carry ADCs carry this patch.
So you prefer hyper carry than the early laning phase champions?
I prefer the like I play carry ADC, but I don't think my team won't do that. So.
They don't want to put the resources on you, I guess.
Yeah.
That's fair enough. So you guys did have some changes in coaching staff as well, with one of the guys coming up from Challenger League as well to try to help out. Do you feel like that has helped your drafting at all, or what kind of went into that decision? Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
I mean, we just more clear than like before, you know, like about the plan or like about the like draft. It's just like more clear. Yeah, that's all, I guess.
Yeah, I see.
That's fair enough. So you saw the POM comments, and you did mention that you would vote for your support. Is there any specific reason, and what comment would you give to him getting the POM?
I mean, he played like well this series, but like his set in like game 2, it was like impact is like so like big.
So huge, yeah.
So any specific comment, or just he played well?
I mean, I really like happy that we play well together, and then I feel like we just beat like Inami bottom. So I hope that we can just like keep like maintain this like lining phase.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope so as well. So lastly, Berserker, we've kept you here for a while. Any word to your English-speaking fans and all the fans out there that have stuck with you through the hard times and the come up here for DNF?
I mean, even I came to Korea this year, a lot of fans like cheering for me. Even I got like hard time, so I really appreciate about that.
Well, thank you so much, Berserker, for letting us know all about that, and congratulations on the win once again.
Thank you.
And I hope you have more success in the future as well here at the LCK. Still a long season this time around, so hoping you guys continue to get some wins. So that was Berserker. Always a very good time to have him on here. We are going to take a look at the standings now as well after this interview, and take a look at DNF, who do have one win now. It's a 1, not a 0.
Managing to get it, and I think for Nongshim, 3 loss streak now. You know, obviously compared to D+, half the loss streak not as bad, but it's starting to feel really shaky, and particularly those 4th and 5th spots. We're getting a breakaway from T1 and 3rd, who won a big win streak. 1st and 2nd are miles away. This middle of the pack grouping is getting very messy, because honestly at this point, KT is on the heels of D+ and Nongshim.
Yeah, it's definitely a new start for DNF. The in-game wise, I feel like the rotation that they have for the mid-late game was a lot clearer than the before. So even though they failed in game 1, they managed to bounce back after that. So I think this victory means a lot, and it means more than a single win, I think.
It absolutely does, because now you begin to generate that confidence. You say, hey, it's working. We're getting our comms right. We're getting our play right. The rotations, the macro, everything begins to click. And hopefully they can get some more wins because they're definitely going to need it. We do have Hololive Esports versus DRX up next. You guys will definitely want to stay tuned for that, and we'll see you in a bit.
Welcome everyone. This is Secret Newsroom Agent, codename Cartographer, checking in. It's again time to shake things up with some intense overseas action, so let's jump right in. First, it's time for some LCP intel. Two Japanese teams in the LCP, SoftBank Hawks Gaming and Detonation Focus Me, went head-to-head in a thrilling showdown. With Guwon, a former T1 Academy jungler and Korean import Arya on the roster, and DFM also happens to be the old stomping ground of Evi, this truly is an Evi history lesson. Let's take a look at this Japanese clash on the LCP stage. After a fierce back and forth, the series is now up to Game 3, and here is where the match turned. Marble's Zeri went for Cocoon's Jin, instantly popping her ult, and DFM then tried to counter aggressively. The Courageous Skarner with a two-man Impale, followed up by Fate's ultimate, secured a dominant teamfight for SHG.
Maybe it's just all Marble! It always has been and always will as he gets two!
After securing Baron and looking to pressure top lane, SoftBank Hawks found themselves under fire. DFM engaged with a numbers advantage, but as they kited back, Zeri flashes in with a huge lightning crash, shredding the enemy backline and taking down Rumble for a quadra kill, and then finishing off Silas for the pentakill. Marble's outstanding performance stole the spotlight, Could he be the next undisputed king of Japanese bot lane? Next, for some LTA intel. Here's a question for those of you watching at home. Who do you think is the top 80 carry in the Americas? Well, C9's Sven recently tackled this very topic. Let's check it out.
From tier list is like whatever you feel makes sense.
Okay, let's just start somewhere.
Let's start.
Let's put myself in S tier.
S tier. Alright, we'll go right there.
I mean, I actually agree.
Sven confidently puts himself in the S tier, alongside Team Liquid's Yon and FlyQuest's Masu.
I kind of have a high opinion of Henna based on like scrims. I think he should be B tier still. But I don't think he's playing that well on stage.
That's Sven's opinion. We've got our own LTA 80 carry expert Prince here though. Let's hear his take.
그러니까 본인을 S티어에 놓는다는 것 자체가 이고나 자신감적으로 원딜이라면 필수 교양 중 하나인데 독이 될 때도 있거든요. 뭐 과학적으로 보면은 사실상 불치병 같은 게 아닌가.
Sven C9 is currently 2-0 in the group stage. Could he live up to the S tier title? The question now is whether they can make it all the way to MSI and an international tier list. And now for some LPL intel. Can you believe a team that started 0-6 now stands at 5 wins and 7 losses? And at the heart of that comeback, Korean 80 carry Taeyoon. What exactly happened with Team WE? On May 3rd, they faced off against NIP in a pivotal match. WE sets up a surround, engaging the fight. Vampire's Alistair lands a brilliant combo. Then Taeyoon's Ezreal finishes off Leave. Are Taeyoon's Mystic Shots auto-targeted or what? And that wasn't the end of his heroic moments. On May 5th against FPX, with Team WE's Nexus towers falling, it was Taeyoon's Ezreal who came through in the clutch to save the Nexus at the last moment.
Can FPX do it? The Nexus, it's so low. The Staring Shield and Team WE. Right back. Monkey on the signature trundle, hitting onto them, landing the final blow.
Taeyoon has adapted perfectly to the LPL. Following in the footsteps of Ruler and Deft, another LCK-raised Korean import is making waves. Next up, some news on The Shy. For the first time since his LPL debut, The Shy has pulled off a pentakill, a major milestone in his storied career. Let's see how it happened and what it meant for his team. Let's take a look at Game 1 from their May 6th battle against Thundertalk Gaming. IG starting the Otacon, and The Shy uses his ult to get into the backline. With the aggro drawn, IG quickly secures the Otacon and begins the fight. Rookie falls first, putting IG at an instant disadvantage. But then, The Shy flashes in. Is this a flashback to his iconic Aatrox days? He solo kills Kai'Sa and Rumble, takes down Rakan for the triple, and then Pantheon for the quadra. Gala wisely backs off, and The Shy finishes off Rise for the pentakill.
Guess what it is? A Shy pentakill!
After a long career, this is The Shy's first official pentakill. It also broke IG's 4-game losing streak. Could this be the start of their comeback? We'll be watching closely to see how far IG can go. And that's all the intel we've gathered for today. We'll be back next week with more exciting reports, but for now, I'll leave you with the wise words of Atlas once again. Stick around soon, we'll see you then. ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK for 2025. One more match remains. HLE to take on DRX. And today has been a weird and wonderful day. Already, we've seen DNF break the losing streak of 11 games in a row. No one beats them for a 12th time in a row. And let's see whether Humble Life Esports are once again going to find themselves at the hands of Providence as DRX look to do what's seemingly impossible here today. Because we need 6 games. Like, it's got to be a 6-gamer. It's a Sunday, it's a Pog State day, and so we need to make sure that the level of hingedness going into the Pog State is at the lowest ebb possible. And that requires at least a DRX game win.
So it's got to be squeaky.
Oh yeah.
Squeaky hinge.
Squeaky hinge. We need it like no
or
WD-40
like, are we
here.
talking like straight up not working?
Well, I don't want it like fused, because then it's not really a hinge, it's kind of just a wall.
No, but then you can just unhinge it by just yoinking hard enough.
Oh, that's a really good point.
I like it. And
let's have a look at the standings. This is why it's going to be a tough one.
You might look at this and go, it makes no sense. No shot DRX takes even a game. But that's probably right, but we hope it's not. Because Nongshim just lost to DNF.
Yeah.
DNF, we knew they were better. This is not helping my case.
Cut the video, cut the video.
Cut the tape!
It's not necessarily looking super good. This dates back to when DRX won Worlds, weirdly enough.
Yep, that's included.
Yep, so summer round 1, DRX got the better of Humble Life Esports. Both of these teams, a complete transformation from what we see today.
That was Zeka.
True, he was on the other team.
That was him.
Yeah, so Zeka's done really well in all of these games, I guess.
That was also, I'm pretty sure, the Humble Life Karis lineup.
Yeah, and Zeka hasn't done well in all of the games because summer round 2 in 2022, he was still on the team, so he lost that time. Let's have a look at the top lane generals here. Rich and Zeus. Rich with a lot of Scion games, but he's not allowed to pick that into Zeus because he will pick Nidalee, and you won't have a good time.
No, I do love that we're just going all in on the grasp stacks for Zeus.
Yeah, that's what it's about.
That's kind of insane. Zeus is one of the best players in the world. I do love the little
that was so cute. Delight and Andal just hanging out, having a chat. Delight is such good vibes, by the way. I feel like that guy is friends with absolutely everyone in the LCK.
I've never spoken a word with him. Even every time I see him, I'm like, hey, and he's like, hey. but in terms of looks, that's what he gives you. That's just delight.
Yep.
Absolute pleasure. Really, the only thing I've ever heard him be upset about is that Peanut broke his Alistair win streak with his Shyvana. That's a very sore topic that he will be bringing up.
I think Shyvana for Peanut will always be a sore topic for everyone, so we're not going to blame Delight for that one. You can see LazyFeel still in the roster here for DRX. Teddy hasn't made his way back or anything like that. And last time we saw DRX, things were not looking so hot. And so we have the lowest expectations possible for this series. And that could bode well for some. This is not boding well. We are not about player comparisons, especially when Zeus is involved in the comparison. And this one is no exception, because this looks rough for good old Rich.
Yeah, Zeus is obviously, as we make these jokes. Yeah, we make these jokes. He's good, but it goes further than that, right?
Oh, look at the damage percent, though.
Yeah. Oh,
Zeus's team does too much damage.
Really? What my main highlight is how is Rich's damage share this big? Because that is kind of insane. That was 26%. That's the second highest of any top laner.
And the guy plays so much Scion.
I know.
But also he did a lot of damage on the Scion.
It's kind of out there. I think that Rich is kind of settled into as we know Rich, right?
Yeah.
Even going back to where we've seen him in the past, some of the Nongshim lineups. That's very cool keyboard sponge.
Yeah, that's a dope one.
Love to see it. The expectation today is that Humble Life get a 2-0. Now, it might not be a clean 2-0, because if I go back, Humble Life 2-0'd Nongshim. They 2-0'd Bro as well. But I do remember a lot of those games feeling like they weren't going to 2-0, and then they just kind of did. That's what I'm expecting here today. For DRX, it's always going to be an uphill battle.
Someone just said that I was going to get cooked on Twitter, by the way. I think they understood my reference. That's absolutely fantastic. And this could also be. If DRX do it, man, I just keep daring to dream I keep daring to dream.
We are believers, Atlas. That's what we are. We believed in.
I'm not.
DN freaks.
No, but I just choose to opt out. It's not about belief. It's about understanding that anything is possible in any given moment. I'm not making any assessment as to what I think is going to happen.
That's still believing in something.
No, it's believing in nothing.
That's still believing in nothing is also believing in something.
Whoa, is it?
Well, I mean,
but it's nothing.
Yeah, but that is something in of itself.
Is nothing something?
Yeah. Has to be.
My brain's kind of exploding because I think that nothing is nothing. And then if you believe in nothing, you don't believe in anything. But then if nothing is something, then you believe in something. But then that's not what I said. I said I believe in nothing. And so we go around in circles. So I'm a bit confused. So I'm not sure what I believe in anymore. I believe that we do have a draft getting prepared for us. We also have an HLE that are on blue side to start off this series, making it even more difficult for DRX.
Oh, it's a game 2 angle for DRX. Game 1 is all about setting up momentum, approaching it with the right vibes. That's kind of where I'm at. I'm not expecting to win game 1. That's okay. Humble Life's games 1 are amazing. They're going to be on blue side. You're going to lull them into a false sense of security, and then Zeus picks Warwick and goes 1-7. That's the game plan, Atlas.
Oh, we need that to happen. All right, let's hope there's no Warwick bans as we get into this one. Oh man, that's an Arcane champion as well. My favorite TV show.
Yep.
Oh, that's going to be so much better for me than it is for you, Chronicler, because you don't like Arcane very much. As Nefiri going to be the first ban here, as Vi is going to be taken away. You can tell the first series was a weird one because
we had a good time.
We are certainly starting this one off.
That was a
strange.
3-0 in a best of 3. It's happened. It happens every now and then. We are going to see DRX ban a bunch of champions and then go ban. I can't believe they didn't ban Axe because that's just how it is when you play against Hanwha Life. What will it be? Is it Jace? Is it
Jace,
Rumble?
Gwen, Nidalee?
Is it Gwen? Is it Nidalee?
It's all of those.
Is it, I don't know, is it Azir? There are so many.
It is Azir at this point. It's Xin Zhao. It's Xin Zhao. It's actually Xin Zhao. I think it's Xin Zhao.
It might be Xin Zhao. Well, they might ban that one, and then we were like, "How? I can't believe they left open Jace." That's
Oh man, they banned Jace, but then they left open Gwen and Rumble at the same time, and Zeus picked both of them together and is controlling them at the same time.
There you go.
Yeah, the draft broke because they're like, we can't ban the champions that we wanted to ban.
There are too many permutations.
And maybe they also decided that they believe in nothing, and that divided their brain by 0 like it did to mine. Oh dear.
Let's just get you in the right mindset, Atlas.
Yeah, the mind that doesn't quite work.
Well, I mean, that's why we're League of Legends cost.
We're gonna get back into this one. Sometimes things just go a little bit wrong with the draft, but it shouldn't take us too long. And thankfully, it was only a few bans that we'd gotten through so far. Just to remind you of those, it was Nefiri, Taliyah, Poppy, Vi, and Yone ban away. And yeah, Yukal hadn't plugged in his keyboard, I think. May have been something to do with it, as we saw him fiddling with the cable. So peripheral issues are definitely better than ones in your regular field of view, I think.
Certainly. Not the direction I thought you were going to go in with a bad joke, but I do like it.
See, I like to catch you off guard.
Yeah, you got me there. Lazyfield has been, I think, really both what it means historically, right? The fact that he's the first import into the LCK, very, very cool.
Yep.
But also has been really bringing, I think, some of the things we always used to love about the VCS, which is unhinged aggression, no matter the circumstance.
And like, who cares about laning as well? Like, let's just like the entire thing that is like brought up, Lazyfield, is just skirmishing in the river. So what's last hitting? What's lane positioning? Like, who cares about that stuff? We just want to make sure we kill the guy trying to get crab early in the game.
And his vibes are great. You know, the way Yukal talks about him, he's like, oh yeah, we love Lazyfield. He's just out and about, trying to speak Korean, and we're just having a wonderful time. As hopefully the keyboard issues resolve soon, and look at that!
Oh, I can see a draft! As Zeus, you could see there, that was the ban that happened first last time around, so no messing it up as Nefiri hits the deck once more. So here we are, back into it again. Bit of draft deja vu. And DRX is still going to find themselves into that position where they want to ban 7 things.
After this match, we will be done with 2/3 of the LCK
My goodness.
It's not really 2/3 of the season because it's one season, but the first 2 rounds, which I think kind of feel like a season, that'll be done.
Yeah.
Wild. Already.
And then
this goes so quickly.
And then we'll be up to a roadshow as well. I was checking out some of the LEC roadshow last night. That was a whole lot of fun. It was a little bit awkward, the French crowd in the first series last night. They were like, we just don't really support either of these teams, so we don't really care. And then we're really excited about the second series. But man, never change French crowds. They're so honest, you know? So honest. No, none of this just like politeness, cheering doesn't happen.
Your ability to both.
By the way, we actually give them the advantage. So DRX get to pick 2 champions at once from places that they're not supposed to.
Yeah, your ability to both compliment and burn at the same time remains unmatched.
Compla-burn, heck yeah.
The good old Compla-burn. Taliyah is banned, so we're not going to see the Taliyah Pantheon. We might see something similar, maybe an Ahri, because that is something that is often picked with the Xin Zhao. And it's really hard to deal with. They'll maybe wanna have to play.
What about
against
Nidalee?
that. I don't think I want to see Rich play Nidalee. I'm gonna be real with you, Atlas.
No, it's not Rich's Nidalee.
It's Sponge's Nidalee.
It's Yukal's Nidalee. Bring it back.
All right. What do you mean, bring it back?
Faker debuted on mid lane Nidalee.
Yes,
how dare you?
That was Faker. I remember that. That's not Yukal.
And then what if Zeka plays Kha'Zix? And then evolves his Q in the middle of lane.
As you can tell, the expectations for today are a very, very humble life favorite, and we're doing our very best to make this as close as possible. Zeka.
I appreciate you trying to pull it back as well, Chronicler.
Well, that's not where I want to be, but I think it's where I need to be right now. And I'm sure there'll be malleable as the day goes on. We do have the Ahri locked in.
Now, we've seen this, haven't we? Did we see this today, this exact combo?
Yes, and then... but
that was the game...
That was with the Kai'Sa, right? Where Berserker...
That was the game Nongshim lost wind.
They did that... No, this was the one they just straight up lost. This was the Kai'Sa game.
Oh, was that the...
Wasn't it?
No, it wasn't. No, because Kai'Sa was picked second. It was game 1. So it was the game that they lost one.
Ah.
Because they won on paper, but they lost in everywhere else.
They actually did lose.
It was the true Skara. You know, they were winning until they were losing until they won.
So I'm wondering if this means it's Aurora into Gwen, or if Rich is going to play Ryze. I'm not quite sure. Could see either. I think Aurora has been pretty popular as a counter pick. We often see her banned. Now, 80 carries, Kalista has been up. You can, with the Poppy and Taliyah, I think the Kalista is a must ban for Hanwha here, because it is one of those picks that is just annoying to deal with, and I don't think Viper is going to... He would love to get his hands on it, but I don't think he will, because I think that it's definitely going to get swept up on R4 as a... Yeah, there we go. That is banned away. Kind of telegraphed.
Yeah,
and
you're not allowed.
It'll probably just be Ezreal for Lazy Field if they don't ban it.
I think angling for an Andil Cow is a decent move.
Yeah, or Leona, right? With the Ez, either works.
Yep. But of course, you'd have to pick it on 4. Denying it from Delight is the big deal. So with Poppy banned, I think a ban on the Rakan and then picking the Alistar on R4, that like a whole lot of teams do like to do, is a really smart move, meaning that Delight not able to play his most iconic champ. So instead, they're going to ban it away, try and catch them beforehand. So they could limit that support pool a little bit more, or just opt for the Ezreal and then allow Andil to counterpick, which I wouldn't mind either.
I think it'll be Ezreal for Lazy Field, and then Hanwha is going to go with maybe Kai'Sa Nautilus. Oh, that's a different direction. I don't mind it. You have a decent setup already for Lazy Field, and this is a bit harder to deal with in the lane. MF obviously very oppressive. I still feel like we haven't really seen any MFs truly shine. Aiming was the one that was shining on it, and we all know how DK's doing right now. So not quite enough. Jhin makes a ton of sense. You have so many threats, so picking something that just plays for utility and neutralizing lane is a role that Viper has been doing with grace.
Yep.
We know Viper is a very versatile player, so not going to be too bothered by this, as he's had great performances thus far.
Yep, the Rel going to be locked in there for Delight at the same time, allowing him to start off some of these fights. And the pick potential from Hummer Life Esports composition is absolutely fantastic. Then big Magnet Storm follow-ups and things like that. Pull things in, allow the snip to go ballistic. As Andal thinking about a Nico would give them a lot of lane control and allows this bottom lane to be something to play through. Also giving LazyFeel a good matchup towards that bottom side could help with one of his weaknesses, which is the laning phase.
Also tough for many of the champions on Home Life to deal with. Everyone really outside of the Jhin has to get in close proximity, which is where you do get a ton of value out of Undeal jumping in. This is very heavy on the magic damage though. I don't think it'll be the end of the world, because we don't see any traditional tank on the enemy team, but maybe itemization will skew towards that. So if Sponge and LazyFeel both have a rough game, I think itemization becomes quite easy. Homa comp, no notes, looks good. We are not really surprised. I think Homa are a team that draft well because they can play basically anything. You know, we see this with Genji a lot. Make drafting a lot easier.
Yeah, often, you know, you see people and you're like, oh, Dandy's such good at drafting, but he's also just got the best drafting tools that you can have. And that feels great to say with Zeker on this roster, because for so many years it was, oh, he's champion pool this, champion pool that, but it's 2025 now, and he has really managed to add a bunch of things to that list over the 3 years since his first World's title. And so really good to see here from Home Life Esports. They still have to win here though, and the vibes in the air are not feeling great for Home Life Esports. There is a certain weirdness today that is just leading me to feel that perhaps an upset is upon us. Let's see whether I'm just being weird.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1 of our final series of the week. DRX setting themselves up for a potential aggressive move against Zeus. Has not taken the flash. It's going to be the ghost variety of the Gwen this time around. Kind of curious, because we have seen a lot more Gwens moving towards the flash angle.
Yeah, Flash and Conqueror has been more common.
I think Zeus just really likes grasp stacks.
Yeah, but he also did go for, he was the first one to bring back bring the rollout Conqueror Gwen. So I guess just matchup dependent. Short trades is what both him and Rich are going to be looking for. Rich with Electrocute, Zeus for the grasp.
Yeah, it feels a little bit strange that in the ranged matchup that could be quite difficult, he has gone for the grasp.
Yeah, I can see how the Aurora, particularly once you finish your first item, is going to feel really nice to play into the Gwen. I do think Gwen has a pretty easy time, even in, as long as the matchup range isn't too poor, to still get grasp proc specifically, because you can gap close very easily with E, which obviously is on a low cooldown. As unflinching, actually, since the change has been a lot more popular, do see it here for a number of players. Yukal, Delight, and Zeus all picking that one up.
Yep. Peanut is 6-0 on the Xin Zhao. They haven't been doing a lot of losing, ladies and gentlemen, so that's why you don't see a whole lot in the L's column, but Zeker has had one of the losses on the Ahri, as we're seeing here. Rich should be in a pretty good position in this lane for the majority. Of course, if Zeus gets on top of the Aurora, it can be a bit of a problem, but with your ability to go into stealth and then eventually having an R button that can get you out of dodge, should be a playable lane for this Aurora for the majority of the time, as long as he keeps his wits about him. Getting the shove in pretty comfortable right now. You do need to hit a bunch of your buttons to really put the pressure on. That's a flash from Delight, as Andal taking a whole lot of damage. The Ignite comes down. Delight still chasing after him, but Viper unable to follow up, down to 300 health himself. But HLE putting some fear into the DRX bottom lane. So that's a lot of names of players on teams that have been doing some losing recently. So the Nico is bearing the brunt of that.
She really is. I don't want to blame that fully on Nico.
I saw Beryl there twice, so it can't be Nico's fault.
Is that... Excuse me?
Because it's not Beryl's fault, and so it can't be anyone's fault. Like, we can't blame anyone.
Oh, okay. I interpreted that as you blaming Beryl specifically.
Oh, absolutely not.
No? Even at this point? Oh, because it's a...
Even if you think it's Beryl's fault, that just means that there's too much content in Genshin Impact.
So it's Genshin's fault?
Yeah, maybe.
Not Beryl's.
No, it's just... It's not anyone... It's just definitely not Beryl's fault. Okay?
It's definitely not Beryl's.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. That makes it easy. Thank you.
Yeah,
I wasn't
you're
sure.
welcome. Peanut looking for some shellfish here, as he will give up on that and look to turn, takes down Sponge, no smite, so wasn't able to contest for that one. And there is another scuttle on the map as well. We'll see whether that is allowed to go over to Sponge or whether Peanut is going to contest for it. He's actually heading towards the top side. This is a little...
I don't know if there's a timing here, though.
Rich actually gets the ward down.
Yeah, I think it's a good call by Peanut. Because Gwen this early is obviously not going to really hit the damage. Rich still has his cooldowns available. And Gwen obviously has no CC. So Peanut not going to delay his clear and just taking the safe base. Do sees this, and I love this. I think Gwen should be counterable and lose early lanes for how strong she is in the mid to late game. Yep. That was a thing that wasn't really true for like really the entirety of the LCK season so far, like the entirety of round 1. She did kind of terrorizes with her snipping.
Yep. She did do some relentless snipping.
And now she feels pretty fair. Still good.
Definitely looking good here for Rich at the moment. Yep. He is able to lock down these cannon minions, having a good time. Zeus actually avoiding a bunch of buttons here as well, as the Ghost is now down, and we were talking about Rich having a good time. Zeus has Ghost, dashes forward, there's a flash. Zeus will accept that as enough, as Rich will go back home. A trade of summoner spells, but of course the Ghost will be up much sooner than the flash.
So I don't believe in curses.
I know, but you're responsible for so many of them. If you don't believe in something, do you forego responsibility for it?
Depends on your point of view. I think in your case, you would hold me responsible for this exact thing happening. I would say Zeus is the best top laner in the world, and he's playing against Rich.
So if I crash my dad's car, for example, I might need to hold that thought. As Zeka is getting ganked. Good Rune Prison comes down here from Yukal. Throwing a bunch of damage over Zeka's way. That's like he's just going to be okay.
You know,
but anyway,
you live, but
yeah,
you're kind of hurting. Zeka on needs a back, as you were saying.
Yeah. So as a
hypothetical.
Yeah. So if I crash my dad's car, for example,
yes,
and then just told my dad I don't believe in cars, would I then not be responsible for crashing my dad's car?
Well, no, because in that scenario you would not be, you wouldn't mean it. And also there's a direct...
What do you mean? No. Because like.
Let me finish.
You're saying that you don't believe in a real thing, right?
Let me finish. So, more importantly, there is a direct link of causality between your behavior, what you did, which is driving the car.
Yeah, or cursing a player.
No, between your actions, which is driving the car into the wall, what caused the crash.
Yeah.
Directly. This is observable for everyone involved.
Yeah. Just like caster curses. Like when you said that thing and then immediately Rich throws his flash away. We've got a little bit of an engage here as Peanut could be in trouble. He's just dead. First blood going over to Yukal as DRX looking for this Chemtech Dragon. Is it happening? Is it happening? Because look, okay, if caster curses are real, the opposite has to be real. The caster blessing, okay?
The waters, the Atlas waters.
The vibes, the feelings. Don't just ignore top lane, please. It's not looking great for Rich.
Atlas, I think we want to believe that we have an impact. You know, that's just what we do as human beings.
Yeah, that's true. We try to find meaning in places where it doesn't exist. That's very true.
And I think we watch so much League and we talk so much. So much! And you are the best.
We're bound to be right.
You are the best example of this because you've done, right? So going all the way back, you've done LPL, which is the other region that does 5 to 7 days a week. And then you went to the LCK, which does 5 days a week. As a very short interjection, great skirmish here. Yukel's out of the roam, uses the realm warp. Peanut never getting out of there. Nice to see Chain. Thumbs up for DRX. Well done. Good play. So you went from LPL, where you talked an inordinate amount of time.
I did the OPL at the same time.
Even better for my case, right? And then you went to LCK, where you've been for the last 8 years.
Yes.
Where you talk so much every single day. So there is always going to be a lot of overlap. Which that overlap means that whatever you say, a lot of times won't happen, but will happen enough for your brain to start believing.
Well, I'm slowly moving away from the believing, as Rich tried to walk to lane.
That is your rationality winning.
Shame on him.
What do you mean?
He walked to lane. Absolutely illegal. Delight flashes on top of him and takes him down. Sponge going for a Grand Starfall here as they're looking for the dive opportunity. Zeus could be in trouble. Lazyfield just going to walk him out, and he's not as immune as he wants to be. Still surviving for a long time. Sponge gets the stab though and survives. Had 100 health left over. No worries at all. More plates going over to DRX. And I'm back on the belief train, my friend.
One gank is all it took.
Oh, yeah. And like, Rich also died unceremoniously on the bottom side of the map. I am caring so little about that.
I do believe in the law of Sponge.
It's called absorbing pressure. You mentioned Sponge.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rich is doing the sponging, and Sponge is doing
Which allows
okay. Yeah, right?
Oh. It frees up Sponge's time.
Uh-huh.
Is this the least hinged day we've done in a while? Like,
it really is.
I feel like we haven't talked about the game at all.
Yeah, maybe we could do that. We could have a look. There is some grubs being taken here.
Just a little bit. I feel like we need to be able to at least say with honesty that we pretend to talk about the game.
Yes. So 3 grubs go over to HLE. We'll be able to use that to create a little bit of an advantage in a side lane with having a Gwen. That could be a big problem here for DRX, but if they keep the pressure up, they have a gold lead at the moment. They might be able to mitigate that. Often players do think that the grubs are a little overrated, as Lazy feel. Not going to get Deadly Flourished that time around.
Yeah, expecting the swap to come through. About 2 minutes till Dragon. We're going to see Viper and Delight have tempo on the move back. As Zeus now, even if I don't think he actually intends to kill Rich here, but even just getting Prio means that he will be ahead on the roam. Although, as I say that, looks like Viper, she's heading straight back to top. So they're going to maintain the swap, at least for now.
Yeah.
Not wanting to maybe give up plates. Zeus would have to back. Does have TP available, as we're seeing some question mark things. I think they have a sneaking suspicion.
Yeah, some vision that has gone down. You can see Sponge making his way in, but Delight on the counter gank. Xin Zhao nowhere near, as Rich is going to start this one off, but Delight just says, Sponge, no. And Sponge says, all right. Walks back into the enemy jungle. Peanut looking to take things down. You can see things pretty even as far as camps are concerned. But there is a bit of a lead with Sponge picking up that extra kill. It's Rich coming on over, and actually Delight getting comboed down. This is a lot of damage, and he's just dead. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, DRX answer the aggression of HLE beautifully. Positive vibes continuing here for DRX.
Sponge is low. He's 2-0 now. Getting further and further ahead is Peanut.
Yeah, Ando going to find the Pop Blossom. Peanut has to use the Crescent Guard. Means he won't have that for the Dragon fight, actually, as now Zeus has turned back up again. Cut the tape, cut the video, as Rich does have flash. He flashes and uses it correctly. Gets himself out of the way. That was a gorgeous little flash there. But still, the pressure is large from this Gwen.
That's not an easy one. Yeah, Zeus is still doing the Zeus thing. Sponge.
Oh, he just flashes for it. Okay, does he get the kill? The answer is no. It is still a Gwen. But Sponge, yeah, I don't know whether that was worth.
I do, it's not.
Okay.
Gets the back delay.
Thanks for that, Chronicler.
Yeah, no, I mean, you were asking a rhetorical question, but I felt obliged to...
Oh no, every rhetorical question that seems rhetorical, you can feel free to answer, don't you worry.
Thanks, Atlas.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Makes my job very easy.
Every question is rhetorical if you don't answer it. Okay?
Sometimes nothing is a something. I get it.
You really have affected my ability to think good. As Lazy Field now fighting against Viper here. Viper not feeling too happy about that one. This is still MF. As there's a bullet time as Make It Rain comes on down. And the curtain's going to get called for no reason at all because that misfortune is already dead. Sponge looking to try and punish Delight though for this. And Zeus comes in. And he's holding scissors. He is so dangerous. Andal not going to be doing anything to help this one out as HLE is going to find kill after kill after kill. Yukal actually able to... Oh, never mind. I was about to say able to walk his way out, but the Deadly Flourish was underground! And so it killed him. Was that a Deadly Flourish? Because he was a billion miles away, I think it was.
That or a trap that was put in the brush, but I think it was a Deadly Flourish, because I don't think it was in the brush.
Was it a captive audience that was like sharing pixels with the blast cone?
Maybe.
That could have been good.
I think it's the previous. We're gonna take a look. So Lazy feels confident about his 1v1, and if he angles his ult a little better, he might have actually done fine. That's one kind of sussy setup there, right? With the captive audience, sometimes the hitbox just feels a little bit off.
Yep, and that was
one of those occasions. And then here, the engage from Delight is really clean. The ultimate that will, the TP rather that will come through will be way too late. So Sponge is just already kind of dead.
Yeah.
And that is a lot invested. And then here, we're gonna watch the left for the captive audience. Or sorry,
Deadly Flourish was underground. It was definitely underground. As we check it out once again, And he's lining it up, There it is. Damn, that was like max range as well as underground. That was impossible for UCal to do anything about.
Well, he couldn't walk back. And
yeah.
Oh no.
As Rich is going to try and do some damage and disappears. Pops over to the other side, still going to be dead, but Peanut may suffer a loss of life for it. Never mind, he's fine.
I'm rapidly losing my belief in the water, Soundless.
Yeah, it was looking okay. If we only pay attention to the very beginning of this game, then honestly, feeling good. At this point in time, feeling less good.
When you start your sentence with "if we only do X," it's the same as me going, "It's really not that bad" when you don't think about it too much.
Yeah.
So the issue.
That's an awkward time to pause. We get to zoom out now to see how dead Zeus is.
Zeus is very dead.
Having a look here. There is a teleport coming in behind him as well. As maybe Zeus is pausing to say, this is unfair. Why is everyone targeting me? Being a little bit facetious here, guys. There is no way that a player could do that. You can see the bottom lane actually having a little bit of a giggle. Delight in high spirits. As here, it's looking a little bit more like business.
And I want to...
Over on the DRX side, as you can see LazyFeel and Endo like, we don't know what's going on. Everything was fine.
I want to dissect a little bit what's happened so far. One of the big issues that we see, particularly with teams like DRX that are currently on the east side, is that initial plays, like set plays for which they have very clearly communicated, they actually are able to win out in these small skirmish against some of the better teams, right? Some of the movements. If it is premeditated, I actually think that they match up pretty well. The problem is, and we see this with any good team, Gen G do it just through rotations. T1 does it through punching in your face in.
Yep.
Onwa Live does it through kind of a mix of both, right? I think they're the most flexible when it comes to playstyle. Is that when you start ramping up the amount of decisions that need to be made, teams really start to struggle. And I think that's a really good example here of like, what they should have done the moment that play came through is just let Sponge die, or when that engage comes through, just let that be it.
Yeah.
Right? But because Hanwha Life keeps forcing DRX to continuously make decisions, like, okay, are we gonna keep Sponge safe? Are we gonna try and make something happen towards the bot side of the map? Are we gonna try and cover for Rich? All these continuous decisions are, which we knew this was gonna happen, mean that you are going to just fall further and further behind. And all of that was one mistake, which could have just ended with LazyFeel dies. That's the end of it.
Oh,
but
man.
instead, Hanwha Life is able to turn into so much more.
Exactly. And I was really enjoying immersive mode. Didn't you enjoy immersive mode there for a moment? As we just got rid of all of the stats of anything ever, and it was just pure summoners.
Just vibes.
Yeah, that was actually so cool. Maybe we could just play without it for some time, and then we can just call it up when we need it. That would be so frustrating to everyone at home. If I was like spectating, I would just turn it off. I just wouldn't be able to handle it. I'm like, I always need to look at like how many dragons the team has and stuff like that. As Sponge is in a little bit of trouble. LazyFeel not going to be able to offer too much. Goes in for a little bit of an auto attack. Sponge is standing his ground for quite some time, but Zeus teleported in, and so he was always going to be dead. Zeka now with his ultimate on cooldown, but it looks like HLE have full control of this area.
No.
UCal's still in the bottom lane.
Just take the inner.
Yeah,
this is what I'm talking about.
Why do we not do that? Maybe he's just happy that these minions are dying, but I feel like they could have taken a little bit more.
Yeah, well, it probably doesn't kill it with Zeka TPing in. But I do think that at the very least you can get a little bit more out of it. I think you still should be fine in the 1v1 against Zeka. Take another look here. Zeus really wants that turret. He never gets out there, right? Either he dies to Sponge, he dies to Ande, or he dies to UCal on the rises. Here we take another look.
Don't we feel like if, like, LazyFeel, I guess Delight wasn't using any buttons, so if LazyFeel walks up, he definitely does.
Yeah, and Delight also still had his flash, right? So LazyFeel can't walk up. Also, I don't know when they actually spotted the TP, but as soon as you know Gwen is TPing, you obviously don't want to try and partake in the play anymore, because UCal didn't have his. The early gold lead, despite all the attention that's been paid, is still there for Zeus. And LazyFeel on this MF, doing his best.
But he's going to throw out the combo once again as Viper loses most of his health bar. So that was at least cute. Zeka is likely to get a point-blank charm, but doesn't actually hit it. The bullets are looking good as the curtain call is just going to be wandered out of. But Viper just going to go back home, and Zeka picks up control here of the mid lane.
You mean aesthetically or in terms of aim? The bullets.
I beg your pardon?
The bullets looked good. Is it?
Oh, the first one
aesthetic?
looked good.
Okay. So aim.
At the aim, yeah.
As opposed to the aesthetic.
Yeah, aiming looked good for Gold King. No, he didn't. Not this week.
Not this week.
As okay, Rich dancing over. Zaya's taking a little bit of damage here. Looks like that turret is going to survive. And there is a bit of a man drop. Sponge comes in, and once again the Gwen is dead. Not very immune this game by the looks of things. 3 deaths now on Zayas.
Oh, this is exactly one of the things that I highlighted earlier. So this is a great pick onto Zayas. Nicely done there using the global
Sponge
presence.
is mega proactive today. It is pretty impressive.
They should be able to kill Delight. I'm more worried about the repercussions of this.
Yeah, so Delight is dead. Andal is likely dead as well. Viper just needs one more bullet or a grenade, and that's going to take him down. Sponge puts up the gate, and it is once again a really nice deadly flourish. Oh, wind becomes lightning, but doesn't hit him, and still Viper able to flash forward, picks up the kill, and that is thanks to a rapid fire cannon. If he did not have that, that would not have landed.
Ah, credit to Homa. Because just that play, I'm not even sure if that's really worth it, because they invest so much just getting a kill. And yes, it's nice to get a kill on the Gwen, but you're playing for the dragon, right? That spawns, well, at that point, spawn in like 30 seconds from there. Is up, as you say. So this play is fine, but then you can turn this into just an immediate play towards the bot side, right? You kill him here, push out the wave. You can even go for the turret if you want to. But instead, because they play for this dive, it gives Homa Life the opportunity to respond. And particularly with Jhin, it's so easy to just aid any situation on the map.
Yeah.
Homa Life have parked Jhin in the mid lane for most of this game for that reason. Rotating to side is extremely easy. It's again Viper that sets up this kill.
Yeah, he sets up this kill after just killing Andal.
Yes.
Without any response, really.
And because of this, now the dragon goes to Homa Life, right? So DRX, the initial decision is great, even though you invest Realm Warp in the Sponge ultimate. But then going a little bit too far against a team like Homa, now you're down 2k gold, now you're down a Drake.
Yeah, and this goes back to what you were talking about. It's HLE's ability to identify tempo and when you're allowed to make plays and when you need to push and when you need to play defense. And you're right, it's why they're able to just manufacture advantages around the map.
I don't know if you've noticed, I've been really trying to only focus on the game for a little bit.
Yeah, I know, you've really given it your all.
Yeah.
And I was doing my best to try and stop that from happening, and then I realized that perhaps trying to be a synergistic co-commentator would be a good move.
But now that we have done that,
oh, now we can go back to completely brain-melted unhingedness. I think that is possible. But maybe we should let the game do that for us.
Well, I don't think that's going to happen. I think Homa Life is just going to kind of cleanly play this out.
Oh, I love it when you curse. I love it so much. It's absolutely fantastic. Here's the man drop. Viper no flash, and he is definitely going to be dead. Oh, the curses, they just come... Okay, counter curse from myself. I apologize for that one, Sponge. But it's a 1-for-1 trade in the end, and I need to just make sure that I don't get too smug about Chronicles cursing, because then the counter curse happens, and then DRX can find a real lead.
Homa Life is a really good team, and if DRX go for a punch, Homa Life will go for a counter punch.
Oh, please stop with that.
Is that not what happened? And what will happen, because Homa Life...
Okay. Rich is going to do his very best to try and bounce back to the other side of the circle, and does do so.
Adaka?
Well, that is an option, and that is what they're going to go for here, as Sponge is dead and doesn't have the Grand Staff all available. So that means no smite going to be here. Laserfield does have Infinity Edge on that back, but he is so far away, they are going to give that one away. So we get to play the fun game of look at the experience bars. Let's do that right now. 4,000 health. We're ticking down, ticking down, ticking down. Oh, that is so rude.
That's rough. Taking another look. I am loving this Rise Pantheon combo from DRX. They play towards it very well. Unfortunately, Sponge is still within turret range as the charm comes through. And E doesn't work against turrets, so he does just kind of die. Second out, Shadow Flame done. Second item approaching for Pina as well, who's had a pretty muted game as Sponge is trying to get a Grom.
A battle, perhaps, as Blastcone going to get rid of the Gwen. That could be a decent opportunity here as the Curtain Call is doing so much work. Lazyfield, the targeting of Viper is just gorgeous. Pop Blossom comes through, but it does not do nearly enough. and Sponge going to be turned on here. It's a deceptive orb, but it's actually going to be the scissors that take him down. 4 kills now for the Gwen, and HLE just looking a little too good.
We always knew that if this was a free game, it had to be game 2. Game 1 Hanwha on blue side.
I may have potentially jumped the gun.
That's okay.
I think relentless optimism towards DRX winning a game, though, is probably not that underappreciated.
On the contrary, I think that's our job.
Relentless optimism. I love it. As okay, we're going to watch this, and Viper hit everything. Lazyfield thought he was okay by flashing away, but then Delight holds onto him, and look at this. How do you bend that bullet? It's James McAvoy, not Viper.
Is James McAvoy in Wanted?
Yeah.
I only remember Angelina Jolie.
Really? You don't remember Morgan Freeman?
Well, no. I saw Wanted when I was like, I don't know, when did that movie come out?
A long time ago, bro.
Long time.
Yeah, early 2000s. I would
Old.
assume. Old again.
Again!
Oh dear. But, I mean, maybe people have watched it. It wasn't that great of a film. This is not great for Sponge. He's going to have to flash to get himself out of the way of that one, but still does do so. Rich throws a bunch of buttons to Narnia. And DRX's defense not quite working out here.
You know what my favorite underrated, like not as well-known sci-fi movie is?
What's that?
I don't know if you...
Starship Troopers?
Gattaca.
Gattaca, I love Gattaca. I studied that in high school.
It is such a cool movie.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
And it's a really cool exploration.
It holds up.
Yeah.
It really does.
Basically just because the vibes, like the theme is so good.
Yeah, timeless film. Great acting as well. Was it Jude Law and Ethan Hawke?
Ethan Hawke, yep.
Man,
and Uma Thurman, I think, was in it as well.
Got confirmation right there.
Yep. No, it's an incredibly good film. One of those things where, you know, like judging someone based on, you know, their statistics doesn't necessarily get you to the right.
Which is why DRX is going to win Game 2 and why they won Worlds in 2022.
Goodness. Yeah. Bringing up Gattaca as HLE crushed DRX in Game 1 and DRX go for the comeback in Game 2. That would be beautiful, but maybe they're going to go for the comeback in Game 1 as, my God, Endel just dies. What was that bullet? What hit him? It was a nuke. He doesn't have very many defensive stats, and Zeka is very strong, 3-0-5 right now. As the curtain call is underground again, Viper really playing with the ups and downs, and yeah, Rich is dead. Sponge is in.
Well, why though?
Why was Rich just walking into the tribe?
Why is Sponge here?
There are a lot.
Freeze frame.
There's a lot of questions, but not a lot of answers.
Wondering how I got myself in this situation.
Yeah. Well, he's going to go into the base, picks up that turret shot for fun, and then another one as well, and that was for fun also.
Now,
this is going to be Soul Point.
Yeah, this is all we're doing the work to make the DRX comeback in Game 2 all the more captivating.
Yeah, I guess so. Man, I really don't have the answers as to the whys that we had presented to us there.
That's life, Atlas.
He was in the last game.
That was my vote. I didn't actually check the votes.
Yeah, no, I didn't actually see the array of them either. Actually, I imagine it would have been relatively close. I don't think this was a your alone.
And also I think there were a lot of votes you could have gone for. I think there was really a lot of good performances from the team. As DRX, unfortunately, in this one.
Yeah, this is a not winning angle from DRX at this point in time. We're gonna have a look at this one more time. Explain to me why these decisions were made, Chronicle.
I'm not quite sure what the deal with Peanut was.
Did you see that?
Yeah, that was Viper's really.
That was a fourth shot.
Really fed at the moment, as we could see there.
Okay, I knew that Sponge was walking forward because, okay, we're not going to see, because no one has the answers, and we knew that we couldn't have the answers as Rich is dead again. Zeka did that, the Spirit Rush towards him and kill him move.
I don't think Rich Aurora was the answer.
Not looking like it at this point. Hindsight's kind of 20/20 though. There was a couple of moments where things were looking all right.
If you asked me beforehand, I think I also would have.
Yeah. I'm not ready to defend that one.
But no, this is Sponge. Also, Sponge's lore does not hold true because he was. They're also playing a summer, but he was fed, then died.
Why is Andal level 8?
Well, he hasn't. I don't know. Have you looked at the experience bars on the entire DRX?
So now, like, it makes sense that a fourth... Okay, that's a flash charm. Absolutely beautiful. On to UCal here as Peanuts over the wall. Gets the flash in. And that is going to pick up the kill onto the Rise. The curtains have been called once again. As in goes Delight underneath 2 Nexus turrets, but he does not care. It is not bullet time, unfortunately, for LazyFeel. It is game over time. As HLE are going to put DRX in the ground here in game number 1. A very convincing performance. A beautiful showing from both Viper and Zeka in this one. Have to say, Viper on this Jhin, that's getting ban-worthy here in the LCK.
Even that Delight rel, like,
oh yeah,
gauges were impeccable, and it makes sense because this is something that we have seen a lot back when Zaze was on T1 as well. Specifically, the fact that Hanwha loves playing triple carries, right?
Yeah.
Peanut on a carry, 2 aggressive solo laners. Jhin just works so well with that. It frees up Delight, allows him to roam, and it sets up for so many plays. It's a very, you know, there were some fun, messy moments, but still, it really never felt like Hanwha Life was under too much pressure.
No, it certainly didn't. DRX were waiting for game 2, needing that blue side advantage to pick up the victory. There were some signs of life. DRX showing that they had an idea, but didn't really come together, and those flubs in the mid game really were kind of inexcusable. Sponge having a good one, though.
I did damage max.
I mean, he, like, all things considered, outside of that Grand Starfall at the end, he played well.
Yeah, I think he did a good job. It's also, this is, again, it just feels like a team gap, right? Like, you start to see, it starts off with the DRX early laning phase looking kind of okay, and then it very rapidly, as Hanwha Life accelerates the pace, goes for more and more plays, fall behind, and once you lose control against Hanwha, you're not getting it back.
Yep. And now it is time for Chronicler and I to come back to reality. We're going to take a short break just to reattune our brains. We'll have the space. They're going to break down that game number 1, and then we'll have game number 2. We'll see whether DRX can come back.
라이즈 노플이야. 라이즈 봐도 돼. 라이즈 볼게, 우리 라이즈 볼게. 바텀 깬 거 같아. 볼 수 있고 나와볼래? 원래 더 들어와봐. 아. 2% 노플. 야, 이거 2명. 아, 살려줘. 네, 갈게요. 아, 이거 진짜 2번 죽은 거. 네, 레전드.
BNK 같은 경우는 6위로 좋은 성적 거두고 있고, 그리고 DRX는 드디어 연패 끌어내면서 새로 시작할 수 있는 상황이 왔습니다. 2라운드 첫 경기를 맞게 될 두 팀 가겠습니다. 경기 보시죠.
와줄 수 있나? 이거 비에고 나 프리각 나오긴 하는데.
3단 받아도 되고, 3단 받아도 되고.
아, 근데 나볼 수 있어가지고 나도 불이랑.
야, 제이트 볼래? 제이트 있어?
야, 나 못.
야, 박았어. 비에고 봐줘. 아리 와줄 수 있어?
가질 수 있어.
아리 이노폰, 다노폰.
뺐는데? 루시안 밀려 갔다.
아래를 빼면서. 야, 빨면서 하면 이길 것 같은데?
빨면서 하면 이거, 야, 싸워봐. 노플.
맞게. 어디 맞게? 맞게. 이제 노플.
살려봐봐.
나 힐 힐공 다 있어. 맞아, 해봐. 형 안 죽어.
나이스! 좋은데? 밀리오?
아무것도 안 했다, 진짜.
이번에 시야 좀 깊게 들어올 듯.
야 바텀 막자 바텀 막자.
보고 있어. 해봐.
탈리아 쪽 갈게 그러면. 탈리아 E 없으면 나 볼게.
탈리아 이 없어. 가능한가 이거 막아도 돼?
야 이거 와볼래?
아리. 야, 쟤 내려했다. 아리. 스카이 천천히 봐봐.
스카나 헤베스 아니야. 야 이거 나 먹긴 했는데.
안 좋다.
아탕하자.
야, 우현이 형 뭐야? 그때 이거는 또.
이거잖아.
이 없는 줄 알고 한 턴 빠르게 볼 수 있죠.
괜찮아 다음 거 잘하다. 야 이거 그 스카는 절대 시간 안 되거든. 이거 먼저 치고 있자. 이거 버스 하자.
이번 턴에 근데 기회긴 해 이거.
탈리아 쪽 바로 봐야 돼. 이거 아리 궁쓰면서.
야, 여차면 삼각 봐도 될 듯 이거. 마운드 볼게. 루시안, 야, 아리 볼게. 아리.
야 밀려 높을.
루시안 더
밀려 높을.
전에.
나 갇혔다. 괜찮아. 빨면서
해봐
탈리아
이거.
높으리. 나 비에고 봐줄게 이러고. 야 비에고. 야 난 이기긴 했다 이거.
야 이제 볼게 이제 나.
살아야 돼, 빌.
가자. 아우 레이드 피루.
나이스.
바로 먼저 칠 수 있겠다. 일단 보면서 하자 이거. 얘네 용 따라할 수도 있어. 얘네 아래로 나오려 한다. 야 피 잘 갈아야 돼 우리.
야, 내가 타서 어그로 끌게.
야 하나 넘어갔다. 레일 넘어갔다. 포킹하면 돼. 레일 막을게.
야 피 많이 없어. 나 이쪽 뒷 깎아 볼게. 야 스카너 오른쪽. 야 한 봐줘. 쌍거 빠져.
나 싸브로 올게.
야, 아리. 아리 터뜨렸어.
나 스카너 봐줄게.
위에 봐.
야 스카너 아무것도 없어.
야, 루시안.
아 살아볼래? 나 아예 뒤로 왔거든.
살아야 될 것 같아. 천천히. 용해봐.
이제 피 잘 가는데 까비.
풀템 좀 가면 할만해. 맞아. 괜찮아. 야 미드 이번에 살짝 질러볼게.
사이언 그냥 끌고 올 수 있나? 우리 궁각 안 나올 것 같은데. 사이언 쪽 내가 끌고 와줄 생각도 할게 어차피.
사이언 매혹 맞추고. 야 지금은 사이언
야
맞출래?
사이언 볼게 사이언. 사이언 빼 이거 잡고 빼.
나 좋았거든. 괜찮아. 아야 이거 빼야 돼.
이거 천천히 나갈 생각하자 집 갔다가.
용이 먼저 나온다.
야 이번에 싸봐야 돼.
야, 얘 적당히 하다가 욕 먹을 생각 하자, 알았지?
야 나 뒤로 돌게 그러면 아예.
야, 나 그냥 풀칠 생각으로 갈게. 할리아 더비큐. 상업풀. 야, 욕 먹어봐. 지금 가야 돼.
야 와봐.
이제 맞췄어. 천천히.
이 상태 앉아.
야, 나머지 막아줄게.
봐야 될 것.
걸어봐.
나 빼었어, 봐봐. 천천히 빼었어.
용자, 욕 먹어봐.
아니, 빼. 우측 빼.
야얘 쫓아가 볼래?
아 쫓아가긴 해야 될 것 같은데. 이지 개피.
바론 가자. 바론 간다. 괜찮아, 안 끝나면 돼. 용유치형 바론이라 우리 세게 나가자, 이번에. 탑하자, 일단 탑하자.
레드 하면서 탑하자.
야, 루시안 우리 레드 가는데?
이거 싸울까? 천천히 봐보자.
이거 이쁜데? 야, 가볼까? 스카너. 스카너 노플이야. 스카너. 야, 루시안 노플. 야, 다 먹긴 했어. 탈리아. 더 살아봐. 야, 루시안 노플이야. 루시안 볼게. 루시안. 잤어. 이거 나이스. 미드 가면 끝나나? 그렇다만해.
끝나면 하지 않아? 시간 너무 길지 않아?
뒤로 라크라면 될 듯? 우리 스카너 3초라 막을만 하거든.
나 가인이라 그냥 나 라카라 할 수 있어. 가인 있어.
제발.
바람 바로 죽여.
한 번 더 죽여야 돼.
죽여.
나이스! 야, 그래. 진짜 쳐버리겠다. 아비, 뭐였다.
DRX 지난 배후의 연승 전환. 그 이무기가 용이 되기에 필요한 여유주가 레이지필이었나요? 귀인이 베트남 쪽에서 그리고 CN 쪽에서 있었군요. 결과적으로 마치는 DRX.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We're here after game number 1 of Homolife Esports up against DRX. And for a moment there, for a very short moment, we were like, hey, maybe DRX are going to show up today. Maybe they're going to pull off what DNF were able to do and get the upset win today. And then Homolife Esports woke up and they just clobbered them. And it wasn't very close. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, It was always going to be a hard battle, and I feel like there was some things given over in the draft that made me a little bit concerned, like the Xin Zhao Gwen combo, the old school combo when Gwen first came out that was really obnoxious, but still makes it really hard to play as any range threat into that, but also those two champions are just very strong right now.
Yeah, we could see DRX manage to snowball in the early game, but it kind of falls out after the mid game. I think the difference between those two teams were like only small detail things when it comes to the mid game. It's all about taking fight, and I think HLE was a little bit more smarter about how they plan before they take the fight. So I think it was really clear in the replays.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that HLE Esports did a great job of, even though it was a relatively close period in the game, their team fighting is just so strong. That's what we know them for. We can take a look at highlight number 1, 11 minutes in, and they just bait this out so well.
Yeah, you actually see pings coming in, and Zeka has an angle where he's saying, I'm going to come for this. So Viper actually goes very aggressive and baits this, sets it up, ends up forcing out the ult from Lazyfield as well, and, you know, is in no danger of actually dying here, but it just allows Zeka to slide in, pick up the kill real easy, and then continue to use his ult to get to this fight that's going on in the river.
Yeah, that was such a smart bait. I would say if Viper plays aggressive randomly, you're gonna think that, oh, there might be something else, you know? And that was the point where HLE was planning so well than enemy team. It was really well planned.
Yeah, I feel like as well the river fight, the TP that came in from the Aurora was very late, so it felt like there was 3 people hitting on Sponge at the same time. He got forced out quickly, Andal got forced out quickly, and it felt like they never really had any advantages stacked up in their favor in the setup for those fights, either in the mid lane with Blazefield or around the river with the rest of the team.
I mean, it's kind of mind game as well, you know, whenever the players goes aggressive, you might think that, oh, maybe the player is behind, but this time around it was real, but next time around, I think Lazyfield will feel the pressure whenever Viper goes aggressive.
That's a barrel strategy,
yeah.
Right? Where you go aggressive constantly, and they're like, oh, maybe he's got backup. But this seems a little bit more tempered.
Yeah, I would say that for HLE Esports generally, if you're the underdog against them, just believe them. You know, it's probably a good idea. These guys are very tight in their team fights, and they don't make a lot of mistakes, so this engaged pretty good as well.
Yeah, this is one of the communication issue, I would say. Whenever your team goes in as an AD carry, you should able to say, I can't follow up. But this time around, Lazyfield just followed your teammate, which made him in a really bad positioning. So I think that was really great engaged from Delight. But at the same time, I think Lazyfield should call out that he cannot be in the position.
And if you want to sign that he's really in a bad position, the fact that Delight could burn the cleanse and the flash before even using his ult, that's when you know you're really out of position. As MF in particular, you can't really fight if you have a rel on top of you. You're never going to get your ult off. And, you know, it was great follow-up from Viper as well, who lined up that shot to snipe him on the back end. But yeah, if you're in that position, it's just the fight is always going to be doomed.
It's all about the communication. It might be really complicated in that kind of situation, but if you want to be a better team, you can actually communicate all those kind of details, things that you can follow up or not. I think that makes huge difference between better team and worse team.
I think as well, like MF is such a fast champion, like the amount of movement speed you have out of combat. You can take a bit more time, go a safer route, and then finish off the fight with an ult and still have a big impact. I think he was just too much like the team was saying we're going. He's like, okay, I need to be there now, and then obviously didn't work out.
Yeah, I mean, DRX is our 9th place team, right? So I feel like for being 9th place, they actually did show a decent showing in the beginning of the game. It just, as you guys have pointed out, these little things are going to get you caught, and sometimes they're big things as well. If you're an AD carry, you can't be in that position, and you can't really get caught out like that for Lazyfield. But the fight, the game was kind of moving pretty heavily in HLE Esports' favor by that point. Anyway, DRX are going to be going to the blue side here, and we'll see what they do show up with. We weren't super happy with their draft in game 1, but I mean, they got some strong things themselves. It just wasn't enough to match HLE.
I think a lot of power picks given over, you know, things like the Xin Zhao we often see banned, but like Gwen for Zeus as well, obviously a massive one. So, you know, I think there's still quite a few things you can prioritize, and I think getting a powerful first pick really important, especially because you're now dealing with Zeus on red side, which is always very scary. Maybe a Nidalee ban might be justified.
I think DRX can match the fight if they take care about the side trade. I see many times when they try to trade the side, I see DRX top laner Reach getting caught a lot. So I feel like if they can manage to avoid those kind of free kills, I think they can have a great chance in the mid game.
A lot of things to consider here for the side of DRX from blue. We'll see how they do as we go back to the casters.
Beautiful rhyme, Valdez. Absolutely loved it. I also just want to say, I think that Wadid's tennis outfit today looks fantastic. And I feel like that's accurate because Wadid is a pretty avid tennis player at the same time. So it's just kind of cool. Also, having a G2 themed tennis shirt is dope. Let's now see what's going to happen.
New. I haven't seen that before.
Oh yeah, wow. They've got like...
It's a ticker. It's like, oh my God.
That's like one of those books with the tabs and stuff like that that was so fun when you were a little kid.
That's so cool.
Yeah. I guess now you just have stuff on an iPad. Yeah. I don't know.
They keep surprising me, the fan sites. The meta just keeps developing.
Yeah, it's super cool.
Insane.
All right, this is also insane because we need to figure out a way for DRX to win the video game.
We need to get to Game 6.
Exactly.
We don't want a cringe 5-gamer.
And we are Atlas and Chronicler. We were born in Challenger in 9 gamers, okay? And it was with Sponge. He was the one that did it for us the first time. He's got to be able to do it again. He's got to bring us to 6 here today, which is theoretically a 7 because we have Pog State recording after this. We need to make sure that we spend as much time at Lord Park as possible.
Got to min-max.
Yeah, that's exactly how we, that's what we're born for on a Sunday night. So let's just hope that it does happen. Oh, there's a weird massive amount of N and then a lot of O's. I think someone must be leaning on their keyboard. It's on the teleprompter. It's very weird, but that's fine. We have Yone and Rumble banned away here first up by DRX, an understandable array of bans up against Zeus and Zeka. And Divine Fury to be taken off the board. Silas for the final ban. Where is Zeering?
So it might be, I can't believe I'm saying this, but it might be B1 Italy. And then you give Zeus Jace, and you might be like, Chronicler, you can't do that. But what if you pick Jace for Rich here? What do you think is going to happen?
They're going to pick Azir.
No, and then Zeus is going to play Nidalee into Rich Jace.
Yeah, or it's just going to be Jace Nidalee. And Peanut's going to play it. Or Zeka's going to play Jace, and then you give the Nidalee over to Zeus because they can flex everything everywhere, and it's frustrating. We kind of knew that this Azir pick was coming.
Oh, yeah,
Callista's open. Why didn't they ban it, silly billies?
This is what I'm talking about. Wait, it's not fair.
What about if DRX just lock in Nidalee Jace? That top side doesn't have any Nidalee set up at all, and it would be kind of awkward, but that would be lots of good champions.
It's good into Renata. You know, a lot of range.
Yeah. Well, the Jace is a no-brainer, as of course Rich certainly
the more I think about it,
Jace.
I think that might be your angle.
I don't think you can pick the Nidalee.
No, I think you have to.
Really?
Well, no, but I'm trying to find solutions here, Atlas. Maybe Zeus doesn't go it. You know, how much does he love winning lane anyway?
A lot.
Yeah, he does. We will see what the pickup for Sponge is going to be here. The Poppy, I think, is a no-brainer. Because you have Azir, you're playing into Callista, you're picking Varus.
Yeah, instead it's going to be the Varus. And so now, Humble Life Esports can pick Poppy if they would like to.
Poppy
they can just ban it. They can pick Nidalee.
Pick Akali for Zeka.
Oh yeah, that's a fun one into the Azir.
They can pick Victor, but I would hate that because it's not
doesn't feel Zeka.
That's not what I want to see Zeka play. I remember his last Akali game.
Ooh, Katarina's available.
Oh, Zeka. We knew you were going to do this, but we didn't want it.
Yeah, I was really trying to throw a curveball to...
What did he go? Didn't he
from
get double-digit kills? Last time we played Akali? This was LCK Cup, right?
Yeah. The game that just... it was in the Mad movie, and he did that cool flash over the base gate and then ult out. That was cute. He had 1 billion more gold than his opposition.
Yeah, it was not okay.
Yeah, he killed 3 people in a row, and I think he had more money in total than all 3 of them.
Victor's consistent. It does make sense. So Viego and Poppy are my expected bans, although you can also pick up the Poppy for Peanut and then leave counter pick for Zeus. Again, Zeus already knows he's playing into Jace, but you guys get what we mean.
The Viego ban is interesting. Of course, Sponge does like to play more aggressive champions, but with Jace and Azir in these side lanes, I don't think they want something as squishy.
Let's go with Varus, right? If it ends up being Viego Elise, that is played on the enemy team, then it's a really aggressive early game burst comp. Nico's already gone, So the Elise ban I actually quite like. I think that Renata does really struggle into those types of matchups. Maybe it'll be like, I don't know, Varus with any Enchanter. It's kind of what you look towards. Playing any engagement to Renata always feels pretty bad.
Are we confused about the lack of Nidalee situation here?
Well, I don't think Peanut should play it.
I think Peanut might play it, though. Can you pick it into Jace? Because it's like a flex pick, right? An R4 pick, if it's a flex, is pretty strong. The Skarner is the last remaining tank that we've seen kind of played in the jungle. Not necessarily to that much success here in the LCK, but I don't think I'd have any troubles trusting Peanut on a champion that's all about setup.
Yeah, no, you definitely pick it away. I would say. Then again, Zeus probably has something else to play into Jace. Let's be real.
True. The Ivern is what they're considering for the moment, but instead, Poppy going to be looked at. Could be for the jungle, could be for Andal.
It is looking better and better for a 6-game dreamer, Sadless. That is what I'm looking
If there's a draft that you can beat this team with, it's something that looks around about like this.
We'll see if it's Poppy for Andal or for Sponge. I prefer it on Sponge.
Yeah, I'd like to see something a little bit more aggressive towards the bottom side as Karma. That would be exactly what I'm talking about, and they're going to lock it in.
And now the top lane matchup doesn't even... Yeah, okay.
I mean, it was going to be the Nidalee, wasn't it?
The top lane matchup doesn't even really matter when you really think about it, because you're winning bot. Mid, depending on jungle intervention, is going to be looking good. Top lane isn't real. We have established this. It's fine. Just don't worry about it. And DRX... We have learned. I forgot against which team you did this. Remember when DRX chased someone in mid lane and then they just kind of lost the game off of it? That happened like 3 times, I swear.
Yeah, I think I've probably pushed that one out of my memory.
Good. It's not great. Ox is still, to this day, reciting this memory.
Yeah, that's when he's not fighting with people on Twitter.
He would never.
No. But when he's not doing that, he's talking about DRX and having some flubs when it comes to later game decisions. This is going to be about taking control a lot earlier on than that. And I do think that HLE will run into some troubles later on because it does feel like a 4-1 style of composition, even though Zeus has found pretty incredible ways to team fight on a side laning Nidalee.
Is that an Eren Yeager Sponge mashup?
I don't know.
That's Mr. Krabs, that's Peanut. I know that one.
Yeah. All right, we'll just have to see. DRX, it's time. They have to do it. They have to be able to do it. That little Viper is very, very cute. Did it have a monocle or were those glasses? They were glasses, right? Because it's Viper?
Has to be.
That does make some sense. That's okay. It's a beautiful draft. It's a beautiful draft for DRX. They can do it.
Nidalee's a problem, Atlas.
No, she's not. She's a construct. We don't have to believe in it. Let's dive onto the Rift for game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
I'm sorry, I used your own logic against you and I should not have done that. That was cruel and unusual.
No, actually, because my initial thought was to retort saying not everything can be a construct, and then I've never, ever held myself to that own standard, so it's actually checkmate.
Oh.
It worked well. It's when I, when I turn around, you're trying to tilt me joke around on you, and you're just like, oh!
Yep. Every now and then I get a little bit nervous. Okay, LazyFeel and Andal set up here towards the bottom side of the map, and Varus Karma is so much power. I do like the fact that LazyFeel has gone for the lethal tempo as well. I think that in a situation like this, you're going to be probably shooting Peanut a bunch, and he will be able to get through him if he is on that champion. Yukao will also have a fair bit of power in that regard as well. But Victor Azir means that we're probably, I don't want to look at this matchup very much. Until maybe level 6 where the flashes get traded. That's kind of fun.
Yeah. Post 6 is fun. I want to just see top lane matchup.
I want to see what Sponge is going to be able to get up to on this Poppy. You can really mess up games for teams just by using your ultimate. Creating those man advantages can really work. As Sponge is in the enemy jungle. I don't know whether did he walk over that ward in order to get there? That's the question, as we might just have vertical jungling if Peanut does know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, vertical jungling would be really good for Helm Alive, because it gives the Light and Viper the ability to just freely push for 2, which they are hitting first.
Yeah.
Maybe try and stack a big wave.
See whether they can put that pressure on. As Sponge not going to be in vision of these minions, I do not believe. As we see some pings out onto Zeus.
I just, look for and Zeus is not going to be expecting that. Even with the ward, the positioning of this gank is going to kind of catch him off guard. I do think we see the question mark ping.
Ooh, it's only Faker that's been able to win on this Azir, as Peanut, as we kind of expected, is just going to drive his way through a couple of walls to start on this bottom side. And it's Zeka that's actually going to be his target. 300 health on Zeka here. As Sponge running for him, finds the flash, but Zeka's going to flash immediately to get himself away. Still, you know, the Q is going to miss, and so Sponge is going to run away. But there was a theoretical opportunity, and it looks like Sponge, with the fact that he's now made his way through mid, is going to stop Peanut from taking away his red buff. Unless Peanut does some funny business, you can see him sticking around, picking up some rocks and things like that.
Still not a bad trade for Sponge if he gets his red.
Yeah. Peanut's actually...
Renata's ahead of the roam, but I think Sponge does have a smite available as well.
Andel's moving in. Let's see whether he can actually get over here, as the ward is going to get pulled out. And Andel will be able to get a mantra Q over this wall, or just a regular Q. As we see here, though, Sponge able to pick this one up. Yukao gets himself out of there. Peanut not able to find too much. Will throw a rock, but is going to miss.
That's nice. A lot of time wasted there for Peanut. So it's a... It was only Grump that was picked up by Peanut in return.
Okay, Viper going to spend a little bit of time. He flashed forward, okay. Lazy Feel, feeling a little bit worried about this one as Delight moves his way back in. The flash out, handshake gonna go wide. And we are just putting summoner spells on cooldown. The answering maneuver is pretty nice here though, as Lazy Feel stacking up some Blight. Delight getting taken down low, flash has to be employed. Intelligent there from Delight, I think.
He would have died.
Yep.
Yeah, that was I'm pretty sure
that was W empowered. That would have been a kill.
Guaranteed kill. DRX their early game looking pretty good. Yeah. Trading up favorably in subs. Sponge's invade was successful. Not game breaking by any means, because Peanut is also able to catch a second rotation. Peanut also got the topside scuttle, and I don't think he'll be able to get botside scuttle if Undo and Lazyfield pull another wave, and it does look like it's going to be a single scuttle, but still, now gets clear for the rest of the jungle. Peanut's still fine, but still, nicely done there early on.
Yeah, and this little scuffle towards the bottom side looked great for DRX, but you can see, like, Viper is still going to be ahead in farm. After this wave crashes, Peanut also looking to try and put on a little bit of pressure here, but decides to not give away his position. And Sponge will be able to collect the crab. So we're going even on crabs. Zeka and Yukao continuing to just lane against one another. Level 5s both. Waiting for the Emperor Divide to come in.
I don't know if you noticed, is there another reason for Peanut to be Mr. Krabs besides the fact that he is a jungler and he loves scuttle crabs?
Maybe it has something to do with him being Sponge's boss or something like that.
That actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I think your reasoning is a lot more solid.
Which is weird, because it's normally not. So, I don't know. Maybe there's a gap in my logic.
Uncanny change of dynamic.
Yeah, this feels wrong. I'm bothered by it. Sponge just getting to work on his Raptors. Looks like a Hextech Drake could be on the menu for someone, as Andel's going to be moving on in, not able to stop these backs. And Viper puts his shoes together. We're a wave behind on Lazyfield's side, but even on items, so that doesn't feel too bad. Just a dagger, which doesn't mean all that much.
You know, and this isn't related directly to these games, but I gotta really highlight, yesterday was one of the first times that I ever came to Lorpark as a fan. Two of my close friends are here. It's so different. And it's so weird, because I come here every, 4 days a week, right? And I have for the last 4 years.
Yeah.
But it's still such a different feeling just walking in through the normal gates and taking your seat and seeing the players come in and not from the angles that we normally do. It was really cool. I love Lorpark. It's such a fun experience.
I actually think it's super cool as well. Like road shows are like that times 100.
Yes.
Because oftentimes if you're in an arena but you're working, you never really get to walk through the crowd.
You don't.
And stuff like that. And experience the atmosphere. Even like the opening lobby is just so cool, and you really don't get that if you're at work.
I was also there yesterday. We came in during T1 DK, so obviously the entire lobby was crowded.
Yep.
And then my heart was broken by DK being mercilessly slaughtered, but you know, I took that in stride because I wasn't on the broadcast, so I could just.
Rich is dead.
Oh.
There's kills him for first blood. What it means, we're yet to find out.
Aw, kind of bad for Rich. I did see the frustration on his face.
Yeah, it's not great. We expected this to be a difficult matchup, and who would have thought it was? Things going okay elsewhere, and you can see the gold lead not exactly skyrocketing, right? It's not like they're augmenting an already great early game with a first blood, but still a little bit worrisome here.
Yeah, I want to delve a little bit into, with the changes, laning phases have started to matter so much more. Because before we used to swap sometimes minute 3, right? And the swaps do kind of take away because you play a lot more as...
I've seen this play before.
Exactly, except Sponge didn't flash this time.
Yep.
But laning phases are a lot more important. So if you have a dominant laner, that ends up being a really big win for you, as unfortunately doesn't hit the shock blast, so Zeus can just all in with reckless abandon, and then it's the execute damage there on Cougar form.
Yeah, the takedown is so powerful.
Yeah, that really kind of booms Rich. And the reason why it sucks so much to die in this 1v1 is because this is a dreadful matchup. You're not having fun. You get out-poked, out-sustained, you don't get to play the game. But if you die once, it just gets infinitely worse.
Yep. Bane's Call going to come on through here as Viper slowed down momentarily. Flash out from Andal. Peanut trying to turn up here as he flashes and finds the max range Impale. Lazyfield will be able to cleanse this and flashes eventually to get himself out of the way. So no summoner spells left. Emperor's Divide gonna throw Zekka under the turret. He has to take the long way round because he has no flash. And now Yukal trying to kill him. He flashes over the gravity field. He needs an Arise and he won't have it. Conquering Zen's not there and Zekka survives. Oh dear, and now Peanut is going to welcome insult to injury. Thankfully, Sponge going to be there.
I don't know if Yuka was out of range, but I think he autoed a minion there once. I don't think it would have been enough. I think Zekka was shockingly healthy. Sponge?
Sponge wanting to leapfrog Peanut here, but realizing he's not quite going to be able to. Andal comes in as well, and Zekka is going to do the walk north strategy. We'll get him out of there.
Can't believe he lived for... He's giggling!
Yeah.
He's like, I lived. Lol.
It's so unfair.
It
Sponge
is.
now looking to try and at least get something. The Consolation Raptors might be an opportunity here, and he will be able to take that one away.
Really, Zekka has shown the importance of doing your cardio. You know, making sure that you're in good shape and you can get those runs in. Just walks it off. Or hiking, at least.
Zeus just taking grasp stack after grasp stack, and it just feels awful, right? I can feel it from Rich's perspective. Every time that auto comes in, I'm like, I gave him a free stack. Oh, I gave him a free stack again. And it's just how it's going to go for the entirety of this lane. Does sometimes feel like top lane is a thankless task.
It is. Yeah, it takes a special kind of... No, don't gank him.
Don't do it. Don't do it. It's
Rich. It's Rich.
It's inhumane. It's inhumane.
Can't do that.
Don't do it.
No, he just TP'd in, even if he doesn't die. No!
Yeah, Peanut's going to do it, isn't he? Zeus, Primal Surge, try and get his health bar back up. Good flash there from Rich. And Zeus thinks he's still dead. I don't know whether that's going to be exactly true.
But it doesn't matter. Oh, Atlas!
Yeah. This is so rough. All right, Sponge even going to get spotted there as a rock gets thrown over the wall.
Have you watched the new, well, it's not new at this point, but the Series of Unfortunate Events, the show?
No, I haven't actually. Was it good?
The new one, yes. But the opening theme song starts with "Look away, look away." Everything from here out is nothing but this. That's Rich.
Yeah.
That's just playing on repeat in his head right now.
Yeah, I have a feeling that the good old Lemony Snickets is a pretty good way of figuring out how Rich is feeling.
Neil Patrick Harris, isn't it? There's a lot of music.
Yeah, I was actually thinking if you're going to replace Jim Carrey with anyone, Neil Patrick Harris is a pretty decent option.
It is. I mean, it's, you know, it's a kid show, kind of. Not really. You know the books, right?
Yeah.
So, but it's great. I would highly recommend it. I think you'd enjoy it. Which means that you're not going to watch it, just like I'm not going to watch.
No, I think I probably will watch it, Chronicler. Oh, then of your recommendation.
Then I'm going to feel bad. That actually is a much better way to get me to do stuff.
All right, Emperor's Divide is going to pull back Zekka once again. And this time he's dead. You only needed 3. Just the Azir alone was not quite enough with the help of the turret, but they do manage to kill him here, and that's going to even out the kills. It's in fact going to give DRX a little bit of a gold advantage. As are we sitting up? Are we getting ready? Are we feeling like perhaps?
No, I know you haven't looked at your hands yet, but I have.
Yeah,
not quite.
Ain't no game on there.
Not yet.
I had a peek. No spoilers.
Yeah, that's my favorite part. Now that we have the
there.
caster cam, that people can see that whenever you say that, you actually look at your...
I do. I have to make sure.
Yeah, okay, but you could just do it as a bit. But
I know, but I'm not. Look,
you know,
it's
you're
about
not
honesty.
life. Yeah,
it's
I
about
know.
honesty.
You gotta sell it.
Check the hands.
It's like voice actors, you know, with an X out.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the same.
Otherwise, you're gonna get the vibes wrong. Okay. Viper and Peanut going to get to work on this dragon. Should be able to take this one down. 12.5 minutes for the first one. Going to be a little bit of a late dragon. Still, HLE blocking that one up. Going to feel nice. And the 3 grubs going over to DRX could be important, mainly because Zeus doesn't have them. And that's going to feel really nice.
Sponge has really been having a good day. I know he tapered off towards the end on the Pantheon in that previous game, but
106 to 68 is pretty nice. He's been denying a lot of camps.
And Peanut is the guy that does this.
Yeah.
Generally on Poppy, so it's cool to see. Now, obviously, Peanut's not going to be bothered. He is playing Skarner. So.
Yeah, and Skarner as well has, like, this has happened to Skarner. Like, the opposition goes double the CS and Skarner still has Impale.
I truly can't believe that he was able to come back from, you know, the big deficit, the hairband, with Hecarim, because that is a champion that notoriously does need money.
Yeah, it just doesn't do anything.
As this is why we are not necessarily believers in the victor is good into his ear.
Has it ever been good? Like, this has been happening forever.
Well, we keep looking at it.
You put Victor's flash on cooldown and then it's problematic. As Yukal has a few friends up here towards the top side. Peanut moving on in.
A lot more slippery though, this bird.
Yeah, we've got Pigeon versus Cat and Scorpion.
Does he spot Sponge? I think he will. Yeah, so Zeus, unless they go for a dive, looks like Zeus is also going to ensure that that is not the case. Checks the brush.
Yeah, Buckler can get thrown over and doesn't get stunned. And now Sponge may be dead. Keep his verdict. Just going to get channeled. He is going to let that one dissipate so he doesn't get the full cooldown.
And he enables his Hex Flash.
Yeah.
Big win.
There we go. Oh, I love to hear that. That's okay. Rich going to push in a wave. Look at that. Rich pushed in a wave that gets unanswered. That's a trade up. He's still down in levels and CS by a decent margin. But he's got his Ghost Blade.
Demolish Proc? No, don't punish him for Demolish Proc.
No.
Stop bully!
Yeah, Peanut's going to flash. Remember, Rich doesn't quite have his available just yet. Trying to turn it on the Viper here, doing decent damage. Gets a flash! That's already kind of worth. Gets rendered and completely obliterated there by Viper on the Callista. Feels fantastic for him to get a little bit of money. And HLE will move into an advantage. Also looking to get some extra damage on this outer turret at the same time as Yukal gonna get hand shook, and that's gonna interrupt. Okay, no, actually did have shifting sands, but it does not matter. That's Delight picking up the kill. And things going from bad to worse. If it was just the kill on Rich, I think things would have been okay. But now it's gonna be definitely this turret going down towards the bottom side. And that's going to be a lot of extra power. Sponge Hex flashing over, you mentioned the unlocking of that ability. And that's going to work out, but now Viper is getting engaged on here by Rich. Yeah, that is a really good question, Chronicler. Peanut tanked a few turret shots, and Rich is going to put that flash back on cooldown yet again. And yeah, Rich is dead.
I'm with you, Rich. I get it.
Yeah, a little bit head in hands after that one.
If you're a top laner in League of Legends, you know this feeling, right? So, kill number 1, his mistake, but your matchup is unplayable. It's a tilter, right? But you got to lock in. You can't let that get to you. Then the second death is
you
like,
get
oh
ganked
my god,
and there's nothing you can do.
I want what now? I want one Demolish Proc. Just one.
Oh, that's true.
Just TP'd. Yeah. You don't get the proc. And then you just want to catch the wave. Are you allowed to? No, but at this point you are already tilted out of your mind. You TP, you flash, you don't save the turret, enemy Callista gets another kill.
Yep. And now Sponge is over here. Does manage to steal away the Krugs. And Andal's going to move on up there as well.
Atlas are weak range.
What is that? Oh, 5 gamers. Yeah. Well, we might be. Unless. It's only a 1.5k gold lead. Right? I want you to hold up the optimism. There's an 800 gold advantage for the Poppy. Ignore this, as that was a decent little boot back. Zeus going to miss the spear onto Rich. who underneath this inner turret is going to be able to get some farm.
On One Life, only F1 Dragon. That's
there you
not
go.
that many.
It was a very late one. 3 minutes until Otacon's available. 40 seconds until the Cloud Dragon. This might be a fight opportunity.
Play around objectives. Or really, leads are not real. You know, leads are a construct because you have Poppy on your team.
True.
So you can just ult away enemy players and there's nothing they can do.
You see that? Light Stacks getting procced onto Viper here, doing a fair bit of damage as Shelly just going to pop up and end this turret. That is going to successfully happen. There we go. They don't even get the 25 gold from killing her either. High value. That's going to move the gold much closer.
Oh, a punish, perchance? No, he knows.
Yeah. Ball goes in.
Well, it's very
Grab goes
Zeus to just, walk up anyway. Reinforcements are on the way, so I think DRX can't quite do this.
Is he perhaps just allowed to walk up? Is the question. Is Peanut on a control ward going to pull this dragon out of the pit?
Get him, Lazy Field. No, don't get him. It's a trap. Just let him have the dragon. Is Orcs paying attention? Okay, quick. Ooh. Yes or no?
Yes.
I think no. I think it's checked out.
All right. So that means that it's going to be Chemtech, but it's not. Nice work, Bob.
He's checked in.
Yeah, there we go. He knows that there's a possibility for a DRX something in this game as Delight finds the handshake and the flash has to be in answer. As Andal, why?
Well, they got collapsed on, right? So like,
yeah.
He didn't really have anywhere to go. Will end up going down.
Just holds him in position.
Peanut, stop dancing!
Yeah, he's having a good time, isn't he?
He wasn't, but it wasn't just the emote. He was doing the little.
Yeah.
It was a little.
As a lawnmower as well.
Yeah.
Makes it even more worrisome. Spear not going to connect. And Yukal having to play pretty far back. Hex Flash coming through from Sponge, who's playing with so much gusto. He's kind of the only one on this team. Didn't get the memo that perhaps they're falling behind.
Lazyfield looks for an ult, does not find it. But it's the journey, not the destination.
Well, I mean, it's more the destination rather than the journey. Because we need to just be at a dead Humble Life Esports Nexus at the end of the game. That's the most important thing.
I take back what I said. Destination is worthless.
Yep.
All that matters...
Wait, no. Journey is worthless.
Why did you... I love it like, yeah, wait.
Yeah. I thought that you got me.
No, I did.
And then you did, but then said the wrong thing. So that was what was confusing.
You responded to my intention, not my words.
And I actually personally think that words are meaningless and intent means everything.
I like that.
Well, they're not meaningless.
I don't, but I like it for the sake of this discussion.
Yeah, words are purely used as a vehicle for
intention.
Displaying your intention. And sometimes you get that wrong.
Okay, but you can also use words to obstrue your intention and hide it.
True, but your intention is then to be a liar. And so the intention is still bad.
Yeah, you're right. It still serves the purpose.
Yep. I think intent is very important. As DRX, once again, back to philosophical conversations. We need some action, and we're getting a zoom out. Andal and Sponge possibly in a dire spot.
It's just Peanut going in.
Yeah, it ain't money for nothing. Okay, that is definitely an old reference. I didn't even say Dire Straits. I just said the word dire. Okay, Sponge moving in once again. He's looking for a fight. He's surrounded by 3 people. Yukal looking for an opportunity. Keeper's Verdict does do a fair bit of work here. And the Redemption going to be keeping HLE safe.
There's a Cougar-shaped problem in the bot lane.
There really is. And it's a return to base here for Yukal. He's got teleport. He's going to go for an aggressive one, as we can see here. And in fact, doesn't decide to go back to base. Is instead just going to come in and see whether he can take down Zeus. HLE take that as an opportunity, which they rightly should, to try and take this Otacon. The rest of them, oh my god, that Shock Blast did a lot of work. The transformation from this Jace has come in. And Zeus does not have teleport, so it's not like HLE could utilize him returning to base as an opportunity here. So DRX do what they wanted to do, which was dissuade them from taking the Otacon. I'm checking the hands. Still nothing.
Rich and Otacon. Best buddies, who knew?
Yeah, nailing it. 0-3 Jace. That was the most damage a 0-3 Jace has ever done in my brain.
All he needed was the objective to take away the resistance.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Makes sense. You know, if you're rich, yeah, probably good buddies with the bouncer.
Have you ever heard of if at first you don't succeed?
Try again.
Yeah. You could say more tries, just depends on how many times they've tried. As they are going to go for it one more time. Once again, DRX in position to deny it. As Rich down towards the bottom side. Zeka is the one that's parked down here with teleport in hand.
There's no TPs for DRX, so it doesn't really matter who they send here. I try and have Rich just take his objective or his waves rather in peace.
Yep. He is going to immediately run back into Fog of War. So HLE not in position to start the Otacon up again.
Starrick's done now for Zeus as well. 2-item spike hit for him.
Yeah, Delight moving over. I don't think that this is a DRX start the Otacon type situation. I think that is definitely not happening.
Well, yeah, I think you can. Again, you just need to turn quickly because you have the shield from Karma and you can use the Azir and the Poppy.
Whoa, the flash forward, Chains of Corruption are going to connect there as well as Lazyfield trying to layer the damage. The Impale is going to be used, but very defensively here from Peanut. Still, he might be able to buy enough time as Zeus out of position here, and the Renata is just going to go down. Yukal actually picking the flash from Zeka. That's gorgeous. Lazyfield gets in position. Sponge looking for a bit more though, and now Viper is hopping mad. Oh dear, I think it was a good attempt from DRX, but it may not necessarily work as now Rich fighting Zeus as Lazyfield goes down to the Cougar. And Rich has died to him before, but not this time! It's still going to be Otacon going down. Viper and Peanut should be able to deal with this.
Rich.
Oh, never mind.
Rich.
Rich.
I thought he was going to try and stop them.
He could have almost done it, but decides instead to go for this mid lane inner turret, or at least denying some farm or something like that. But still, it's not the worst fight in the world for DRX. That's so many sticks. Look at that.
Yeah.
Man, it looked like a sea urchin.
So,
okay.
Sponge, my guy, you're a baller. Love that energy. Just goes in.
It's been all game. He's ignored the game state entirely.
He's really trying on this Poppy, trying to create opportunities for his team. And it's that sets up this play on Delight, right? Delight just straight up gets 100 to 0. And then Yukal with a beautiful ult on Zeka takes him down, but he also gives his own life. And if in this play you have Lazyfield and Rich there, I actually think they could have turned the game there.
Yep.
But Lazyfield zoned, doesn't get to join the fight, and Rich, even though he beat Zeus, he wasn't there. And he couldn't because, again, he didn't have the TP. So it makes sense, but it does mean that when all is said and done, Atlas, All My Life still got the Otacon, and now are here to fight for its objective.
There's the denial of Soul Point.
DRX not giving up, and neither are
they. Only need to do that another 3 times.
And then they are actually in a great spot. What do you think that 80 top Nidalee is going to do against a quadruple stacked Mountain Soul?
Not a lot of damage. Maybe build an armor penetration item of some kind. I'm not entirely sure. I don't think that necessarily fits the classic Nidalee top builds. But,
yeah, it's fine. You just go, like, do you go Cleaver or like Terminus?
I have no idea. Doesn't sound like a whole lot of fun.
No, like, I don't think you go LDR. Yeah, let's hope it doesn't get to that for Zeus. I don't think it will.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Maybe it's like, I don't know. Yeah.
Well, depends. I don't know what he's going to go next. Because I was kind of expecting the Hullbreaker, but we'll see what he actually ends up going with.
All right, Viper could be in a little bit of trouble here as Sponge closes the gap. Flash comes out. Viper now trying to answer, but it's a good hail of arrows. Lazyfield keeping them at bay.
Can I vote for Sponge?
Yeah.
I know they might lose, but can I still vote for Sponge?
Oh, just because you think that he's played really well?
Yeah.
Why don't you vote for someone on HLE if they win, and then just say, by the way, Sponge did a really good job today. In your
That's a good Palman.
Yeah, I reckon you just rely on the comment there. As Andal just taking so much damage from the Arcane Storm. Hostile Takeover doesn't really do too much. It's Fate's Call just going to pull out Delight. DRX still looking for an opportunity. That is a great flash from Rich as Peanut gets the bailout, and they do manage to bail him out, but it's not enough. As now Yukal once again just doing something weird, throws away the ultimate, and Viper will survive. Lazyfield getting a whole bunch of shots into Zeka here, and there it is. Finishes him off with the piercing arrow. Now Zeus going to get turned on. There are some low health bars. Zeus without the mana to really do too much. Although he is Nidalee, so not too worried about that in Cougar form. Still able to get himself out of the way, and the Baron has been secured. They just don't go for the extra fight because they don't have to. Lazy Field. Zeus, Spear, gonna go wide. Okay, I'm scared for everyone at this point in time.
Oh.
Okay, Zeus keeping him interested.
He doesn't
no one else
mana,
here.
so
Yeah. Okay, Lazyfield just walks up, and now he can, because he has that bit of lifesteal that has built up the health bar. Let's have a look here as the Baron just gets secured by HLE.
I want to see what happens here, because the Light does a great job of zoning Sponge. Sponge doesn't get a position to smite. And then that flash from Rich ensures that Peanut almost ends up going down, but then right here, Peanut gets the bailout, and then Viper...
Yukal, like, it was
Yukal
the
just,
weirdest shifting sand situation.
I really thought that he clipped him, but he clearly didn't. I think it was the cleanse from Viper that threw me off. Because I remember seeing an animation. I thought it was like Edge of Night, but he doesn't have that.
No. Yeah, no, he did. He cleansed the heroic charge.
Yeah. So Yukal just barely falls short. Viper stays alive. And so much damage also went into Peanut, who then revived. And he died afterwards, but well, the end of the world is DRX. They are not giving up. They are unrelenting.
And Lazyfield almost has item parity with Viper. And in fact, like, it's impossible for him to buy the item that Viper has in advantage. So, I mean, we'll just let him off the hook for that one. Zeus in the mid lane now. And Yukal looking for a little bit of an angle. That is going to push Zeus away, achieving what they wanted to achieve. And HLE just going to utilize this Baron to take the inner turret towards the top side of the map. The Red Bull Baron power play is going to reach about the 2,000 mark. There it is, 2.4k, as Peanut looking for even more. And the siege is continuing without too much of an answer here. Sponge looking for a bit of an angle. Yukal wanting to get in there. As Peanut taking some decent damage. Zeka in that front line, wanting to push them away. And Lazyfield actually doing a decent job just against Zeus by himself. Another Arcane Storm just to make Andal annoyed. Pretty successful here as well, as the inhibitor turret will remain alive for the moment.
Zeus went Abyssal.
That's an Abyssal Mask. Yeah, we were wondering what he was going to do about the potential dragon situation. I don't know whether that is necessarily the answer, but it's a cool item, and it will help Zeka do a lot of damage if this Nidalee is involved in a team fight. And as we say that, Zeka finishes off a very cool hat.
Yeah, no, I'm also, with how Zeus has been playing, he has been playing more towards the team fights, so I do think that that tracks. Interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. Nidalee does a lot of mixed damage, even if you build AD. As DRX now getting into position, 10 seconds until this Mountain Drake. Also maybe going to connect onto Yukal.
Oh, makes playing into the Zirin sideline a lot better, because he does much less damage. Zeus is just going to remain annoying on the side. But Rich, I know he's behind, but he's still at item parity relatively.
Oh, there's an Impale onto Sponge. He is a very tanky target. We can see he's just kind of refusing to take damage here, and the poke coming out from DRX. It's pretty decent. The Dragon looking to be started up here.
Come on, DRX.
Lazyfield is going to take an inner turret.
We got the Sponge.
Yeah, Sponge's going to have to land the Keeper's Verdict. But instead, they are just going to give up this Dragon, and they're going to trade it for an inhibitor turret in mid lane. If DRX can stop the backs, maybe it's even an inhib. I don't know about that one, but still, it's a fair bit of money going on over to DRX as a response to this. And I kind of don't mind it, making the best out of a bad situation, right?
I think it's okay. I do think you also are in deep trouble if they get the Mountain Soul, but at that point, you know, is there anything that you can really do? Probably not. DRX,
all right, Zeus could be in a whole lot of trouble. They're taking the cat for a walk. Peanut is going to make his way down, and Zeus is a lot tankier than he's been in other builds. Still, Sponge comes in, and Rich is able to get the damage. Zeka comes in, but he's not enough. Look at him run! Is it? Wait, hang on, checking the hands. I'm seeing there's some. It's faded, but it's there. It's there, Chronicler. I swear to God.
Are the rumors true? He's rubbing his hands. Are you rubbing it off or are you rubbing it on?
No, I'm seeing whether it's permanent. Like maybe it's fake, but it's not. It's not looking fake. It's faint. But it is not fake.
Faint but not fake.
Yeah, it's difficult to say those two words in the same sentence. As Peanut looking to try and make them fake.
Faint but not fake sounds like a really good emo band from like 2007.
Yeah. The Faint was actually, that was a band name, wasn't it? That was a band.
I don't know, but I'll take your word for it.
They played a song in one of my favorite rollerblading videos back in the day. As Lazyfield clears out the minion wave in mid, as Yukal going to secure the red buff for the team. 7-11 is the score at the top of the screen as well, which is convenient.
Because it allows us to talk about...
No, it's a convenience store.
I know that. Wait, you knew that I knew that?
It really goes around a lot of circles, doesn't it? LazyFeel has actually purchased a Zhonya's Hourglass as well. I actually think it's so... That's a really cool item buy. Very similar to champions like Kai'Sa. Varus is happy to build a bit of AP, and the utility for that item is going to be very, very strong.
Yeah!
All right, just stop Baron. Why not? They get the teleport immediately. They can look for a turn now. As Rich picks the gap. That's actually 6 points. There were 4 posts set up as Keeper's Verdict gets channeled, and it's somehow LazyFeel that takes the Baron. Now Zeus fighting against Rich. He takes the blast going to get out. Peanut's already dead. Viper is in a bit of trouble as Delight is going to be there. The bailout comes through. They take down the Renatas. This bailout's not going to work, and it's Yukel that grabs the kill. Now LazyFeel needs to fight for his life, and it does not work. Andil, just try and survive. Rich, please don't die. Andil's really dead, but he's going to try and buy some time. He takes the cat for a walk. Cats don't normally like that, although some of them do. This one certainly does not. And Rich is going to deal with this wave. The last remaining Baron. It's still faint, Chronicler, but it's there.
I was ready. I was building up to just yelling the hands, look at the hands. But then they did kind of lose the fight as LazyFeel. One of the biggest things I love about the Varus when you build some APs, you shred tanks, absolutely obliterate them, and then Viper goes insane here, right? Even though he ends up losing, as he just barely doesn't have enough health. It's very, very close, and he ensures that LazyFeel does in fact die. And then if Omnil was there just to give a single shield, if he could somehow have stuck by LazyFeel, that could have been a difference maker, but didn't have the cooldown, I'm pretty sure. As Randuin's now done for Zeus as well.
My goodness.
I like this more than his than his Renekton builds, but I do also think that Tank Nidalee feels a little...
So you do need a reason to exist. And doing damage is kind of Nidalee's only reason to exist. So now, yes, you'll take a while to kill, but you're just not doing very much while that's happening.
Surely. This is a must-win fight, though. And the Baron buff is still there for Rich.
Sponge going to interrupt Peanut here.
No, Sponge, I trust him. He has face rush, he's poppy.
He is just walking circles around him, man.
Literally!
He's looking good.
Rich.
Viper on a flank angle. Rich also on a flank angle as DRX looking instead.
Okay, no, you can do this, but wait, no, they're 25 seconds. Yeah, they just got the in-air.
Yeah, eyes on the prize. The backs are going to come in here from HLE. Back. Exactly, they have to defend because there's a minion wave and Baron, remember. Rich still has it, and they have 3 grubs. They're going to do some decent damage there. They take the inhibitor. They've got super minions now, aiding them in their mission towards denying the soul. It's an 1800, 1900 Rebel Baron power play here for DRX.
DRX, come on. We all need this. We all need this. We need you to get it together and get this win!
I'm so proud of everyone that helped manifest this situation here. As DRX, it's winnable, but it's still looking rough.
Can we get taxes?
Yeah.
You know, just like with
maybe
the pros?
DRX tax, is that a thing? Zeus on a decent flank angle here as the Impale goes wide. Still gets the crash into the wall. Peanut will not get ulted away, but it's the smite from Sponge to deny the soul. Still, they have to try and win a fight here as HLE have got them all split up. Sponge takes a while to go down, but go down he eventually does. And Zeus dashing forward, finds the pounce. And DRX, oh no, they're looking a little aceable at this point in time. They're going to have to stand their ground. Yukel trying to be a hero, but once again, he throws the Emperor's Divide away. And Zeka, he flashes out of it. Yukel not taking too much damage here from Peanut as LazyFeel doing a whole bunch. But Viper comes in and says, no, I'm sorry, it's not happening. There's an ace for HLE. And oh man, it was faint, but maybe it was one of those fake tattoos that you get from the school fair. And it is just all washed away. No more game on the hands. It's looking like HLE just want to close this one out.
And despite the heroics, despite the back and forth, looks like DRX is still just going to get 2-0'd, but those that watched this game knew that that wasn't the real story.
Oh no, it was certainly not. There is also Sponge back available. He doesn't have Keeper's Verdict. Maybe they don't win the game here.
The Nexus, wait, the Nexus doesn't fall. They didn't get sold.
Yeah, they also
this sidestep from Sponge.
Sponge is just playing so well. And then, like the fact that the Keeper's Verdict missed, I was probably like Peanut and I were probably thinking the same thing. Like, oh, it's in the bag.
Done.
And then it didn't quite work. Obviously, Callista and the Skarner together should have been able to lock that one down. Didn't actually happen. But then this position is just a little awkward and the ace does come in.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Zeka was so ready. He knew Yuko was going to try and make the play. Yeah. Fingers on the flash. At the ready. And then here, Zeus. You know what? I take back everything negative I said about your tank build. You do you, buddy.
Absolutely fine. Just worked out. He's still 2,000 gold ahead.
But it's still technically a game, Atlas, because they didn't get the soul. And
True.
the mid lane nip down. Which means the highway to the Nexus is open.
It is. It's also open on the top side of the map for HLE, as they had already taken that inhibitor turret down.
It's okay. We know.
Yeah.
We know.
Yeah. No.
But mid lane highway.
True. Can we ride that mid lane highway, though? That is the question. Or will they get pulled over? That's the only continuation of the analogy that I really wanted to go with.
Is it just Peanut as like?
Oh yeah, on his motorcycle. You know, from the intro videos. Oh, so cool. It's been a while.
If you haven't seen that, this is not an Atlas meme. This was a real thing. Yep. It was very cool. And if you don't think it's cool, then, well, I'm sorry, but you're wrong.
Yeah,
it was.
He also didn't drive it.
People don't need to know that.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, he totally drove it.
What we need to know is that we can see how Peanut knows how to stand next to a motorcycle.
Yeah, and that was before Rift Herald was drivable as well. So it's actually kind of cool now that knowing that Peanut rode that bicycle means that you know, Shelly he's got that Shelly license.
Unlike
Lazy Feel will be able to get the cleanse out from Viper. Also takes a fair bit of damage here. DRX pressing some buttons, making some things happen.
GA done for Lazy Feel.
Yeah.
If you thought he was playing with Reckless Abandon before,
he certainly can now. Able to go golden in some of these fights as well. I think him standing further forward is going to be a really good idea.
He did before as well. I just
yeah. The playstyle won't change, but maybe the answers that he has to the aggressive playstyle are going to be better. Zeus looking to put on the pressure here towards the bottom side. Sundisk is up, but it's not going to stop this Nidalee. That's okay. Baron live. HLE, a lot of vision in the area. Banana Brush control, not theirs. As DRX is wanting to try and deny some of this if they can. Yukal and Zeus fighting. Both level 18. There are so many items on everyone right now. An arm guard is there for Yukal. Could actually be important for the next fight. As Lazyfield has started this one up, he's got a lot of DPS on this Varus. And Peanut's got a lot of health bar. Flashes to try and get Andil. They're just looking for one pick-off at the start of this one. The hostile takeover doesn't get a lot of value as the Keeper's Verdict gets rid of the carry. That's a big one. Now Rich looking for an angle, but HLE, they just disengage. And DRX are going to be okay with it by the looks of things. Death Ray.
The health bars.
Oh dear.
They're so low, Atlas.
There are so many tools that are now missing, and Zeka is just in the Zeus is just in the bottom lane, yeah. And Rich is going to go back a little bit too late. Teleport to come in as the Emperor's Divide is going to find Zeka. Let's see if they get the kill. Lazyfield looking for the opportunity. Zeka's so incredibly low. Lazyfield distracted by Peanut, though. A Sponge will be able to take down the victor. But Lazyfield goes golden, then goes into his GA, and then he's going to go down, ladies and gentlemen, as he gets thrown into the wall and destroyed. Zeus is running amok, just killing everything in the enemy base. And it's only Andil that's left up and available. I think HLE, I think they are going to bring us to only 5 games here this evening. DRX trying so incredibly hard, but it was a great game.
They tried so hard, they got so far, but in the end, only Zeka dies.
Yeah.
And Alva Life are about to bring us to an end of week number 6.
And Andil is not going to be able to defend. As yes, they ran out of minion wave, but it doesn't seem to matter this time around. Even Peanut will survive, and the Nexus will go down. 41.5 minutes, and HLE, only one team able to take them down so far in the LCK, and that is Gen G, and they are undefeated. certainly solidifying their second place position.
Stand proud, DRX. You were
Absolutely.
strong. Both DRX and BNK coming out with unexpected bangers.
Yeah. And of course, DNF being able to pick up their victory here today as well. That's why I think we had a little bit more belief in the upset. But in the end, it was just a 2-0. This second game looking a lot more winnable for DRX, just not quite able to make the right choices. And this guy on his Nidalee, it's looking a little bit like you were right all those times that you said it needed to be banned. Yep, Zeus.
I'm with you. I love Zeus. Absolutely.
He's pretty good.
And this is just further setting up that showdown between Gen.G and Hanwha Life. In about 2.5 weeks, it's going to happen. It's going to be incredible.
I will.
Can't wait to see it. I'm sure Gen.G's going to win because I have already been very vocal. There is only one team that can stop Gen.G in their undefeated season.
Yeah, it's got to be KT.
It's got to be. History tells us it's KT.
And KT
or Bro
have now figured out how to win games again, kinda, a little bit.
Yeah.
So we'll just have to see whether they can keep that up.
I'll tell you even better. KT before playing against Hanwha Life, which they're going to lose, and against Bro, which they're going to lose. So that when they face up...
Man, expectations are going to be so low. And at that point in time, I think even you are going to be like, oh, yeah, I was saying that they're the only team, but like, I really do think that it's impossible. And at that moment...
They strike.
At that moment, the slingshot reaches the full extent.
The roller coaster
and then it gets
over the hill.
Into the stratosphere. You're exactly right. That's it's got to be how it goes. As we're going to check out some of the highlights, this would not be there if you were to ask me for highlights of this series. Of course, Zeus playing this one out really, really well, but Rich having a very rough time of it in the early game. And I'm glad we get to have a look at Sponge and his relentless aggression on this Poppy. He actually looked very good today.
Tried his best, wasn't enough. There are still, in these clutch moments, I think these type of messy fights are the reason why Hanwha Life are defending LCK Cup champions, why they won LCK last year as well. It's in these moments, I think Viper in particular just impresses me with how much he's willing to all in to his death, as long as it wins him the fight. Right, and even here, yes, he loses to Lazyfield, but it doesn't matter. The work is done.
Yeah,
you just need to make sure that the play ends up being positive for you.
I also feel like Viper plays with, like, understanding the odds of a situation really well. Like, playing around things like bailout when he's in these moments, knowing that, all right, this is when I can go ham. This is when I can get it done. And oftentimes, when he can't, he's just out of there. Doesn't even go.
I did forget to put in my I wanted to vote for Sponge comment.
Yeah.
You do know who I voted for, though. It should be pretty...
It'd be Viper.
It will be Viper.
I was like, it's a question. And then I was like, hang on, it's not a question.
If Lazyfield gets him immediately here...
Yeah.
That could have been it.
He got a little bit distracted. I think did a lot of damage there, but Delight playing the aggro game very effectively.
Oh, the Q as well. If that Q kills Peanut, another example. Viper kills him, but maybe that's enough to hold on desperately, but...
I don't think so. I think
Look
it
at
is...
Peanut's little, like, sipping his drink.
I could imagine a little bit sheepish in this one. Zeka doing that thing where you play Victor and you just do the most damage, even though when we're watching the games, we don't really see it. But throwing down Arcane Storm after Arcane Storm onto an Andal will net you 43k damage, as it turns out. Zeus also doing a fair bit with a full tank Nidalee build. Looking forward to seeing what the space has to say about that one, because it was experimental at best. Viper going to pick it up, 8-1 and 8, 9-1 and 6. Nicely definable KDAs there at 16 and 15. Not too bad for Viper, moving up to 300 points. This is also a difficult one, Chronicler, because we were talking about like who's going to be able to catch up to Chovy, and we saw the list of our leading POM players, which is Chovy, Zeus, and Ona, the three maybe best players in the world at the moment. I haven't been keeping up worldwide, but they've been playing really well here, and the LCK is pretty good, I've heard. But if anyone on HLE plays really well, and they've got so many really good players, Zeus isn't able to get up and try and challenge Trophy for that top spot. It's a little bit unfortunate. HLE just kind of too good.
I don't think they'll be feeling too bad about it.
No, probably not. And we know that this is the team that doesn't really feel too bad about anything, because regular seasons can go whichever way they'd like, and it's fine. We're going to go to the interview, though, and talk with Viper.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview training station, joined by Viper on the side of Hana Life Esports. Following the last POM, you have been selected as POM once again. How does it feel? No, I didn't actually think that I would be getting POM today, because my teammates did so well today. I'm just thankful that everyone thought and saw me in a good light for me to get POM today. In game 1, you had a flawless gameplay with Jin, almost as if saying the POM is mine today. Your Deadly Flourish and Curtain Crawl were on point today, so do you have a secret to hitting these skill shots? You know, I do tend to practice a lot in solo queue. And I try to communicate with my teammates and try to predict where the enemy will land. And in game 2, you had such an amazing Kalista performance. And Kalista can complete boots first or before finishing Blade of the Rune King, and sometimes vice versa for some players. So when would you choose each path? Honestly, it's a business secret, but when I play Kalista, I do believe that attack speed is really important, and that's what I usually go for. But with the recent nerf, I feel like that's why some players do tend to finish Bork first. But personally, I do still appreciate the attack speed on Kalista. And in game 2, it was such an intense game. But Hana Life Esports came out with a win. And even if Hana Life Esports first falls behind early, all the players seem to start skirmishing with confidence. So what is the source of this confidence? You know, we usually try to play around mid, and even if we fall behind, I think we just try to engage whenever we think that it's a winnable fight. And I think we try to create those kind of variables to make sure that we get the edge to win the game in the end. And we could really feel your affection towards your teammates, and we caught you using Zeus's emote. So how big is your love for Zeus? To be honest, before the game started, we did talk about emote and emoting, and Zeus actually told me that, you know, he really likes his own emote. So yeah, I don't think it's bad. I like it. So is it that you guys selected your emotes today before the game? Yeah, I think we were just sitting there talking about how good our emotes are. And your next opponent is KT, who is on the rise. So how will you prepare? Now, KT's performance has been really solid lately, so we definitely can't get ahead of ourselves. They always try to come up with a really solid performance and good gameplay, so we'll make sure that we stay sharp to make sure that we win. And any message for your fans? So for the rest of the regular season, we want to make sure that we win and show you that we can make it to rank 1. And that's the end of the interview with Viper, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, dear, as always, for that awesome translation. We do have Hana Life Esports as the winners today with the 2-0 victory. Not a big surprise. There were definitely some back and forth moments, especially in that game number 2, but Hama got there in the end.
I feel like a lot of Hana's recent matches, they're not like super convincing blowout wins, but you kind of feel pretty sure that they're going to make it there in the end, but maybe not taking all of these best of 3s super seriously.
Yeah, I feel like they're trying to make it more clean. And the game tempo feels like a bit slower, but it feels like they're trying to like set it up for the next games, especially when they're playing against KT.
Yeah, up against KT, up against Genji eventually. Even up against T1, they've always had an interesting matchup against T1, even though they should be very much higher rated than T1 at this very moment. But we'll see when those matchups do collide. Let's take a look at the Palm votes and the comments here. as Viper did pick it up with a 10 out of 13. Soup kind of dropping the ball there, going for Zeus, which you did call that the fan vote would go to Zeus, but only one of them did go for Zeus.
Yeah, Chujitsu is doing a pretty good job, you know, spotting the Viper. Viper pretty clean both games. I think the gym performance really solid. Zeus with some... I mean, obviously he did well in the Nidalee, but I feel like Nidalee is just kind of his cheat code to try and steal the POM away, because he always wins lane and he always gets a massive lead, but not the cleanest series, I think, from Zeus, although, you know, I think we had a pretty convincing, overwhelming vote towards Viper, which is justified.
Yeah, I mean, I personally think that Viper is one of the smartest AD carry in LCK, but he's also with the insane mechanics, so I don't really see his weakness at this point. Especially with Delight, it feels like it's a complete of the bot lane, so that's why it makes HLE really stronger.
Yeah, so let's take a look at some of the comments here. Wadid, take it away.
So yeah, yesterday I mentioned that I want to replace my brain with the memory card filled in Faker's game knowledge, and I think this time around, if I can replace my hands with Viper's hand.
Okay, so Viper's hand,
Faker's brain.
What else do you need?
Yeah,
Put in.
how you find it out?
Okay.
How you find it out?
I think you're pretty good with those.
Yeah.
But, you know, make a list. Maybe we can start working on that.
In 20 years, I think the technology will improve.
Is that when you're going to return to pro in 20 years?
Exactly. League of Legends, wait for me.
Viper the Sniper.
Wow.
Because you know when he played Jin and he did the, you know, with the ult and he did the sniping.
Easy sniper.
It's like,
boom.
Yeah, so I was like, you know what? At that moment, I was like, Viper the Sniper. And then I made that my POM comment. So,
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. It was perfect.
Really high level. I think
that a lot
you need
as
need a good level of knowledge of not only League of Legends but the LCK to really understand the depth of this comment. So if you don't follow, it's okay. I think Brendan's struggling a bit. You can see on his face he's a little perplexed.
Yeah,
it's a bit of a complex one.
Get it. This one is a little bit easier for me. Chronicler, the scariest animal in the zoo, because Viper. Not Chronicler. Chronicler isn't the scariest animal in the zoo. I almost got that wrong. Viper is the scariest animal in the zoo because they're scary.
I don't think
right.
Vipers are typically the scariest animals in the zoo. Is Chronicler saying because the games were a bit messy that HLE was a bit like a zoo? Is that what he's implying?
Maybe, yeah.
I don't know.
So aggressive.
Yeah, this is
some kind of tough.
That's a harsh comment from Chronicler.
Yeah, I can't believe he would call them out like that.
Yeah, very, very brutal.
Yeah, kind of interesting. Zeus, a way to counter Zeus non-existent. Ban Nidalee?
Yeah, they could have banned Nidalee. I did say before the second game they could have banned. It seemed when they're on red side, it's the go-to. So maybe they should consider that. But you know, it's still hard to counter.
He does seem very confident on it. So there are other things he can play, but that one definitely seems like one he keeps going back to. So maybe could look, you know, could be something they look towards. That was all the comments we had for that. So now we are going to take a look at our best ceremonies from the week, as it is the end of the week here on Sunday night for the LCK. And we'll see who does have the best ceremony this time around. Diablo.
All right. There we go. Showing his name.
There's the name.
Diablo. Now everyone enjoys Diablo's play. So
yeah.
Everyone remembers his name.
Even me, I was not really a believer at first, but now I'm kind of on the train.
Carrier? Oh.
Yes.
Hit boy. Oh, 5,000 assists. Oh, yeah, that's huge
achievement.
It's like a football player. Oh. Yeah. Look at the cheeky face.
I love that smirk, man.
Yeah. Honestly, it's selling it for me.
I can see the old chat from him, like easy.
Yeah, GG easy.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, I love the camera lift. Wait for it. This is when he actually fires.
Ooh, yeah. That's the camera work right
That's
there.
good synergy,
yeah,
honestly.
I agree.
Humor and the cameraman working well together, yeah.
He's done that before, though. Okay, like Guma.
That's why they have good synergy. Synergy doesn't happen overnight.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Our camera people are fantastic, and you know our observers are as well. We've got it all here at the LCK.
Yeah.
I vote for
could
perfect,
do some work,
personally.
but you know.
Yeah, our analysts as well. Let's take a look at the standings after the end of the week here. As hopefully we won't look at the Pred standings because then Ox would be in a bit of trouble. But HLE are in a great spot here, 11-1, just behind Genji.
Yeah, it's clearly top 3 in LCK, and rest of the teams are fighting for the last spot.
I think that's the thing is T1 spot right now. They're chasing that breakaway of Genji and HLE. they will have opportunities to close that distance. There's a big gap between them and Nongshim. It's only 2 series wins, but 9 game score is very significant. And it feels like that clump in the middle, 3 teams on 5 series wins, with teams slightly above, slightly below, really needs to sort of... Teams need to start getting some wins under the belt to break away from that if they want to make it into the Legend Group. But we have to say, finally, DNF has that win on the board, so no more do we have a winless team.
Yeah, they'll probably still be in the Rise group, but getting that win is definitely going to get a lot of pressure off of their back. Here are the week's matches for next week. Anything that stands out to you, Wadid?
DK versus BFX? BNK? Wednesday? Friday?
This is, I feel like it's a big week for D+, because these are 2 matches that towards the start of the season, I would have said, you know, absolutely they'll win these. And they did beat them in the first round, but now I'm like... You know, in their current form. And also the DRX Nongshim one coming off that loss today.
And Genji T1.
And that's also...
Yeah. That's crazy.
KT Bro, just for the memes.
A lot of memes there. I think Genji T1 really delivered the first time around, right? With the Chovy Victor play and zapping everyone down. It should deliver this time. Even though Genji are very much the stronger team right now, I think anything could happen in a best of 3.
T1's form is good at the moment. I think that's the thing we can definitely say. And they need good form to challenge Genji, but they were super close last time. A couple of decisions and they would have won that series. They'll have a chance to get revenge.
We also have Genji versus T1 here in Challengers at the end of Monday. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think Challengers League is now more important because of the roster swaps. You can always call up the players, so it's really important for the second division players to actually play good enough to show them off that they can actually play in LCK too.
Yeah, I mean, even Doiv got a chance, right? We saw Hambak a lot, even Elim got a chance, right?
When are we seeing Poby again?
That was really hard one, but maybe one day he will pop off. When do we see Genie though?
That's why you gotta watch challenges so you can see Poby pop off.
Yeah, there's also that Genie guy, or Zinni, whatever way you want to say it. He's very strong.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's it for the LCK, guys. Hope you did enjoy it this week. We are going to go film Pog State, which should be a lot of fun. But we'll see you next week for more LCK. Have a good night.
Makes me stronger.